Renegade Games Day 2. Good morning and welcome, fitness fans from all around the world. Welcome to the Rebel Renegade Games Day 2, or you may know it as the Noble CrossFit Games Semi-Finals. A day of fitness behind us, Day 2 about to get teed up. A very warm welcome from myself, Kent Klein, here in the booth, and joined by my esteemed colleague, Matt Holliday. Matt, what an exciting start.
Good morning, and Day 2 brings us a lot of excitement, generally known as Moving Day.
Moving Day indeed.
I think yesterday brought us tons of action, and today things are only going to get a little bit more heated.
Excuse the pun, as we head into multiple heats today. All that to say, we're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard very shortly. But Matt, some early ascendancy, some early dominance. Anybody you'd like to look out for today as we head into the leaderboard shortly?
Yeah, I think coming from the team side, yesterday Mayhem Africa absolutely put up an insane show. But let's kick off here with the women's leaderboard. We'll get to the teams just before we carry on. So on your screens now, having a look at yesterday, Gilmarie Reyneke putting up an insane show in that first event.
Absolutely.
Taking the event win. And Michelle Basner, you can see, coming all the way back up from that second heat, making her way back into heat 1 today.
Absolutely. Max Klein-Smith rounding out the top 3. Max was just methodical, didn't get an event win at any point just yet, but was consistent over the course of the first 2 events. Yeah,
her show in the pistol event yesterday was really great. And as you can see, a big shuffle on the heats from day to day. So today, this top heat over here kind of stacked with a bunch of new ladies.
Absolutely. It is a deep division to look out for. Given that it is moving day and we do like to make some predictions, be sure to keep your eyes on the person currently in 9th place, Christina Levitakis, looking to try and reclaim that top spot, as well as Alicia Stoop.
She's definitely not going to want to stay in 9th going into the end of today.
She has a maniacal focus on that number 1 spot, and the good news is there are plenty of events for the remainder of the weekend, and this is a broad encompassing
Let's have a look at the men's leaderboard from yesterday. Coming up on your screen now, the men's leaderboard. In that top spot, your crowd favorite, Jason Smith.
Yeah, Jason coming through, as he said yesterday, I'm an old dog here to teach the young guns some new tricks.
And then taking in second place, an insane show from Ruan in the second event yesterday.
As he's newly dubbed Ruan Pistol Squad Potgieter.
Ruan Pistol Potgieter, that is what came through on the YouTube channel yesterday. And then in third place, James van Dongen. We knew that this guy was going to come here and put on a show this weekend, and he's really holding his own.
I'm loving James's approach to workouts, extremely aggressive, but just on the outside of that, Keelan Henry, probably not going to be happy about sitting in 4th right now, probably going to take an aggressive approach to the remainder of the workouts for the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And just having a look at this leaderboard, obviously noting that in 3rd place yesterday, Estienne Ferreira was sitting in that top 3 and not featuring in the top 10 anymore. Unfortunately, he did have to pull out of that second event. And then finally, let's just move on to the teams leaderboard as we approach the teams coming up next.
Matt, I had the privilege of being on the floor for the team's electric energy down there, but Mayhem Africa are just so dominant at the moment.
They are putting on an insane show, and again, the old dogs in the field. But saying that, 3rd place right over there, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack are not just going to lay on their backs today.
No, absolutely. I mean, even if we look at number 2 right now, which is currently 10-star hybrids, totally different boxes, making one hybrid team, amazing athletes, again, consistency throughout the board. But I think if I'm looking at this from the outside and having been on the floor, number 5, Tiger Valley CrossFit, they are going to want to enter the fray and enter that top 3. I honestly think if Mayhem at any point drop the ball, there are so many high-quality teams looking to just snuff them out.
There's not too much room for error today. And as it is, like we said, it's moving day. These guys are going to be putting in a full effort, making sure that they can do everything they can to stay in that top 3 going into your final day tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just giving you a bit of a breakdown for how the event is going to be running today. So team event number 3 is going to be kicking off at 9 a.m. For those of you watching in, at 10:05, we're going into individual female test 2, or 3 rather, and then individual male test 3 will take place at 11:30. Just past the bottom of the hour after 12, we're going to be taking a break and then heading into team test 4. Now, just to note, there are 2 events taking place for the teams today, and there are 3 events taking place for the male and female individual athletes. Events 4 and 5 will be back to back. So as you would have seen it in the Open, for example, where you had an A and B portion, this would be event 4 and 5 back to back.
Yeah, that's going to be a really exciting one because everyone loves to watch a heavy barbell get shifted around the floor. And now these individual athletes have to move into their 1 rep max straight out of a 800-meter run. So we will break down that workout a little bit closer to the time, but I definitely think we're going to see some big weights getting shifted around and a lot of sprinting coming through this afternoon.
And some aggressive movements on that leaderboard, Matt. I think we've got some top athletes not occupying the top 3 spots. And what that means is there are some maniacally focused engines out there looking to make their way up the leaderboard.
A big day of action ahead of us, but let's just take a look at the team's event number 1 that's coming to you shortly at 9 o'clock.
Okay, cool. I've got it.
Right, doing a quick switcheroo in the bird's nest up here, welcoming Stretch to join me for the morning.
Yeah, man, good morning. Thank you very much. Wow, I am not used to Johannesburg or Gauteng weather. Seriously, back home in Durban, it is like a very comfortable 15, 16 degrees. This
Board
10,
shorts
9
and
degree.
flip-flops.
Yeah, man, this is, woo. But you know what? It's going to get good today. I mean, this booth is really, really warm, so I'm pretty happy to be up here right now. But the team event, I just ran downstairs to the warm-up area. There are some fit and ferocious people down there. And some guys, there's going to be some world's rock today with that dumbbell bench press, because in the warm-up area, there's already some aggression and anger of people just struggling already to get that up and just the
with
warm-up.
those weights. And just on that, just before these teams kick off at 9 o'clock, let's have a look at the workout. It's displayed on your screen at the moment. Teams test number 3 as a relay in a format of female, male, female, male athletes. As you can see, female and male 1, they'll start with a 400-meter sprint, 10 dumbbell bench press at 90 and 60 pounds. For the South Africans out there, that is 40 kg dumbbells for the men and 27.5 kg dumbbells for the ladies. 15 unbroken single leg squats on one leg, 15 unbroken single leg squats on leg 2, into 3 handstand pirouettes. So female 1 needs to complete this, followed by male 1, and then female 2, you'll see the workout changes slightly. 15 dumbbell bench press, so increasing the reps on the dumbbells. The weights stay the same though, and then trimming down the reps, going through those unbroken single leg squats from 15 to 10. All 4 athletes still need to complete 3 handstand pirouettes though. And that 16-minute time cap is going to be looking pretty thin, I think, as we look towards the end of this workout. Those dumbbells are super heavy.
Yeah, like it's something that most of these teams, I guarantee, haven't got. All the ladies haven't jumped into with this weight. It's kind of an uncommon thing, but you know what, to be honest with you, worldwide, everyone's doing the same thing. I mean, I don't know if you've managed to see like guys like Saxon Panchake already put like Instagram posts out there saying like, oh, you know, the sled drag, blah, blah, blah. You know what, worldwide, everyone's doing the same event. And that's what I'm really, really, really loving about these semifinals, is that you can look at your times here as a top team or a top athlete. You can look at your times according to what you've done here in Gauteng, and you can actually, you know what, I'm not too bad. I'm a minute and a half off of the best in the world, and it's really a good place for, even if, I mean, we only get one slot. One slot gets to go to games, but you know what, places 2, 3, 4, 5, actually, they get to look at it and be like, you know what, I'm right there. I need to put a little bit more hard work in.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing with the workouts that have been programmed for this year is it's a worldwide standard. Just as the Open, the quarterfinals, and now finally the semi-finals. So there's not too much down to it. Obviously, a big thing this year, taking swimming out of the game. But no doubt swimming will remain in the games. But yeah, I think as Stretch just said, what an amazing platform for guys to actually see where they are and where they stack up on a worldwide scale at semi-finals.
No, definitely. And that's why I'm looking forward to today. Like I said, managed to run down to the warm-up area, saw some of the teams. I think swimming would have been a game changer. But then again, how do you standardize a pool? Because I know, like in places like America, you've got 25-yard pools. You've got what they call long course pools, which are basically more towards your 25-meter pool, 25-yard pool. Then you've got like South Africa, which is basically on the imperial system. So it changes the way that you can standardize the entire workout. Whereas if you go to something like a sled push, a sled drag, and I found out this morning that the worms were imported or brought to South Africa at weight. So if you think about like the amount that they pay just basically based, look at me, I'm running out of English airtime, the day has just begun. But the way that they've done it is that HQ have actually sent the worm through and basically said to them like, this is the weight for everybody around the world. Like there's no difference.
They're pre-packed.
Suffer.
Give it a go.
Like, you're not getting any difference to anybody else.
Almost 2 tons worth of worms. And I would assume that they did the same thing with the sandbags because those sandbags were all rogue sandbags as well.
Yeah. So, exactly. And that's the fun thing about it. There is standardized testing. Like, guys have complained about the sled. Guys are going to complain about everything they can because it's in the nature of an athlete, just physiology and everything to deal with, to be like, you know what, I'm going to complain a little bit because maybe there's that aspect. And it's not saying that they're all whiners. I'll tell you right now, I'm the biggest whiner there is out there. So, we'll leave it at that for now.
And then just touching on this YouTube channel for the day, guys, please interact with us. If you have any questions, if you have any topics you feel like you would like us to talk about, pop them into the comments. Let's keep this interactive. As we can see down on the floor, the teams for the first heat are just busy setting up, and they'll be going in the next 3 minutes. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the team's event number 1.
So here we go. I'm pretty sure you've done the lane assignment before I got to, but let's run through it really quick. CrossFit Tiger Valley Pumas in lane 1, in 2 CrossFit 111, in 3 RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp Reapers, in 3 it's the CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer, in 5 you've got Motley Crue CrossFit Blue, in 6 Cape CrossFit Werewolves, 7 CrossFit 111 Relentless, 8 CrossFit FBDV Rookies, and in 9 the CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph.
And right here on your screen now, you can see in lane 10, CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. Yesterday, just having to kind of stop in their second event, Unfortunately, you can see on your screen now, Lisa Clarence was not cleared to do the workout, just needing to keep her heart rate a little bit low due to a bit of sickness. But great to see them back out on the floor and giving day 2 a go.
Yeah, man, I know we spoke about yesterday when we were talking about athletes not doing the workout, not being able to. Actually had nothing to do with this athlete, like I said. I'm glad to see her back on the floor. She was a bit sick. You know, we're all humans. We're not animals, and we don't expect them to be robots, but good to see them out there. I think our conversation had more to do with, I think it was the 111 Relentless team trying to get her first. So I think it's also like, it's a context, and the thing is, we might use an example here that we get to see on the floor as starting point for a good conversation, as opposed to bagging on any athlete. Because let's be honest, that's the last thing we want to do, is bag on an athlete when they're out here giving it their everything. But like you said, very happy to see her back on the floor.
At the end of the day, these are the top 20 teams in the African continent stretch. And they're coming together, throwing down over here. But let's have a look at this first event. As you can see, your first female starting out with the 400-meter run. This is going to be a tricky one because those dumbbells are extremely heavy.
Yeah, I think it's, you know what the thing is, it's going to be an interesting then. Starting off on the females is where we're going to see the big change. You know, have your athletes, male or female, got it. Because I don't know about you, but I don't know the last time I did a dumbbell bench press, a heavy dumbbell bench press in my own box, let alone, you know, not since my old, what do we call it, commercial gym days. So, I mean, you can see these athletes are getting ready for it.
This is Suel Nabesta on your screen now from Motley Crue CrossFit Blue. They are your top seeders in this heat.
I'm interested to see the technique on Haig. I mean, look at this. She's gone for the single leg. Here comes the big one, and how these athletes actually, and you can see one of the Finkel girls in the background getting into it, and they're like, no problem for this athlete. Well, I spoke to you, but there you go. Look, perfect lockout, gets the work done. And, you know, this is going to be a big test for these female and male athletes. These are heavy dumbbells. There we go. That's one of the Relentless, CrossFit 111 Relentless, straight into her pistols. Already being given a no rep down there for his first rep. There you go. Found her rhythm, and now she is moving along. That's the other CrossFit 111 team. That's like I said, these athletes, best of the best on the African continent. So today is going to be an absolute cracker day. And now that we've had that shift out, like you said earlier, and the individuals, and now with the teams shifting around, now you know where your top ranked teams are, and now it's a bun fight from now till tomorrow evening.
You can see here with the new pistol standard, 15 unbroken single leg squats. So as soon as that non-working foot touches the floor, the rep is considered a no rep. So you can still take a break. If you do 10 reps, take a break, do 5. You can do that, but on your 10th rep, once that foot touches the floor, you'll go back down to 9. You'll need to start your 10th rep again. Interesting standard there.
Now, you've got to love the fact that like CrossFit constantly change the standard. Like, what it means for me is the fact that you can't train one specific aspect. Like, you know what, I'm going to be the best at alternating pistols, because some of this comes out, you know, that's their whole motto, you know, the unknown, the unknowable, which is what makes it such a good and interesting sport to be a part of. A movement to be attached to, and I think that's for me is the beauty of CrossFit, is that like, oh cool, you think you're really good at muscle ups, so how about a go ruck pack with a 10-pound weight for the girls, 20-pound for the guys yesterday, and now let's see if you can do a complex. I mean, have you ever done a ring toes to ring muscle up and then a ring dip complex?
I can never say I've done that complex, and then adding on a 10-pound or a 20-pound for the guys rucksack. This is also another interesting movement that's just come in. So this is lane number 2 with CrossFit 111.
And I believe they have to finish that whole pirouette and walk out the box before it's considered a rep.
Yeah,
but
that's
she's
it.
doing very, very well here.
So these blocks are 2.5 meters in length. You need a handstand walk, kick up behind the line, walk into it, turn around, do a full 360, and walk out the box for the rep to count.
Yeah, actually, I managed to speak to these athletes yesterday. Sorry, and this is one of the teams from Egypt saying, like, how's it? And they were like, you know, Stretch, it feels like we're breathing through a straw. But you know what? That's the thing, as we mentioned yesterday, with athletes coming from the coast versus up here at altitude, it is a game changer. And at the same time, you look here at the some of the top teams are from the coast. Oh, here we go. There's a perfect, get it. Come on, love, you've got this. Yes, there you go. First athlete cracking it out. It's one of the Finkles. I think that's the youngest of the Finkel girls.
That is Ashlyn Finkel on your screen now. Just part of the Cape CrossFit Werewolves team. Also one of the youngest athletes on the field, as you mentioned. She's 19 years old. And finishing her segment of the first part of team event number 3.
Oh, it's one of the 11-11 team members there. And here's actually a good, really wide shot. You see just how far ahead Ashton is in terms of just this movement and this workout. And you can see where some of these other athletes are getting caught. And again, these are your, I don't mean to say it, but your bottom ranked teams. So the next heat's actually going to be, it's going to be fascinating to see because, as we've mentioned, these are heavy dumbbells. You watch Ocean at the bottom of your screen. You know, she's herself as an actual lightweight athlete. There you go. She cranked that rep out. On your screens now is the is this Cape CrossFit. I believe this is their second team. But the guys are actually doing fantastically well, though. It's the Cape CrossFit Werewolves, I believe. You can see Mark Fontana's wife there in the background. She's getting her star jumps going. She was trying to warm up those legs. I think actually, standing out on that floor is a little bit chilly. And again, you've warmed up, you've got your body up to a nice temperature, and now you're slowly going to cool down. And I think that's what the athletes are fighting against here is how do you stay warm if you're the third athlete on the pack? It's Ocean taking a bit of a breather now. She's going to get back under these dumbbells. I actually got to watch her last year at the Alpha competition in Egypt. And actually, again, she's actually just such a wonderful athlete. Always happy to speak to you and give her your time, which is nice. So, again, epic to see her out here on the semi-final floor. And let's see what she's got. There's a pirouette for 111. She's going to finish it. Come on, you've got to get that line. Did she just go unbroken?
She's
no!
I thought she was going to give it a go for sure.
2 for 2. That would have absolutely made my day out here. I mean, there you can see it. She made the second way around just, what was that, like 3/4 of the way around the second one. But you know what? Glad it wasn't too big a bail.
So your current leaders for this heat, the Cape CrossFit Werewolves, you can see they've got their second male onto the dumbbells and 2 40-kilogram dumbbells.
I don't even own 40-kilo dumbbells, to be honest with you. Like, when you said that now, like, I know there was a moment of price science, and I kind of went like, wait, hang on. I don't actually own 40-kilo dumbbells in my box. So had one of my teams made it here, this would have been a new experience for all of us. So
generally speaking, an 80-kilogram bench for me is not really the easiest thing in the world. And now these guys are, splitting it across 2 dumbbells, which makes it a lot harder. Like, doing bench press with dumbbells, you have to hold a full grip on those dumbbells. You can't really relax your hands as much as you would with a barbell.
Yeah. I think that's actually Trent. I want to say Stratum, but you know me, to be honest with you, I'm actually really, really bad with names.
That is Trent Stratum.
Chalk one up for Stretch. Got a name right for a change. But you know what, again, like also, an ex-Durban boy recently moved down to Cape Town, actually used to train at Zulu. Now he's moved down there. The same as he's with Mike Fontana. He's moved down to Cape Town. And obviously his wife's in this team as well. I mean, pretty much, I think there are 7 of the Cape CrossFit coaches are actually competing. And when I had to speak to Mike earlier today, I was like, who's actually coaching at your box?
Cape CrossFit is closed for business for the next 2 weeks.
Exactly. I mean, even boss man Chris is up here. Here we go. Get it, love. Done. There you go. 111, first teammate through.
And Suelna Besta just finishing off her last pirouette as well. So Motley Crew CrossFit Blue is onto their second male athlete as well.
Yeah, look at one of our competition directors there, Leo, coming over and congratulating. I think, again, this is a worldwide competition. I can't actually wait to see what some of the other regionals and semi-final competitions actually throw down. It looks like 111 in the bottom of your screen here. She's actually made it through her first one. She's going to kick up for a second pirouette. So let's hope she can do it. Oh, there you go. Trent Sabe got a no rep, but managed to kick straight back up and keep going. So good on him. Like I said, he is the first of the Cape CrossFit Werewolves males. So I know they're Monique Fantona, she's going to get ready. I actually have to correct that. I know she enjoyed it, but she's engaged to Mike. Although I'm going to keep calling her wife because, you know what, she deserves it.
So we're just approaching that 11-minute mark right now, a 16-minute time cap. And you can see our leading team over here, the Cape CrossFit Werewolves, got 2 of their 4 athletes through. So only 5 minutes left on the clock, 2 athletes to get through. It'll be interesting to see just how far any of these teams are going to get.
Yeah. Like I said, we're looking for that. I mean, there you go. Monique's up on the runner now. So, you know, the Werewolves, again, they may be actually able to pull themselves up into the second heat. It's just going to have to see how the rest of the day pans out for them. There you go. 1-1-1, bottom of your screen. Come on, my darling. It kills me, man. It absolutely kills me to see these athletes struggle in anything, you know. But again, paramount to the testing, like they're going to find a weakness in you. And that's what, for me, generally makes the sport so interesting to watch. Top of your screen, there you go. She's halfway, 3/4 way through her pirouette. Just coming up short. Man, I do love these wide angles. You actually really do get to see so much of what's going on. But at the same time, like we're trying to find one spot, one place, one everything. 1-1-1. She's made the full lip. She's going a big pirouette. I think she's just walking too deep into that square, really, to actually, you know, make advantage of the spin portion of the pirouette.
On the screen there from Motley Crew CrossFit Blue, you've got Gerald from Van Black, Sir Elna's husband as well. So Sir Elna's the first athlete that made it all the way down the line, and then just following her, there he is on their screen now.
There you go. Motley Crew really have. I think they've been a top. They've been in almost every single like major competition that we've had in South Africa. So they really are one of those boxes. They've got that beautiful blend between competitive and that fun lifestyle aspect of what actually makes CrossFit and functional training just a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely one of the bigger names in South Africa as well. They have made themselves well known to the community. I think 3 affiliates now.
Yeah, I believe, I may be wrong, but I think they had one in KZN. I think they may have recently just shifted. It didn't kind of line up where they focus, but you know what? It is what it is. Business is business. But at the end of the day, as long as everyone's here trying to get fit, I'm not going to bag on any facility, any coach, any athlete. Because I tell you now, all the athletes can do more than my chunky butt can.
Right over there on the left, you got Michelle van Reenen from CrossFit Juggernaut. That is their second team of their 3 teams that they've got in this year's semi-final. Just struggling to get those dumbbells up, but getting very comfy with them on a lap.
Bit of a cuddle. But you know what, that's at least, again, like we said yesterday, at least the athletes are out here trying. They're giving it absolute horns. You look at the bottom of your screen there, Ocean getting it up, just struggling there. But unfortunately, like I said, still absolute giving everything she can. Oh, make the pirouette, buddy. Make it. Get through. Come, it's done deal.
Oh, that's Gerald van Black right over there. One more pirouette to go before they can get their second female onto their assault runner.
And on the left-hand side of your screen is an athlete from 111, Dula, is pretty much affectionately as he's known by friends and family. I managed to hang out with him, like I said, when I was up in Egypt, and really, really good bunch of people. Sporting a bit of an injury on that knee of his for quite some time, but you know, it still didn't hit him. There we go.
And Gerald across the line. That is Motley Crew Blue with their second athlete through this full sequence.
You gotta love it. Like, second heat, doesn't matter, still in the fight. 1-1-1, she's finally getting all the way through a pirouette. Not today.
And you can see the Motley Crew team absolutely sprinting.
There you go on the buzzer. We've got 1 minute remaining in this workout, so we're gonna have good lord, the glitch. You know that you can tell that coffee hasn't kicked into me yet, but you know what? It's on its way soon, I promise.
On your screen now, that's Morgan Naidu. She's one of 2 twins, and her twin sister is in the other Motley Crew team, Motley Crew CrossFit Red. So 2 very fit sisters.
As you look across the board, though, the fascinating thing to see is, even in the individuals, you know, I'm not up in the bird's nest, I'm down on the floor, but there are actually a stack of husband-wife teams. Out here, you've got the Mansbergs. Let me just flick through and I'll tell you some of the other ones. It's been really, really good to watch. And it's just a lot of fun to see that. It's Inge van Mansberg and her husband, Megan Joy McDermott. Her husband's not here, actually. He's overseas, but him himself, a really, really good athlete. But I think he was born in the UK, so unfortunately he doesn't fall under our...
10 seconds left, and you can see Monique Schmidt just struggling to get those dumbbells up. And an amazing effort by all teams in test number 3. Heat number 1. Only 2 teams getting more than 1 athlete through, namely Motley Crue CrossFit Blue and the Cape CrossFit Werewolves.
And you can see Nick Affat's at the back there. He's got that glorious mustache. I think he's had that for like 2 years. He's been grooming that thing. He's so proud of it. But unfortunately, not managed to get on the floor. But you know what? Just means he's going to have more gas in the tank to go at the next test.
And just revisiting a couple of highlights over here. So CrossFit 111, this is the relentless team in the middle lane, making easy work of the pistols. And their second team, CrossFit 111, in lane number 1, really just struggling to get through one of the pirouettes.
Just to see, and this was an athlete actually trying to go unbroken. I wonder if she hadn't, rested in that end of that first rep, would have made it through a little bit faster. But you know what? She made it through. So I'm not gonna, sitting there like proud of her. You can see that collapse at the end there. She was just, I don't know whether it's just exacerbation or she's just so happy.
That was Trent Stradom. So the 2 athletes getting through there for Cape CrossFit, Ashton Finkel and Trent Stradom. And then from Motley Crue CrossFit, over there, Gerald Frambach, joining his wife at the end of
there you go.
The end of the lane, getting their second athlete through. I think the heat win over here is going to come down to between... Oh, there you go. You can see a little kiss at the end at the finish line. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back with our first seeded heat of the teams to take on test number 3.
Here we go. Heat 2, our top ranked or seeded athletes coming onto the floor. This one's going to be good. Like, this is where I'm excited to watch this, because most of these athletes, if not all of the athletes, are as able on their hands as they are on their feet.
And a nice little touch over there. You can see this year the Unbox Mayhem Africa team sporting their leader shirts. They're going to make their way out into lane number 5, right in the middle of the pack.
Here we go. Look at that full South African range. And not bagging it. Also have Egyptian teams out here, but it is good to see just South Africa 1 to 10. That's exciting for me personally.
So just introducing your teams over here from lane 1 through 10. Test number 3, heat number 2. In lane 1, Pack Life Santon. Lane 2, we've got Motley Crue Red. In lane 3, Juggernaut Unstoppable. That's the team led by Justin Swart. Lane 4, 10-star Hybrids. They put on an epic show yesterday, currently sitting in 2nd position. In lane 5, your current leaders, Unbox Mayhem Africa. In lane 6, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack, who are definitely on the hunt today. Tiger Valley Synergy in lane number 7. Lane 8, Pack Life Wanderers. And then Stretch's Hometown. In lane 9, you got CrossFit Zulu. And in 10, CrossFit Bounty.
No, there hasn't been a lot of a shift around, to be honest with you, in the teams compared to like the individuals. There's been some big shifts. Athletes moving from heat 3 to heat 1, and other athletes moving from 1 to 3. So the individuals have had a big shake-up, and that's going to be fascinating for me to see. I mean, again, I'm on the floor, so I get first hand of it. I get to see all aspects. Yeah, you guys are a little bit stuck in terms of what the camera angle is there at the time. But, there we go. Look at that. Tomo versus... So Tomo is our man from Rebel. He's pretty much the head of the equipment crew, and that's his beautiful wife as well. And you can see there's Angela Watson, her man behind her. Some stellar athletes. You've got Angie there, that's of Alberton. Again, most of these judges are level 1 and level 2, as well as affiliate owners themselves. So, the top dogs they've brought out here just to make sure that all judging is fair. Bounty are in the mood today. I'm feeling this energy today. I'm not too sure about you. I mean, I'm stuck up here. I can't wait to get down there and get my groove on.
No, I think this is going to be a show. Do you foresee any of these athletes breaking up or getting stuck under those dumbbells? Do you think there's going to be such a big difference between heat 1 and 2?
It's a tough call. To be honest with you, like I'd love to see all these teams just smash it. But truth be told, I think, everybody's got that glitch in their system, every single one of us. So it's going to be interesting to see just when does that glitch catch up with you, or have these athletes going, we're in the top 10. We've tried to I've just run out of the word I want to say, but have they actually managed to sort of start sealing those holes in their game to see where they are? Lani up here in the front, her Instagram, Lani Lan, she's actually an ex-gymnast, so I don't think that handstand is going to be an absolute problem for her at all.
That's CrossFit 10-star on your screen there now. And they're currently sitting in 2nd, so also here to, give it a fight, and they want that top spot. Everyone wants that top spot, because at the end of the day, we only have one team going to the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, no, I love the South African attitude. When I interviewed, Gil Marie yesterday, I was actually saying, yeah, you're here to win. She's like, Shish, don't ask me that. I'm like, nah, girl, you're here to win. Like, you want to go to games. That's the point here. So it's going to be, like I said, the individuals a bun fight, but here the teams, these are your top-ranked teams. Let's see what they got. I mean, the thing is, I saw it yesterday in individuals. You can see the different run style. And actually speaking to a few of the athletes yesterday, saying, like, how is this running here compared to the road? Some of the athletes saying, if you're a heel striker, you're actually in a better position on the assault runner because you get to more contact with the mat and you actually get to pull more mat underneath you. Whereas if you're a toe striker, you're generally a lot lighter in terms of being lighter on your feet. So they don't actually pull as much. Because one of the athletes is like, man, Stretch, I was running my off, and there was nothing I could do. I just couldn't get that thing to go faster. And then you speak to sort of like Jason Smith, some of the other more seasoned athletes on these runners that are used to them. They're like, yo, dude, you've got to go heel strike or a flat pad, as you can see here on this athlete's feet. Unfortunately, obviously, we don't get to see the speeds we're running at, but if you watch that white tape flip around, you can kind of get a sense of judgment as to how fast these athletes are running, and just in terms of that speed of that white tape. So made a big difference for me being on the floor yesterday, being able to see where they're at.
Just on your screen now, you've got on the right-hand side, Pack Life, CrossFit Wanderers, and then just alongside them on the left-hand side, CrossFit Zulu.
That's actually Key Alcock, so I'm interested to see her get up onto this bench press. And here we go. As Janine Pernell, she's going to get up on here. Don't foresee this being a problem for her. She's a veteran athlete on the competition floor. Not saying age, but there you go. This is where the rep actually starts. So before anything, you've got to get those dumbbells to lock our position. Beautiful work there for her. I mean, look at that. She's just hammering out these bench.
Going for a huge set with this first set of dumbbells.
Here's Kia Alcock. Let's see what she's got here.
So as we explained at the start, these athletes need to complete 10 dumbbell bench press. The ladies' weight, 2 27.5 kilogram dumbbells. So 2 60-pound dumbbells for the ladies.
On screen, you can actually see the attitude between the two athletes. Like, why does they look a bit nervous? Those ones like, you know what, I've done this in training. I've got this. I know what I'm going. There was Bounty, kind of just literally lay down and got into it. Key Alcock taking a little bit of time, obviously, just composing herself, getting that motivation firing.
I don't foresee these dumbbells being a problem for Angie Conaway.
Yeah, Key Alcock gets into the starting position. Just go see what she's got. Let's not forget, you're coming out of a heavy bench press straight into pistols and then again back into your handstand position. So your shoulders and your girdle, your shoulder girdle is just going to be absolutely toasted.
You can see that last rep was a little bit of a struggle for Angie, but just bearing in mind, she did just go 10 reps unbroken.
There you go, Janine Perrinon locking that. She's just got her through her 10, so she's going to hammer out her pistols now or her single leg squats. There you go. Like I said, these top females actually are getting to work here, going rep for rep, side by side. Again, these are your top-ranked teams. They're going to hammer it out. Everything to play for today. I mean, if you look in the background, that's Ani Lan. Looks like they're struggling a little bit in terms of these. But you know what? Doesn't matter. They've still got full day of competing and tomorrow in order to shake up that leaderboard. There we go. I think it's Angie Colloway going straight up into her first pirouette. As you cut back to, I think that's Brady Finkel.
That is Brady Finkel.
Hey. There we go. Angie Colloway.
Angie Colloway going unbroken, it seems.
Look like
she's got one more set.
There you go.
Making easy work of these pirouettes. She could not be using that target.
Smooth. That was beautiful. Absolutely. Look, she has this look around. She's like, okay, she's realized she's through. She's cranking. All smiles.
Right. AJ Visser onto the 400-meter run. This is not going to be a problem for him. A very strong run in the field.
There you go. It's Brady up against Janine here. Going to see through it. Different styles of the handstand. You can see sort of the... I'm interested to see Lani in the corner there, how she walks with very, very straight, tight legs. Janine's got a little bit of a splayed, and Brady's obviously gone. Both of them going unbroken. Janine's going to go for a third one. Janine, come on, love. Center. Come on.
She's just coming down. But quite interesting what you saw from Brady on the last one. She actually walked all the way through towards the yellow line before doing that pirouette, just so that as her shoulders fatigued a little bit, she was only 1 or 2 steps away.
Again, actually, I think it's a good idea. I mean, you can actually dive for it. You know, as long as nothing touches the floor before you. There we go.
Yeah, she did it again.
Hey, that paid out for her.
Is Brady Finkel over the line, the first female athlete from the Wolfpack.
I actually spoke to Chris last night, just asked him how he's doing with the team. He's like, hey, Stretch, you know what? Not everything goes our way, but we still got everything to fight for and everything to play for, and we're coming for it. So good attitude from obviously the boss man there, and you can see it going through to his athletes, you know, top to bottom. They're always going to fight for every single micromillimeter. AJ Fiss up against Callum Diebel. Just going to see Callum, like I said, coming from the surf life-saving world here in Durban, and now moving now to Cape Town, becoming himself CrossFit, and also having been to games already, so a veteran.
It's Carly-Ann Smith on your screen right now.
Look at that hold.
Just squeezing in that repetition. Getting through her second handstand pirouette.
Oh, Lani Lan, look at that. Basically, there you go. She's going to go unbroken. Like I said, a gymnastics background. Absolutely.
Oh, my goodness.
Beautiful. But you can see there how tight her legs are, keeping it together. Again, that background in gymnastics really, really paying dividends for her now.
We're 6.5 minutes into this heat, so just under 10 minutes remaining. AJ Visser, the first male athlete
Looks like top of your screen there, Bounty getting through their first pirouette. She's going to make the line. Beautiful work. She's got 2 to go. And look there, Key Alcock, a little bit squatting down, just having a bit of a breather. There you go. She's going to get back up on the left-hand side of your screen, on the right-hand side of the image. See these athletes taking a breather.
Carly Smith from CrossFit Juggernaut, just taking a little break, trying to find herself. She has got one more pirouette left to get their first female athlete through this. Devin Ramsden on the right side of your screen there, repping CrossFit 10-star. They put up an epic show yesterday.
Another one of those athletes that I managed to speak to. Excuse me. Devin's actually one of the taller, or possibly, dare I say, the tallest male athlete out on the floor. And there we go.
Carly celebrating, getting over the line. That is the first female athlete for CrossFit Juggernaut Unstoppable.
So sorry, going back to Devin, actually, I spoke to me, said the height of the pull-up bar. I actually don't know what's going on with my voice. Excuse me for a second.
There he is, Devin Ramsden setting up now with his dumbbells. And as Stretch mentioned earlier, the rep begins at the top. So they need to go down, pretty much do a bench press, and then can start through their repetitions.
It looks like Callum Diebel, AJ Fisser going at it, hammer and tong. It's going to come down to the third and fourth athlete here to see who's got what and who wants this. But like I said, time is running out. 60-minute time cap. We're already halfway through this, so we got some time to do if these athletes really want to finish this workout.
AJ up and away, but Callum right behind him. And Callum, also coming from a gymnastics background, should not have too much of an issue with these pirouettes and handstand walks. AJ just a little unbalanced. But one more rep.
Callum looks like he's gonna have to go unbroken if he wants to keep up. It's literally up to AJ to fail it right now. And
AJ just coming down. And Callum is across the line.
Sorry, I think we're just both so excited. I think Callum's actually there, moved Wolfpack into the lead right now. So let's have it, Wolfpack.
AJ diving over the line. And here we go now, Regan Finkel. Starting out the second part of this workout. So this is where the workout changes up slightly. Regan will now have to do 15 dumbbell bench press, but only 10 unbroken squats per leg.
Some of these athletes just, and you see it once they finish that pirouette, you're like, my heart goes out there, man, because they're still competitors, they're still competing, and it's still a race, no matter which way you look at it. So just to see them so close to that line, yeah, I didn't jinx an athlete for a change. I'll take that.
That's Byron Smith that just came across the line now from CrossFit Tiger Valley Synergy. Michelle Morant giving it a crack on that salt runner.
There and again, you can see those two different running styles. Michelle coming from, she's comfortable on the run. Brady just running within herself is what I would say it is.
5.5 minutes left on the time cap. Will we see any of these teams get their fourth female out onto the floor? And as we mentioned earlier, so that was Carly Ann Smith from Juggernaut Unstoppable that got over the line first. And then again, this is her husband, Dale Smith. A very, very fit household, I would say.
I'm seeing a very interesting dynamics in the world of CrossFit in terms of husbands being more supportive of their wives being an athlete as opposed to, gone are the days where wives are just the spectators. I don't know if you've noticed that, but I'm seeing that more and more and more.
I've definitely picked that up, but I do feel that, CrossFit is a full-rounded family sport as well. So very often, once a family starts CrossFit, the kids follow as well. Like I know personally at my box, I've got a whole family training there, which is awesome. So the kids starting at, 9 years old, and but then mom and dad also training, the teenagers right in between, which is really cool because I think that, just allows a family to have something, big one common goal.
100%. I agree with you there. I actually had a family, unfortunately, lost to immigration, the Nordeers, but what a beautiful family. Mom, dad, older brother, sister, and then even the youngest son at like 7 years old used to come to the box and just do his thing. He'd do burpee box jumps if he could, climb up on the box, get off. But like I said, it's just that what mom and dad do, the family sees as a good thing, and everybody moves together as a unit towards a goal, which is beautiful to see, if you ask me. I think the stance for this, the elbows actually have to be in line with the bench. I mean, Finkel making it work there. That's Brady, I believe.
That would be Regan Finkel.
Regan. Sorry, Brady. I will get better at this one day, I promise. You guys are from Cape Town. I never get to see you guys, man. You're like a whole nother country down there.
So it seems like Dale Smith has finished off his full round of pirouettes, and in the back there you can see Vicky Polidoro just taking on that 400-meter run as well. Again, probably one of your stronger athletes in a 400-meter run.
This poor athlete on your screen right now, I know you've got her name, I'm not even going to try, but she's been out there for 13 minutes. And again, not giving her something. You can see she is absolutely wrecked. But I guarantee you now, she's happy and proud she didn't quit, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Regan making very light work of those pistol squats on the 10 reps per leg, unbroken reps. As soon as that foot, non-working foot, touches the ground, the rep won't count. You stay where you are in your rep count, but your previous rep will not count. Michelle Morand on the chase now.
I mean, Michelle Morand herself is a physically light athlete, so I mean, I'm pretty sure she's close to body weight, if not pushing over body weight in this bench press.
If I remember correctly, I think Michelle Morand weighs 58 kilos and 22.5 kg dumbbells.
Yeah, it's insanity. And
sorry,
again,
27.5 kg dumbbells.
You're asking
That's
me
55.
to do maths?
No, that's 55 kilos.
So there's a reason I'm an affiliate owner. I'm not really good at maths, big guy.
3 kilos under her body weight.
Eager with just under 2 minutes on the clock. Going to watch, looks like Cape CrossFit are going to cement themselves as the leader/winner of this event. Beautiful pyramid. So her hand basically staying on that center point sticker, which is, she's going to go unbroken. I back her for this. Come on, Regan. I'm seriously going to stop talking about athletes. I feel like I just jinx them every single time.
So if Regan gets across the line, this is going to spice things up a little bit because it's going to be Michelle Morand up against CrossFit Tiger Valley. The athlete's still out on the floor. That's Emma Rogers. So it's going to be a race for them for that top 3 spot. Who's going to finish across the line here first?
There we go.
And Regan is across. That's going to leave Mike van Tonda with 1 minute to get through as much of his 400-meter run as possible.
Are you telling him to rest?
Callum taking an interesting approach here, telling Mike not to do anything.
That's a gamble, eh? Like, if you go unbroken in these handstand walks, that means Mike's going to go from ice cold. Oh, okay, there you go. He jumped up anyway. I think they were just saying, like, chill, enjoy the run. You've just got a minute to run it out. So I think that's exactly what's going on there. I
think Mike's just keen to work out at this point. You've watched your whole team get all the way through this.
No. Look at the screen. Look on the right-hand side.
Oh, you got Alan Fowler dropping down into a bit of a sprint alongside Mike van Tonda.
Now it's a journey. Like I said, there you go. Went unbroken.
Alan going full Robocop on us over there.
Yeah, I'm not going to say Alan's a runner. I'm not going to throw that there. But you know what, Alan, top job, man. He got on that runner and went hammer and tong. Now we're going to have to see how that strategy was of telling Mike, just chill, enjoy it, as opposed to, dude, you need to move.
Well, that must have meant that Michelle Morand did something very special in those handstand walks because she was still busy with the bench press the last time we saw her.
Unfortunately, that's the only problem with being up here in the bird's nest is we get to see what you guys see. We're watching the camera and that's it. So we don't get to see the full angle. I'm not going to lie, that's the bonus of me being on the floor. I get to see everything and I get to jump around a lot. So But there you go. Look at some of these highlights.
Coming back down here, Angie Conaway making light work of those handstand pirouettes. Also a strong athlete on the bench press. That was Brady Finkel, the first athlete from Cape CrossFit across the line.
Oh, all smiles at the end there.
Could only be happy with that performance.
We're going to have to see how this mixes up. There's Lani. You're going to have to see how this actually mixes up the leaderboard now. So it's going to be interesting.
Those must be some of the prettiest pirouettes that were out on the floor today.
Oh, yeah,
so
man.
easy.
That gymnastics background, I guarantee she is. There we go. You got to love the celebration when an athlete does something that they've been struggling with and then locks it down.
Carly Smith just over the moon with that performance, getting through this whole workout and finishing her portion of it.
All right, guys, I'm going to love and leave you. I'm going to head on down to the floor because I get to be the on-the-floor guy for the individuals. And you know what? That's going to be interesting. Been some huge shakeups there. I don't know if you guys are aware, but obviously we watched Alicia Stoop go from Heat 1 actually to Heat 3. So she's ripped herself through the standings, which is really, really good. And unfortunately, we see Tana Buffet drop out from Heat 3 to Heat 2. But again, no difference. Still the same competition.
Stretch, we're just going to head down to the floor. We've got an interview lined up down here with the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack.
Ladies and gentlemen, a wrap up to a crazy race in event 3. Talk me through what this event win means to you. You guys were methodical. You didn't have the lead in the beginning, but you stuck to a game plan.
I mean, look, I really have to shout out our two girls here. We practiced this as soon as it came out, and I mean, they struggled to hit 20 on the bench press and worked on it throughout the week. This is the one we're probably the most shaky for. It's funny how those things work, that ends up being our best finish. So really chuffed about it.
And an incredible one. You guys moved, every single athlete just moved incredibly. Talk me through the feeling that you had coming off the floor, because it clearly meant a lot.
I was just very nervous for both of our bench press. I didn't expect to just keep going. I think I went for a little bit too much because I failed my next one as well. So I was just happy to cross.
Well, it didn't seem like it caused you too much of a problem just from the outside in. And I just have to ask one last thing. Final athlete getting to the runner, that flex must have felt good.
Yeah, I've never smiled like that on a runner before.
Well, the camera made the biceps look big too. And happy birthday, everybody in the crowd. Let's give it up for the birthday boy over here. Thank you so much.
And there you have it, a little insight into the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack's successful event number 3. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with women's event number 3, heat number 1, kicking off shortly.
is an outlet.
2 straight unbeaten wins for the defending CrossFit Games champion.
For some, it is an identity.
Justin Medeiros is the fittest man on earth.
It can take us from who we are today to who we want to be tomorrow.
Knocking on the door yet again.
Training is everything.
Try to catch me howling at the moon. Try to catch me howling at the moon. Oh, it's your thing. Do what you wanna do.
Training is a mindset.
And there goes Justin Medeiros, and he will take round 2.
It is the meditative process of putting in the work.
Justin Medeiros is the fittest man on earth.
Training is everything.
Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. If you just tuned in, I'm Matt Holliday, and joined with me again is Kent Klein. He's coming up from the floor.
Thanks so much, Matt. I'm not sure if you got to see the closure of that last one, but it was electric.
I was right here. I was watching it. Where you watching it?
Oh, from the absolute floor. That athletes, man.
No, that was incredible. And a massive push through the finish of those those teams. The individuals in those teams. It was, watching Alan Farless go full Robocop in that last little split second to try and catch up to Mike van Tonda. Man, epic scenes here from the Rebel Renegade Games in Johannesburg, South Africa for the first time in 3 years.
Absolutely. Look, it's been a phenomenal weekend thus far, and I think we're about to head into what is essentially the breakdown for this third event for the individuals. So, benchmark workout, Matt. We all know it. We've all tried it. It's Linda. But a little bit of a spanner in the works, as we've come to expect from Adrian Vosman. We're throwing dumbbells into it.
Heavy dumbbell, Linda, not just regular dumbbells. We need to keep this as the theme across the weekend because, as you could see in the last event with the teams, 60 pounds for the ladies. And again, that's 27.5 kilograms here in South Africa. And then 90 pounds for the men, 40 kg dumbbells.
Yes, that converts to, like you said, 60 pounds and 90 for the men. You could see it stopped a lot of athletes in their track. Like, we're used to, in the sport of CrossFit, just building up our bench press, but the different stimulus triggered by using a dumbbell for that bench press, like, it really isolates a potential weakness.
Most definitely, and I think one of the biggest things is grip we have to take into account.
Of course.
When you're holding onto a dumbbell, you need a full grip. As opposed to the barbell, you are able to kind of relax that grip a little bit, maybe rest the barbell on your palm. There's no opportunity to do that.
Absolutely.
And those stabilizer muscles are going nuts in your shoulders.
So the key difference here, obviously, heading in from the team event over to the individual event now is obviously there's no run involved, but we are throwing in a deadlift. So this is an interesting workout in the sense that all of these athletes will move that deadlift weight really easily, but you're going to get baited into probably wanting to go unbroken, aren't you?
I think, so here we go. The workout essentially 10 to 1. So 10 deadlifts, 10 dumbbell bench press, 10 squat cleans, and then back through 9, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8, all the way down to 1. That squat clean is light, fairly light for this level of athletes.
Yeah.
So a 50 kg squat clean and a 70 kg squat clean for the men. I worry that a lot of these athletes are going to get sucked into going unbroken. Being able to move a barbell like that isn't that difficult on this kind of level, especially through a movement like a squat clean.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of repetitions, man. And I do worry that that's going to kind of bite a few people in the later rounds.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on, Matt. And I think we spoke about this yesterday, about how everything Adrian Vosman programs has a bit of a send trap. This is out the gate because it looks like a lot of volume, and it is a lot of volume, but realistically, I don't know. I'm not an elite athlete like yourself, Matt. So at the end of the day, I would not even consider going unbroken on any of those elements too early in the race.
We've all seen the size of your arms on the competition floor.
That is because the camera adds 10 pounds to a bicep, and I don't know why.
Okay, so 17-minute time cap. Do you foresee many athletes finishing this event?
I think we will. I think it's aggressive, but I think we're going to. I think the upper echelon of athletes are definitely going to come in under that time cap. But again, Matt, it's a lot of volume. It is a lot of volume under a lot of load. I think that athletes are, or at least from the commentary booth, I'm really interested to see, especially after the team event, what type of fatigue levels settle in on the bench press specifically. The barbell's not very heavy on the squat clean, and not super heavy on the deadlift. But the bench press is the key decision maker.
I know we had that brief discussion yesterday about breaking up the earlier rounds.
Yeah.
Do you think that we're going to see those top-end athletes break any of the stuff up at all? Or do you think we're going to see something, that first kind of 10 to 7 rounds, maybe a strategic 2 to 3 sets, especially through that dumbbell bench press?
I'm going to venture a guess here as a betting man and say that your winning athletes will be breaking it up a little earlier on.
Okay.
I think what you're going to probably notice is from when we enter in the rep ranges of 5s and 4s, that's when you're going to see those unbroken rounds come together.
That full send is going to take place.
Exactly. So it's full send for the end.
And I think we'll notice that those rounds from 10 to 7, taking pretty much the most part of the first 10 minutes. But as soon as we hit that round of fives, I think this workout is going to go so fast. And it's going to be very important for athletes to know where they are in conjunction to the field, because this is a lot of reps and it's going to be very easy to get lost in.
Yeah, no, it really is. I mean, like we said, lighter load on the squat clean for these athletes. It's really just a formality for these athletes. But Matt, getting baited into big sets of squat cleans only is going to derail your bench press. It's going to spike your heart rate. It's a very strategic workout, actually.
The squat clean is the heart rate destroyer.
Absolutely.
Well, we can carry on talking about our what we think is going to happen, or we could just wait a couple of minutes and in 5 minutes just watch this for ourselves, where the first heat of women take to the floor for test number 3 at the Rebel Renegade Games 2023.
Just an encouragement for all of those listening in. If you are listening for the first time, welcome to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the semi-final for Africa of the Noble CrossFit Games on-screen rather. You are now seeing Ruan Pistol Potgieter, as he was yesterday dubbed. And if you are listening in and you have questions, comments, and you are on the YouTube stream, please feel free to engage with us. We're here not only to be showing you the overall flow, but also to engage with you on all levels.
And as you can see, our first heat of women making their way down to the floor. Just moving through these lane assignments, you can see a couple of withdrawals from the competition. So taking this from 10 athletes in heat number 1, only down to 6. But in lane number 3, Jessica Thompson. Lane number 4, Elzan Trotsky. Lane 5, Tammy Taylor. Lane number 6, Ingi Hossam Eldin. Lane 7, Inge von Mansberg. And lane number 8, Carla van Staden.
Matt, your athlete in the spotlight for this heat?
My athlete in the spotlight is Tammy Taylor.
Absolutely. One to watch out for. Do keep it dialed in.
Tammy Taylor, once again, one of the older individual female competitors at 39 years old, turning 40 later this year.
Matt, as we've seen, I guess, from the individual competition yesterday, especially with regards to Jason Smith, age doesn't seem to be a limiting factor for these athletes.
I think experience always plays a big role in this. And a discussion that we've had a couple of times going back and forth is we don't really have the sport starting at a very, very young age in South Africa or Africa. As you can see, the average age of these competitors is kind of mid-20s. Whereas on the international level, they are starting to compete on this kind of level in their early teens. So the sport is very new for us, well, still relatively new, and these are still a couple of the OGs from the sport, the guys that really kick-started this in 2012, 2013, and are now at their kind of 10-year mark in the sport.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, Matt, because, I mean, we were having this discussion yesterday about the athletes getting younger and younger, but if you look at, like, the average, let's call it cardiovascular trajectory of an athlete, there's sufficient data to prove that athletes really step into their cardiovascular prime after the age of 30. And Well, welcome back to the live feed, and welcome to South Africa, where the reps are plenty, the workouts are sendy, and the rand and our electricity are in a race to see who is the most unstable. For those of you who have joined in us in the comments and been entertaining despite it, Melanie van der Berg, Danielle Webstock, thanks so much for keeping us entertained here in the booth. Matt, seems like we've got a steady race here.
Yeah, we are back. We couldn't see much for a little bit, but from what we can see, we are pretty much halfway through. We see the medic over there just approaching one of the athletes on the floor. That's Tammy Taylor in lane number 5. So I wonder if something happened.
We'll obviously, in and amongst the load shedding taking place, be keeping you appraised of the time related there too, as we're unfortunately able to not see that at the moment. However, we do look like we have an early breakout, Matt, from one of our athletes out in lane number
5.
I think that's 5. Yeah, there we go.
So in lane number 6, we've got Ingi Hussein Aldin. She's definitely made the first break, as we can see her barbell is the furthest down the field. Right over here in lane number 7, you've got Inga van Mansberg. She's on your screen now. And then just off to the left of her on your screen, Carla van Staden. Carla taking a bit of a break from those dumbbell bench press. But Ingi just moving through these squat cleans in a touch and go fashion.
Yeah, Jessica Thompson in view now, cycling through that bench press nicely. And Matt, this, as we've seen from the team side, is clearly a massive load.
Right, just if you are joining us once again, this is the Rebel Renegade Games 2023, the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event for Africa. We do apologize just about that little break that we took over there. Our power was cut out due to load shedding.
Which is an interesting challenge that we have in South Africa. Matt, I know Adrian Bosman's throwing interesting challenges at our athletes, and we just decided as a country to throw them another spanner in the works.
There you go. The program is challenging, but the, what we're facing over here, thanks to the government, is just as challenging, it seems. We can't even just watch some good old-fashioned CrossFit.
To be honest, though, I must say shout out to all of these ladies on the floor. They just kept moving during that time period. They didn't have a clock to look at, but alas, we are back and we are underway, Matt. Almost 13 minutes in, just over the 12-minute mark. A clear ascendancy at the moment in the center of the floor.
Over here on your screen, you've got Alzan Goosen just making her way through her squat cleans in singles.
Yeah, like Matt, you'd said earlier, this is a really, really, really heart rate driven portion of the workout. Yes, the load will get the lactic acid in the legs going at some point, but really, more than anything, this is a heart rate driver.
As we can see from up here, I think it's in lane 6. It seems like Ingi Hussam Aldin's judge has got one finger up. So one bench press remaining for Ingi. As you can see, her barbell is definitely ahead of the rest. So she's currently leading the pack. We're still waiting on a little bit of insight to see what happened in lane number 5 to Tammy Taylor. We saw the medic just seeing to her in her lane. But it seems as though she's continuing with the workout. And here we go. Ingi has finished off that final bench press rep, moved into her squat cleans. And this seems to be the round of 5 for Ingi. 2 reps left before she makes her way back to her deadlifts.
She's absolutely annihilating that barbell at the moment. Very minimal rest. We did say that the touch and go, well, not the touch and go strategy, the single rep strategy would more than likely be the option to opt for. "17-minute time cap for those watching in. Ingi making great work of this right now. Back to those deadlifts. Madigan, not a particularly heavy load on the deadlift, but cumulative fatigue, definitely that barbell gets heavy.
Right, some good news. We just got back from the floor. We did check in on Tammy Taylor, lane number 5. Nothing serious, no injuries. She just felt a little bit dizzy under the weight of the dumbbells, but the medics did check her out and cleared her to continue, and she would like to continue with the workout.
Yeah, warrior mentality there.
On your screen now, Jessica Thompson just making her way through a set of squat cleans. 3 reps remaining for Jessica.
Yeah, Jessica moving very proficiently at the moment. But Ingi is on a mission right now.
And as we said, towards the back end of this workout, as the reps come down, they're going to start flying through the rounds.
And he's got 1 rep remaining on that dumbbell bench press, but Matt, it's a formidable load. I know we spoke about it before. If there was ever a movement in this workout that you would love to go unbroken with, it's definitely got to be the dumbbell bench press, because it takes so much will to want to get that up. And just remember that the rep starts at the top, locked out, which means, as you would have seen a no rep there, despite her getting it up, the rep starts at the top.
That's another game changer in the movement standard for this dumbbell bench press, is that, yeah, you pretty much need to complete a bench press to begin your first rep.
Absolutely, which is a very interesting, very challenging task.
Tammy Taylor just moving her bar forwards, progressing in this workout, going back to another set of deadlifts. Ingi with 1 bench press left. With 20 seconds left on the clock. 2 reps left for Tammy. There you go. And Ingi is now in the starting position of her bench press and finishing off that final rep. She's going to run and squeeze in 1 squat clean rep.
And she would get it credited. She'd get it just at the time cap.
Right at the buzzer.
Yeah, incredible performance by the athlete on skiing, Inga.
Wow, what a show from our ladies in heat number 1. Unfortunately, we did miss a little bit of the action due to our power outage, but we are back up and running. Our backup is got us now for the rest of the load shedding hour.
Matt, we know the order of the day is always preparing for the unknown and unknowable. As an affiliate owner, have you ever decided to just turn the lights off and just see how your athletes cope with that?
Not by choice. A couple of the 5 a.m. classes have had to do a workout under torchlight, but no, thankfully, as everybody progresses and moves forwards, we make, we make things work.
Provision for the unknown and unknowable. It's a truly South African trait that it seems that we kind of get through anything. Got a message coming in through from one Brendan DeLange that says, as South Africans, we adapt and we move on.
There you go.
Brendan DeLange author of a book called The Winner's Mentality.
All right, we're just going to be taking a short break at the Rebel Renegade Games. We just witnessed the fitness from our women's heat number 1 in test number 3. So coming up next, women's test 3, heat number 2.
So Matt, the Heat 2 ladies now taking the floor, and you'll see quite a number of very well-established athletes now in this second heat after some aggressive movement on the leaderboard yesterday.
Yeah, a big shift in the leaderboard for the individual athletes, and this is kind of where we're going to see most of the athletes that have shuffled between lane or Heat 2 and Heat 3.
So we're very shortly going to show you what the lane assignments look like. But Matt, calling it early, we've got both Tanner Booth as well as Mary Jameson in this heat. You can't bet against Mary Jameson in this style of workout.
100%. And I think, she's going to grab a hold of those heavy dumbbells and make them look like just regular dumbbells. But just moving over here to our lineup for the women test 3, heat number 2, a stacked South African leaderboard. From lane 1, Maxine Smith. Lane number 2, Megan Fall. Lane 3, Gemma Rader. In lane 4, we've got Megan McDermott. Lane 5, Lisa Marie Guillaume. Lane 6, Tana Buffet. And lane 7, Mary Jameson. Lane 8, Coralie van Tonde. Lane 9, Jessica Skinner. And then in lane 10, we've got Asma Durouche.
Yes, indeed, Matt. And like you said, an absolutely stacked heat this is. I think it's Mary Jameson's, right? I think lane 6 and 7 is where you want to keep your attention right now.
Yeah, lane 6 and 7, but let's not count out the fact that Lisa Marie is the top-seeded lady in this event.
Absolutely. She would have come in as the top seed. You're 100% right. Mary Jameson is well-renowned for truly making light work of anything that is traditionally heavy to the rest of the world.
Well, hang on. Let's have a look in lane number 2 as well. Megan Fall, also one of the strongest female athletes out on the floor. So we cannot count her out either. There she is on your screen right now. Megan Fall, repping CrossFit Kempton. One of the powerhouse women that are out on the individual field. As you can see coming up here on your screen now, the Rebel Tactics. Breaking up the higher rep range, using the transitions to rest, and set yourself up for a tail end send. So we had this discussion earlier on as to whether athletes will be breaking that higher rep range of 10, 9, 8, 7. Obviously, keeping in mind that you're wanting to go as unbroken as possible on the deadlift, on the bench press. And straight out the gates here, we can see Megan Fall opting for singles.
Yeah, it's a solid strategy because, Matt, like we did say, that barbell, although not particularly heavy for an athlete of Megan Fall's the caliber, the cumulative fatigue does catch up with you at some point, yes?
Yes, of course.
Tanner Booth getting onto those bench presses. An incredibly strong athlete, but you can see initially off the bat, it's a really heavy load.
There we go, Tanner going 5 and 5.
Megan Fall going touch and go, Matt.
Yeah, touch and go through that set of 10. This is going to be an interesting one. So she's breaking up the deadlift. She went unbroken on the bench press and is opting for a set of 7 and 3. Touch and go squat cleans.
As mentioned yesterday, Tanner, who's now in your view, has an incredible weightlifting caliber about her. So it's going to be interesting to see in the latter rounds if they choose to stick to the strategy. It is a gassy workout, but at the end of the day, it is a massive amount of work.
Focusing now in lane number 3, that's Gemma Rader on your screen. Also, one of the female athletes with games experience, a South African, but living in Dubai.
Rocking the T in the very Daniel Brandon-esque style.
There we go, Mary Jameson onto her first set of squat cleans, and she's got 3 reps to go. And Mary Jameson just showing her experience by still rocking a pair of Nano 2s. I mean, the OGs know best if you've been in the CrossFit game for a while. Camera focus now is on Maxine Smith. She's still stuck in that first set of 10 bench press. Oh, and you can see Maxine grinding out the singles on that heavy bench press. Megan Fall cruising through this, already into a set of 9s, hanging onto that barbell for another set of 2. Megan Fall going to break her set of 9s into 3s, opting for 3 sets. As you can see, we just passed that 4-minute mark, and Megan Fall already well through her set of 10s and 9s. She's just starting out, still sticking to her singles fashion on the deadlifts.
Yeah, Matt, as mentioned at the beginning, stacked field right now. Elite athletes throwing down. I think from an audience perspective, definitely going to want to see who moves that barbell through to the next portion first. Tana making waves at the moment, and she's currently on screen right now. Matt, I don't know if I mentioned this to you earlier the year. Tana and Mariska, partners in the Pretoria Throwdown earlier this year. Very interesting weightlifting event that went down there, where you had to start off your weightlifting event with 3 squat cleans at a heavy load and 2 lengths of handstand walks, then 2 in the next interval, and then 1. And she finished off on 105 kilos. And she's not a particularly massive woman, but her weightlifting credentials are incredible.
Would that be Tana Buffet?
Yeah, spot on. Probably should have mentioned that. Thank you for keeping me honest, Matt.
105 kg squat clean.
It's amazing.
Pretty big number from quite a small frame.
Exactly that, Matt. Exactly that.
If you're trying to keep track of the score down on the floor, the set of squat cleans needs to be performed. The set of 10, 9, 8, and 7 in that first block. Once they've completed the full round of 7s, athletes will shift their bars forwards to the round of 6, 5, and 4, and then finally into the third block for rounds 3, 2, and 1.
Gemma Rader still moving touch and go through the first portion of her squat cleans there.
It's great to see Maxine Smith down in lane 1. She has managed to get her way through the full round of 10s.
Asma Deruish currently in frame right now. Still moving very methodically. Matt, quick question for you again, as I defer to your knowledge as an elite level athlete. The deadlifts, would you be alternating grip throughout this workout? Like maybe switching, like alternating to opposite hand alternating, and possibly even going with a clean grip occasionally?
This is a little bit of a controversial topic, I would say. There's been a lot of kind of theories around the best grip around the deadlift. And through a higher rep range, obviously the risk of that bicep going on the front side of the mixed grip.
Got you.
Especially through this amount of reps. So asking me if I was in a mixed grip athlete, I would most definitely try at least to switch around after every round or second round, just onto the more uncomfortable side. the body at the moment is under quite a lot of strain, especially under that heavy deadlift, bench press. But then again, going clean grip width into a set of cleans as well may not be the wisest choice. So I think as a very average level general box athlete, we should leave this down to the athletes on the ground. And we can actually have a look at the strategies that they are taking on. I could see there Gemma Rader was definitely in a mixed grip, but it'll be interesting to see if she is indeed switching her hands. And there you have it. As I mentioned, Megan Fall has now completed the round of sevens. So she's moved her bar forwards, the first female to move her bar forwards. And she will now begin with her round of 6, 5, and 4, and then progress her bar one more time into the final 3 rounds.
Now, for those of you listening in, before this event started, I have Gilmarie topping the leaderboard. Matt, you'd mentioned that she was actually featured on Morning Chalk Up this morning.
Yeah, just scrolling through my Instagram there this morning, I did see a little Morning Chalk Up shout out to Gilmarie.
That's awesome. It's great to see our local athletes getting such incredible exposure. Tana's still getting to work on those squat cleans, going with a few touch and go. Yet to catch up with Megan, though, who seems to be in an early ascendancy. Yeah, Megan is definitely at the front of the pack at the moment. No doubt Tana's going to be in there after this rep, if I am not mistaken. And she's locked that up.
So Tana moving back now to start out with her round of sevens. This will be her final round with the barbell for the cleans in that position.
Yeah, I think you called it, Matt. Tana Fall really just like so far ahead of the pack at the moment. Starting on her round post the initial set and moving on to the next block.
Yeah, as far as I understand, Megan Fall also a CrossFit Mayhem athlete. So interesting to see, once again, so many athletes, even on the South African field, coming out and sporting the CrossFit Mayhem programming. Megan Fall
and enough composure in the tank to just notice the people at home.
Halfway through this workout and still smiling at the camera.
For those of you listening in right now, do feel free to hit us up in the YouTube chat. Taking the time to respond to some comments, and if you do raise an interesting topic, we will feel free to chat about it. So please do hit us up in the comment section. Some fun comments coming through, Matt, with regards to the earlier incident with regards to load shedding. Gemma Rader still moving very well at the moment. Deep into this workout. Betrellin coming in asking a question right now. What is the dumbbell weight? 27.5 for the ladies, 40 kgs for the individual men. I hope that helps. 27.5 for the ladies, 40 kgs for the individual men.
As you can see now, the focus over here in lane number 10 is with Asma Diruish. Getting it right as the weekend progresses.
Absolutely, Matt. We're only getting stronger in the booth here, much like the athletes are on the floor.
I'm going to feel like all of these athletes are my friends at the end of the weekend.
1000% we'll have, be sure to have pizzas and beer at the end of the weekend. Apparently Matt's hosting this one. Everybody's invited.
So looking down at the field here, we still have Megan Fowle way ahead of the pack. It seems like Tana Buffet is right hot on her heels. She's finishing off this set of squat cleans and should be progressing her bar forwards. There, as you can see there, Tana Buffet just moving her bar forwards into the second block. So she'll be beginning her round of sixes. Mary Jameson on screen now, still pushing hard to get through this workout. And directly next to her in the green top, Coralie van Tonde, just not able to get those dumbbells up. Laying back on the bench. And what an interesting technique from Mary Jameson. As you heard earlier, the dumbbell rep needs to start right at the top. So a lot of these athletes laying back on the bench, doing their first press up, wasting that energy to actually get to the starting point of the rep. You might have just seen right over there, Mary Jameson using her legs, pressing those dumbbells up into a fully locked out position, and then starting a rep from the top without having to waste a press. Might be a smart move that you'll see in later heats. And unfortunately, Tana just failing out that bench press rep in her first set of sevens.
Yeah, Matt, a little under a minute to go. It looks like Megan Fall's kind of in a one-horse race at the moment. Gemma Rader still moving well.
I'm quite sure Megan Fowle will be very happy to be setting the leading time going into that top heat. Gemma Rader coming back though, you can see that her barbell is placed in the same position as Megan.
Final send on this one, Matt. We did mention that you're going to want to try leave that late send for the end.
Oh, Megan's still looking so strong on those dumbbell bench press.
On her round of 3, she's probably going to go touch and go on this one. It's going to be grippy, but here we go. As you know, she's got this locked up. That's the event W on her round of 2, two deadlifts. She got it in her. Onto the round of 1.
Oh, and Megan Fowle taking this event win or this heat win and just 2 repetitions short of finishing this entire workout.
Absolutely, Matt. That was an incredible one. And of course, just for everybody listening in, just because she wasn't necessarily in the top-seeded heat does not mean that that's not going to be the time that stands as the best one, as we would have seen yesterday from the various heats. All that to say, Matt, what do you think? Are we going to see somebody finish it up? She was very close, Matt.
I think coming into this, Megan Fowle would be one of my top athletes to finish out this workout, give it a real good crack. So I really think that that is going to be a top contending score. We're just going to go through some replays and we will come back to you with
and she's
our
currently on
women's
screen
heat
right
number
now.
3. Kicking off shortly here at the Rebel Renegade Games 2023, Africa's official Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event.
And we are back, Matt. The most stacked heat of the day. Let's talk through it.
Yeah, the women's heat number 3. So obviously, once again, going through a heat reshuffle. I think some of the biggest names right over here. In lane number 6, Michelle Basnet. Yesterday, qualifying in...
It was heat 2.
Yeah, seeding in to the Rebel Renegade Games in heat number 2, has now made her way into the top 3. Gilmarie Renica.
Yeah, morning chalk up because she topped the standings at the tail end of yesterday. Currently in first place. But Matt, again, stat heat. Max knocking on the door. Christina Levitakis not going to have been happy standing in the standings where she is. Would not expect if she comes out crazy aggressive on this one.
Yeah, so let's have a look how this one's going to go. Obviously, 7 South Africans in, 2 Zimbabweans, and 1 repping Morocco. So from lane number 1, we've got Christina Levitakis. In lane number 2, Alicia Stoop. In lane number 3, Mariska Smith. She's going to be wanting to make a comeback today as well. Lane number 4, Max Clint Smith. Lane 5, Gilmarie Renica. Lane 6, Michelle Basnet. Lane 7, Laura Hume. Lane 8, Emma Ollie. Lane 9, Thea Kruger. And then in lane 10, your youngest athlete for the weekend, Sofia Benani, holding her own, coming out of Spain for this event, originally born in Morocco.
And if you've just joined us again, welcome to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the semi-final of the Noble CrossFit Games. The workout that you're about to see go down with these most elite ladies for the weekend is Linda. The difference is, though, those of you who have listened in would more than likely have tried this at some point. We're throwing in dumbbells as an additional curveball. The lady you now see on screen, Gilmarie, your current alpha queen for the weekend thus far, occupying that number 1 spot. Matt, clinical performance by her yesterday.
Very, and you can just see the focus on her face now. I think she came in maybe not really expecting to finish day number 1 right up top. Of course, in this absolutely stacked field, but it looks like she is now here ready to finish the weekend.
And Matt, I don't know if you noticed that, but when she was in view, shout out to the Rebel crew, she's wearing the white leaders jersey.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. All these little added touches coming in from the Rebel Renegade Games in 2023.
Michelle Basnet in view right now, as well as Gilmarie. Both ladies opting to go touch and go in this initial set and break it up at about the 5 mark. Michelle attacking that bar first out of the 2 ladies. Keep in mind, Matt, this is a long race.
Yeah, once again, already straight off the bat, taking a slightly different approach to Megan Fowle in the previous heat. You can really just see those dumbbells pulling Michelle back down into the bench. But these ladies looking so strong under this dumbbell bench press. On screen now, you got Mariska Smith featuring in her very first individual semi-final.
Yeah, and high hopes and expectations, right? Because she's only known the occupation of the top of that leaderboard, Matt, having pivoted from teams through to individual.
Yeah, and even in the local competition space, just going through partners or bigger teams of 4, teams of 2, generally if Mariska Smith is in the team is winning. So just coming down to a completely different experience for her. She seems to be holding her own though today.
Yeah, look, I mean, as mentioned before, this barbell is a formality for these ladies, right? What they really need to manage well is the cumulative fatigue. And what we're seeing is Michelle Basnet, who, as you said, came into this event, high hope, expectation, second heat yesterday, coming out smoking those deadlifts and that bench press, putting clear distance between herself and the current number 1 occupant in Gilmarie.
Yeah,
Mariska already back to the deadlifts, Matt.
We have to just appreciate that effort that came from Michelle to get yesterday to get where she is today. That muscle up workout with the ruck into those burpee box overs. She was untouchable in that event. And that is exactly how she ended up in second place today.
So Matt, just looking at her 2 performances yesterday critically, right? So event number 1, she comes out swinging for the fences. And from at least from our perspective, is a little undone by the run. That's kind of where she might have lost her first place. She's come out swinging again here. So all that to say, we did get to see her come out swinging on the ruck workout and blast through that. Let's hope this is a wheelhouse event for her so she can hold on to that lead.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm really enjoying watching this Gilmarie Renegade just move this weekend. And I think just for her to be able to stick up in the rankings with these top 3 women through this whole event, that's kind of where she is focusing on at the moment.
Mariska making light work of these dumbbells. And Matt, just to mention again, no minor feat, right? That's 27.5 for these ladies. Like, for the most part, that's a little over a third of most of their body weight. Even more than that, actually.
Well, can you just backtrack to like 2018, 2019, where CrossFit introduced the 22.5 dumbbell for the dumbbell snatch for the first time ever?
Oh, yeah.
That was in the open. And that 22.5 felt ridiculously heavy compared to the 20 kg that had been used in previous years. And now, only, 3-4 years down the line, we have the female athletes having to bench press 227.5 kg dumbbells.
Exactly. And I mean, I think I made a clinical error there in saying a third of, because actually that's about 50% of most of these ladies' weight in each hand, which means the cumulative mass might actually stack up to a lot of these ladies' body weight, so to speak. But you're right, Matt. The one thing I really want to focus in on what you said is it felt heavy. And maybe this again is pointing to your caliber as an elite level athlete, that it no longer feels heavy.
Yeah, but as the sport has kind of progressed, that the athletes have been adapting at the same level. I mean, it's not very... A 50 kg squat clean in the middle of a workout would not have been a common movement maybe 5 or 6 years ago. We would kind of still be stuck around that 29 or the 45-pound mark, that 135-pound or 61 kg barbell for the men. And now workouts for the men are sitting in that 90 kilo squat clean mark.
Yeah. Maxine Smith in view right now, still looking really strong through all her movements. Thea Skinner right now in view, moving really nicely. Thea Kruger right now, just having come off of being in screen. Christina Levitakis out in lane number 1. Matt, clearly hoping to make a clear ascendancy up this leaderboard in this workout.
Yeah, I don't think Christina is going to be very chuffed with her current standing, and will definitely be coming out today with the idea and the goal of just climbing up that leaderboard a little bit more. She wants to be in a fighting spot tomorrow when it comes down to the last day of workouts.
So it'll be interesting to see how Gilmarie stacks up in this workout. One of the lighter athletes on the floor, Matt, so those dumbbells are incredibly heavy.
Yeah, and as you said it there, so Gilmarie's body weight over here, we have listed at 62 kilograms, so 137 pounds. That is a mere 7 kgs more than the 2 weights that she is busy pressing overhead.
It's crazy when you stack it up that way.
Yeah, we had a very similar conversation earlier with the teams. Michelle Moran's body weight is 58 kilos. And in one of the earlier heats, Carla van Staden, 53 kilograms. Like, these are very light athletes. That means that Carla van Staden's dumbbells were 2 kilograms heavier than her actual body weight.
That's insane. Gilmarie to the right of your screen. Christina Levitakis on the left of your screen, still moving very nicely. It's crazy, man. When you're at that level of the sport, rep 1 all the way through to rep 1 of 1 at the end or the tail end of this workout, they all look identical. Back to the dumbbells it is for Michelle Bazinet. Reminder to those listening in, 27.5 kilos for the ladies on the bench press. Linda essentially works in all 3 of those loads that you see there, the deadlift, the dumbbells, as well as the squat clean on the barbell again, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in rep scheme. It's a lot of work.
A very interesting one here that I just picked up with Michelle Bazinet. You can see that she is doing what she can by tilting the dumbbells to shorten the range of motion in the bench press. I'm not sure if you picked that up, but obviously the movement standard is that the head of the dumbbell makes contact with the athlete's chest. So just by tilting the dumbbell down on the way down, she's able to just shorten that range of motion, not allow the elbows to drop down all the way alongside the body.
Yeah, Matt, it is an interesting strategy, right? Because I think also what happens is when you tend to defer the load off of its natural center of gravity, you are, at least from a muscle stimulus perspective, shifting the load somewhere else. And I think at the bottom of that movement, obviously, the outer pectoral, or the pec minor region and the anterior deltoid coming into play. I'm wondering what the stimulus would be triggered in the event that one moves that.
You see, there you go. Once again, in lane number 1, Christina Levitakis taking a very similar strategy to Mary Jameson, not using the bottom end press to begin the rep.
Very smart.
So using the legs to pop those dumbbells right up into the top of the start position, saving essentially a full press on those dumbbells before starting the workout.
It really is smart, Matt, because I must admit, watching the athletes briefing yesterday, I thought to myself, that's a wasted rep. That's a whole rep being given away, but I guess your smarter athletes are going to try pivot that hip drive just to get that dumbbell in place so as to negate the additional rep that needs to be given.
As you can see there on screen now, Michelle Bazinet coming out of CrossFit Charlotte. So Michelle, born in South Africa, but moved to the United States and trains out in Charlotte, North Carolina. Coming back to her home country once a year for her semi-final event.
Yeah, Matt, you'll notice that she's in a very clear and dominant lead at the moment. She's the only athlete having advanced her barbell to date. Yeah, Michelle really making quite a bit of a statement subject to coming in Heat 2 yesterday, right? It was kind of like it was a fuel in her engine. It's exactly what she needed, a little bit of fire to the fuel.
Okay, now on your screen, there goes Mariska Smith, and just behind Christina Levitakis. So now we have 3 female athletes finished with the round of 7s, and next up, Mariska Smith now will be approaching her first rep of the round of 6s. Also opened up with 2 sets of unbroken reps. Now opting for more of the singles, slow and steady singles.
Yeah, Matt, approaching that 11.5-minute mark right now. If we're going to see somebody coming under time cap in the ladies segment of the individual competition, it's going to be this round.
On your screen now, Christina Levitakis coming out of CrossFit Cross-Axed, all the way out in Australia. So born in Zimbabwe, hence being able to compete at the Africa semi-final, but living out in Australia, Queensland. Finishing second last year at the Fittest in Cape Town semi-final for Africa. And definitely coming back this year with a little bit of a vengeance and really trying to punch that ticket to the games.
Yeah, she had a stellar semi-final season, Matt. Coming in as the top seed.
And right here on your screen, your current Rebel Renegade Games female individual leader. After 2 events on day 1 yesterday, this is the first event on the second day, so test number 3. And Gilmarie Renica is still has the top 3 in her sight in this particular heat. But just putting on such an impressive show yesterday.
Yeah, I'll see 4 ladies on the... 5 ladies on the floor
ladies,
actually
yeah.
having advanced that barbell. Michelle Bazinet on your screen right now. To her right, Laura Hume having moved on to that next segment. And Sophia Benani in lane 10. Mariska back to work on those squat cleans.
Mariska Smith is definitely going to try and put on a little bit of a back end or tail end chase here. As these reps for the rounds get a little bit less and less, it is a bit easier just to pick up the pace and start moving through these movements a lot quicker.
Yeah, man, we're also in the depth of this workout now, right? We've got roughly under 3 minutes to go. Again, a quick look at Sophia Benani, your youngest athlete on the floor right now.
Yeah, and what an impressive show she put up yesterday with that first sled event. So right there at the back of your screen, lane number 10, Sophia Benani, 19 years old, just turning 19 this weekend. Originally born in Morocco, but coming out of CrossFit Marbella now, living in Spain.
Christina Levertakis on to her round of 5 squat cleans. Matt, just from, I guess, an overall viewer's perspective, what do you think out of these 3 elements has just been the most challenging for these ladies?
I think we just have to stick with the fact that these dumbbells are the roadblock in this workout. All of these ladies can comfortably deadlift that weight. All of these ladies can comfortably squat clean 100 or 50 kilos. 2 heavy dumbbells, 27.5 kilos apiece. Something that these ladies may not have been training with very regularly or consistently in the past.
Something I'd venture to say as well is if you put that cumulative load on a barbell, I don't think they really struggle. I think the fact that you're adding it to a dumbbell really changes up the difficulty level.
Yeah, for sure. Those dumbbells are so unstable compared to a barbell. So much more taxing on your grip.
Mariska approaching that barbell, addressing it with anger.
Yeah, Mariska Smith on your screen now. Unaffiliated currently, just working on her own in her own space. Previously coming out of CrossFit Commit with her team, but she does live down in the Western Cape. Mariska Smith now making a late chase on Michelle Bazinet. And we're seeing a little bit of hype coming here towards the end of this race. 17 minutes is the time cap. 16:30 is where we are.
Oh, Christina's made a move now. And onto those deadlifts in the final portion of this workout before the time cap. She's going to get straight back to work, Matt. Only
Going
3
to the
to
set
go.
of threes.
Epic showing, Matt. Really. I think it's safe to say that Megan Fall might have taken this one.
Yeah, 100%.
Unofficially.
So unofficially, Megan Fall from the previous heat taking this event win. She only had 2 reps remaining. And just from what we could see on the screen now, Christina Levertakis, her bar was furthest down the pitch. And looking at her judge, she still had 3 reps, or the round of 3, 2, and 1 to complete. So from what we can see up here, Megan Fowl absolutely destroying the field.
Yeah, Matt, what an absolute showing. We will get to confirm at least your heat winner in just a little break before we head down to the floor with Stretch to chat to your heat winner. Matt, interesting conversation coming through on the chat from Natasha King, asking us in studio, what do we think about athletes that are not based in their specific African country? So I think Christina Livertakis, key example, born in Africa, participating, or rather furthering her career out in Australia, as I think it was that you mentioned.
I think this is, again, another one of those topics that's going to keep coming up and keep us on our toes. But, I mean, we can't fight with the rules of CrossFit. I mean, CrossFit rules are that you must be a citizen of the country to, compete under...
Absolutely.
Yeah, to earn that spot. So all of these athletes that are coming in from different countries that were born in South Africa or born in Sorry, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to head down to the floor for a quick interview, and we'll be back and continue this topic.
Absolutely. Over to you down on the floor, Stretch.
One, two.
There you go. Thank you. I know. A little bit of touch.
Nice work here with Christina Livertakis. Again, finally managing to get your surname right, so I'm quite happy about that. What went through your mind there? Because you were in third, second, then what made you knew it was time to put the hammer down?
Honestly, I'm just struggling to breathe, so the altitude is killing me. So I think I just forced a pace and just held the pace, and it paid off in the end.
It was really, really good. Now, what do you think? I'm going to switch slightly from you, unfortunately, to Megan Fowl, absolute animal. What do you think about that? She was 2 reps short of finishing that whole workout.
Insane. That's insane. Honestly, so strong.
Yeah, good work, Megan Fowl. But now back to you. How's this look now? It looks like you've got a first event win and a second. Looking good going into event number 4?
Yep. I'm keen for event 4. Just hope my lungs can hold out. But, I'm ready to go hard. Hopefully it's enough. We'll see.
Now, tell me something. How do you think that the altitude actually plays, into or against sort of athletes like yourself that come from the coast?
Well, there's less oxygen for us. We're not used to the air. So I think recovery, like just getting enough oxygen in just to recover. And then when your heart rate goes up, you can't get the oxygen in to calm yourself down. So, you try not to let it stress you out. I think that's the biggest thing. It's tough, but it is what it is.
Fantastic work. Like I said, you put on a bit of a showcase there. Just strategically looked like you had that down pat. You waited almost for that striking point, and as soon as it came up, you just dropped the hammer and went for it.
Yeah, it's just like, you can breathe when it's done. Just go.
Fair enough. Beautiful work, and we look forward to seeing you in event 4.
Thank you so much. Let's go.
Yeah, Stretch covering a quick interview with Christina Livertakis out there, picking up the heat win at least. That one. So Matt, in full view, the Rebel Hurricane 2.0 bike, just launched by Rebel right now. Not sure if you've been on the previous Hurricane bike, but it is a torture trap of note.
I have jumped on one of the Hurricane bikes, and I mean, it's definitely a little bit of a changeover from like the Rebel Cyclone bike, which is similar to the Assault, or kind of built off of that of the Assault. And then it seems like the Hurricane bike was, to try and match the standard of the Echo, but make it, more accessible to
the
South
masses.
Africa. Because, importing a lot of equipment, pretty much not viable for a lot of box owners here, but Rebel have really, really stepped up the game in terms of equipment in South Africa, making sure that they are moving with the times and developing equipment that kind of sticks with the standard. And as you can see, out on the floor for the entire Rebel Renegade Games, only the best.
Absolutely. Well said. Only the best. And just maybe from my personal experience, assault bike, definitely not something fun. But it's interesting now that Rebel have brought out this bike, having felt the Echo bike, this is the closest thing that I have felt to it. It is an absolute torture trap on the lungs.
Anyway, if you haven't seen one, if you haven't tested one out, it is brand new, just come in. The Rebel Hurricane 2.0 is now in stock. And yeah, why don't you purchase one for your own garage or your own gym and give it a go?
Absolutely.
Okay, coming up next, we're going to take a short break and we're going to move into the men's first event for today. Men's test number 3, heat 1, coming up in a few minutes. And then following up this afternoon, moving into the team's second event for the day, ladies individual, and then followed by the men's second individual event for the day. Thank you for joining us this morning. We are broadcasting live from the Rebel Renegade Games out here at the Old Mutual Sports Hall in Johannesburg, South Africa. And this is the Africa version of the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final. We'll be back shortly. just had an incredible showing by our individual female athletes, taking on the semi-finals rendition of workout Linda. Coming to you now, our first heat of male athletes. Again, another big switch up in the heat sheets for today after yesterday's event. And just touching back onto the workout, if you've just tuned in or you're here just to catch some of the action of the men for the individual, this is test number 3, Linda. So 4-time, moving from 10 to 1, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, down to 1. And that would be in the fashion of 10 deadlifts, 10 dumbbell bench press, and 10 squat cleans, followed by 9, 9, 9, 8, 8, 8, etc. down to 1. A 17-minute time cap, which is it's proven to be quite a tight time cap for the ladies. No ladies finishing in the previous heat. Megan Fowle just getting 2 reps short of finishing. But the biggest talk of the town for today is that weight to the dumbbell. We'll touch back on that just after introducing your men's heat number 1 for test 3.
All right, out in lane number 1, we have Al Said Hassona. In lane number 2, Marlu Prinsloo. In lane number 3, Dano Dia. In lane number 4, Ross Lowe. Lane number 5, Hamza Hamir. In lane number 6, Amr Asela. And in lane number 7, Hilmar von Mansberg. Lane number 8, Jason Dix. Lane number 9, Keegan Meer. And lane number 10, Willem Snyman. So, Matt, the nature of our conversation this weekend has largely been putting you on the spot. So if I'm going to get the chance to do it again, who are you looking out for in this heat?
Oh, in this heat, I think we need to just keep in mind that Dano Dia, right over there in lane number 3, once again, he's your youngest male athlete competing at this year's semi-finals. 20 years old and, you know, really throwing himself out there. Obviously still seeding out in heat number 3, but really just holding his own. I think looking at the ladies, the Egyptian ladies have handled those dumbbells incredibly well. And if that's anything to go by, I think the men are about to prove something to us.
I think you have hit the nail on the head there. I mean, we need only look to CrossFit 111 and their ladies cycling those dumbbells like it was a mere formality.
Yeah, exactly. And that's across the board. I mean, the two teams both managed to make easy work of the dumbbells as well as the female individual. So let's have a look what happens. Amir Saleh, quite a big unit of an individual.
As we like to say in South Africa, right, Matt, we refer to large individuals as units. For those of you listening in from around the world, this might also be a 101 on South African slang. Large men are referred to as units. If they have massive power, they are referred to as generators because, as proven early on in the event, our country does not always supply us with that.
I must be honest, that's a first for me. That must be a Joburg thing, eh? A generator.
Brew, you know I'm originally from Cape Town, but I've picked up the ways of these people up north, the Soties, so to speak.
We'll be kicking this heat off in 10 seconds. $134 kilograms loaded onto those barbells, and these men making such easy work of that. Okay, going back to what we were discussing earlier. So these dumbbells, 40 kilos a piece, an 80 kg kind of chest to over chest position, but with two individual objects. I think, you know, this is already proven to be one of the biggest roadblocks this whole event. And it'll be interesting to see what the men can make of these heavy, heavy dumbbells. And there he is, Amir Saleh. First out of the dumbbell bench press. Into a set of squat cleans. Opting for singles in the squat cleans. The barbell loaded at 65 kgs.
Yeah, that barbell currently sitting at 65 kgs, Matt. Just, he makes it look so simple. And for this, at this level, these gentlemen won't find that to be a problem. But it's interesting to see on the first heat of the ladies, a lot of those ladies going touch and go. None of these gents doing that. Almost made a bit of an error there, Matt. Almost said touch and bro, which is what we're definitely expecting from these gents, touch and bro sets. The mobility on this man, something to behold.
Well, this is the guy to look out for. This is Dane Nordier, the youngster, coming through in lane number 3. Shifting over to lane number 10 now. Camera is focused on Willem Sneeman.
Another unit of a human being.
Willem Sneeman also coming up from the coast from PE, CrossFit Lions Bay. So a couple of men already onto their second set of squat cleans through the set of 9s. Just over the 3-minute mark, a nice long 17-minute time cap to get this done.
Amir Salah making light work of this at the moment. Willem Sneeman currently in focus. Right next to him, Keegan Meir.
As you can see, the difference here in the men's heat, a couple of the ladies opting to go multiple sets of touch and go squat cleans. So breaking up the set of 9s, for instance, into 3s. We saw that coming up. Whereas the guys have opted to go on the opposite end. Instead of do singles on the deadlifts, go touch and go, touch and go reps on the deadlifts, but then singles on the squat cleans. It right on under your focus now. You had Hamza Mahir. Hamza Mahir, an athlete coming out of CrossFit 40P in Seoul, Korea, originally born in Morocco. And just expanding off that, would you like to get back to that conversation?
Yeah, look, it definitely is popular, if I could put it as such, in the comments right now. So do forgive my silence, Matt. Yeah, the big question is, athletes currently not residing in the country should they participate in? And I think there are a mixed field of views, but I'm going to give you mine, maybe a controversial one. And if Matt, you choose to disagree, I actually would love that. I'm of the opinion that not keeping yes men around you is only for your best. So my view on the topic is as such. So we do have athletes who participate or live abroad. The means for them leaving this country, more than likely, either it's family, circumstantial, whatever it may be, but they're getting a lot of international exposure and for the most part, elevating the game locally. If you look at it abroad, if you take international athletes, right? I mean, take people along the lines of a Tier 2 me, right? You've got her coming out of Oceania, but should she be competing in Oceania, given that she's living in the States? She has an option to do either, right? As she competed in Oceania last year. And in much the same way, should South African athletes who are living abroad come back and compete, I think that's okay. Like, if they're a resident of this country and they're living abroad, I mean, if I decide to follow my wife on her career journey overseas, should I be penalized for leaving that to prioritize my family? I'm not sure.
Well, I think, as you say, it is a tricky one, but that is the rule book that has been set out. And I saw just now the conversation coming there between Tash and Richie Walbolt. And as we all know, Richie Walbolt, insane athlete on the South African field. But he's represented Cape CrossFit and went to the CrossFit Games with Cape CrossFit coming out of a semi-final. But now also does no longer reside in the country. So a South African at heart, he's grown up here, he's stayed here his whole life, and now he's recently moved overseas, but will most definitely come back next year and be competing at the local semi-final. So a matter of fact that maybe an athlete was born in South Africa and moved across as a baby versus an athlete that was born in South Africa, has grown up here their whole life and only in the last 2 or 3 years made the move across.
Yeah.
Technically, there's no real difference.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I feel like that's where it is tricky to try and split the field and go, well, that athlete was only just born here, moved across before they even started CrossFit. They shouldn't be able to compete in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I'm with you. Some interesting comments coming through on the chat right now. Back to the action of the floor. Amir Salah in view here, Matt, making light work of these weights at the moment. He's an absolute unit of an individual.
Yeah, and we could just see how excited Amir Salah was yesterday when he finished off that workout, event number 1 with the sled. He was ecstatic, and I'm sure he's going to be chasing that feeling of finishing an event with the remainder of the weekend still ahead. But I do spot a trend here, and Amir Saleh, another Egyptian athlete, crushing the workout with bench press, I feel like they are doing something in their programming that we are missing out on.
Oh, 100%. Like every single Egyptian athlete we've seen to date has just been so comfortable under load, Matt. And I think what's interesting about that is a lot of times when you think of athletes that are capable of moving excessive load, you immediately disqualify their cardiovascular capability. But one, this workout is challenging that. And two, the event that he topped out yesterday on just happened to challenge that too, that sled pull workout.
Exactly. So crazy strong athlete, but got an engine as well.
Amir Salah right now so far ahead of the rest of the pack. And just moving so comfortably between stations at the moment.
We're just past the 12-minute mark here in heat number 1 of the individual men, taking on test number 3. 6 minutes to go, right on your screen there. That's Ross Lowe coming out from CrossFit Aberdeen. Ross Lowe, also born in South Africa, living in the United Kingdom.
Having a great showing on event 1 yesterday, Matt.
Yeah, and going back to that conversation, just about the general stereotype of how a CrossFit athlete should look on the competitive field, as opposed to, how some athletes can look and shift weights. We had this conversation yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a crazy one because I think, no discredit to the man in screen, but if I saw him in a regular mall, I would not know that he was one of the fittest dudes in Africa.
On screen now, we've got Amir Saleh. He's just moved his barbell for the deadlifts across to that third spot. That means that he has only got the round of 3, 2, and 1 remaining.
Keeping in mind, we are coming in on that time cap, man.
Yeah, with 90 seconds left, is he going to be able to get through the full round of 3, 2, and 1 before that time cap is up?
Amir
1
Salah.
minute on the clock. Sorry, that is Jason Dix on your screen now.
Amir Salah looking like he's not going to be caught in this one, Matt.
Jason Dix also coming up from the little coastal town, CrossFit East London.
Just under 30 seconds remaining. Amir Salah moving with intention now to try and get those last few reps out. He's on the round of 2, Matt. See if he can get in
15
those
seconds
dumbbells.
to go. I think he's cutting it a little fine. Just look at the brute size of those dumbbells, though.
Is he going to make the dash for the squat clean? Probably won't get there in time. Understands what he's doing, and he bags another heat win.
There it is. Amir Saleh on your screen just took the heat win for the men's test number 3. Being featured on your highlight right now, this is the athlete that just took the heat win. Jason Dix right over here on your screen, making light work of those dumbbells towards the closing rounds. That's El Sahid Hassana. And once again, thank you so much for joining us. It is Saturday. This is the height of the competition excitement, I think, today. Moving day once again. And that is our first heat of the men's test number 3. 2 heats to go, and things are only looking to heat up as we move along. We will be back shortly.
Coming out with a dominant start yesterday, but sadly picking up a bit of an injury on the second heat. That was the ring complex, correct, Matt?
Okay, lane 6 going down to Robbie Hoyer. Lane 5, Darren Zernomer. Lane 4, Yosef Ehab. Lane 3, Dutoy Botha. Lane 2, Ron Conradi. And then lane 1, Eduan Drotsky. I think the big surprise in the second heat over here would be Darren Zernomer.
Darren, I can put good money on the fact is not happy about the fact that he's finding himself here right now, Matt.
Most definitely, and I don't foresee him staying in heat number 2 going into tomorrow either. As you can see here, right towards the bottom of your screen, there's Chris Oman leaning up against a fence with Dutoy Botha, one of his athletes, making his first individual semi-finals appearance as well. So Chris will most certainly be there, making sure his athlete in lane 3 does what he needs to do according to Q.
I mean, we've kind of been using and throwing the word unit around quite loosely, Matt, and prime example of a unit we have here.
Yeah, right, right in the middle, or probably taking up your whole screen. Yeah, we've got a semi-fat.
A wager bet with you, Matt. I guarantee this goes down unbroken, this set of dumbbell bench press.
Only time will tell. But as you say, there's Darren Zernomer. He is on the bench, and he is coming back with fire. He's going to want to go as big as possible and make sure that he's able to claw his way back into that first and leading heat. Julian Liebenberg on your screen at the moment from Pack Life CrossFit.
Yeah, going head-to-head with Asim Efat right now. He's moving that weight very comfortably. Sadly, we didn't get to see whether he went unbroken or not, Matt, but still putting good money on that.
Yeah, as we mentioned previously as well, Pack Life CrossFit sitting through 2 teams, an individual male and female. A very good show out of a single affiliate.
You know, it's interesting when you look at the international scene, right? And I saw this stat coming up towards the tail end of last year's CrossFit Games. Obviously, the affiliate of the box having put up the most number of athletes to the games, Mayhem. I wonder what that landscape would look like in South Africa, Matt. Like, which is the affiliate that has sent the most number of athletes to this year's semi-final?
Well, we know purely based on the team side, CrossFit Juggernaut down from the Western Cape has got 3 teams in, so 12 athletes. I don't think any other teams or boxers have got more than 12.
Definitely not from a team perspective. Yeah, definitely not from a team perspective. You're 100% right. Yeah. Juggernaut came out with a massive showing. I mean, when they showed up to the briefing, it was like an army of their own. Probably got their own Putco bus to come down here as well. Yeah,
I mean, it's a box led by, again, Justin Swart, a legendary name in the game as well. Been an athlete for years, been a regionals athlete, and been a sideline coach to that Cape CrossFit team that went to the CrossFit Games as well.
On an individual level, I'm not too sure. Obviously, I mean, we know definitely the team from Kyalami already sporting 2 names that are essentially in that top 10 at the moment. Jason Smith along with his young protege.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, there are a couple of boxes with 2 or 3 athletes in the mix, but I'd love to see which box has the most individual athletes at the moment.
Inside the top 10.
Ooh, inside the top 10, that changes everything, right? Look, I know before the unfortunate exclusion of Estienne Ferreira, we've got Willoway with 3 athletes, 1 on the ladies' side and 2 on the gentlemen's side that were in the top 10.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see, and maybe that trend will kind of hold on where you have boxers coming through with multiple athletes. And we had this discussion yesterday as well with Stretch. Does your box focus on the, from a affiliate owner's perspective, the kind of everyday athlete? What we always push what CrossFit is about.
Yeah.
Being able to just come in and join and find a fitness community that won't judge you for not being able to stand up with your own body weight or being able to get off the couch, and I think that is a massive focus for the majority of the box owners.
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, you see a couple of affiliates coming through on a massive competitive level. So it would be an interesting thing as well to see what the focus is inside certain affiliates. If it is, you come into this affiliate to compete, or you come into this affiliate, just to be able to move a little bit better as a human being. Because here we go again, on screen now, Darren Zernomer representing Cape CrossFit. That's 7130, that is their Somerset West facility. So Cape CrossFit also got three
boxes out in the Cape Town region. Unless we have like a slick move of a Cape CrossFit coming up to Johannesburg soon. Would they be required to change their name, Matt?
That is a good question. And I don't know, maybe that's what's holding them back from the expansion into another province. However, there was talk of a cross-border. Cape CrossFit did release plans a couple of years back to open up a facility in Mauritius.
Really?
Yeah, but that was, I think, just going into COVID, so I think maybe a couple of things might have slowed down some plans. But there was going to be a Cape CrossFit outside of, I suppose Mauritius is in
Africa,
I think, but I mean,
it is
outside
in
of South
Africa.
Africa, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that would have been beautiful. I'm not sure that we've had too many boxes actually expand to the international waters just yet. And if I am wrong, please, if you are in the YouTube comment section, please do tell me. I'm not in the nature of trying to think I'm right and not be corrected. So please do hit me up. If you know of any of your boxes that are currently sporting the biggest number of athletes, bar what has already been mentioned, please do hit us up in the comment section.
Having a look now on your screen, you've got Ruan Conradi making his way through a couple of squat cleans. Ruan Conradi repping CrossFit Two Rivers. So on screen right now, we've got a Semafat, unaffiliated, but living in Cairo in Egypt, and with the heaviest listed body weight. So out of all of the male athletes, well, Justin Holiday and Assem listing the same body weight, 102 kilograms. You can see why he looks as built and as muscular as he does, and also gives some good reason why he's able to shift these weights.
Yeah, I bet you he's loving this right now. Look at him. His oxygen supply is just totally on point. He's not even breathing very heavily right now. This honestly, just to him, looks like a bit of a bro sesh. Actually, we want to know what the scary thing is, Matt. He's yet to break up that dumbbell bench press. He's just blasted them unbroken every single round.
It really doesn't seem like he needs to.
A need coming through in the comment section saying Asim is a unit. Yes, yes, agree. The language we've been using today. Welcome to South Africa. Huge, gigantic human beings are referred to as units. All right, we've got a race at the front here, or rather an extending lead for Asim, who we've currently defined as a unit. Matt, he's just making this look far too freaking simple.
And there's Robbie Hoyer. We had a good discussion about Robbie yesterday. This is his third semi-finals event, back-to-back as an individual. Last year, well, I stand to be correct, I think he finished 11th. No, sorry, finishing 17th in 2021, finishing 9th last year. Just seating outside that top heat, so that top 10 at the moment. But as we have been mentioning the whole weekend, this is only test 3 of 7. So still 4 scoring opportunities after this event to still reign in this weekend's champion and crown that one individual male to represent South Africa at the Noble CrossFit Semi-Final event.
You have Ehab on screen right now. Big love coming through for Asim currently on the chat. Ruan Potgieter in view right now. Yeah, if you just look at the lay of the land, Matt, quite a number of those athletes having progressed that barbell right now. So it's going to be interesting to see who makes that move into the final segment. Asim currently looking like he might be threatening the current time to beat, or rather rep to beat. Asim effort about to move now back to the barbell.
And right there at the back of your screen, we've got Matthew Schiff still stuck in his round of somewhere between 7 and 10. As these lines out are these tape lines out on the floor are demarcating. Once the athlete has finished their round of 10, 9, 8, and 7, the bars come forwards one line. After the round of 6, 5, and 4, the bars come forwards one final time for the round of 3, 2, and 1.
Lane number 9, Asim effort getting back to the bench press now. Omar effort coming through in the chat saying Asim is also known as the Egyptian Hulk. Yeah, I can totally see that, right?
How very fitting.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. No doubt he's probably more than likely going to find his way into the top 10 with this current performance, Matt, if the wheels don't come off.
Yeah, just staying focused, staying calm and collected, waiting until he's ready to lay back with those dumbbells. And again, using that option of popping them off the knees, getting up to full extension, having to save himself a rep.
For those of you just joining in, you are watching the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the Noble CrossFit Games semi-final here in the Africa region. You're seeing your second heat of individual men go head-to-head now to establish their way up the leaderboard. One more heat hereafter before we transition to the teams event number 4. Teams event number 4, obviously, as mentioned in the morning show this morning, the individuals will have a 4 and 5 back-to-back, and the teams will have an event 4. Also noting that between that transition, we will be interviewing some individuals. So if you just happen to be a Gilmarie fan, please do stay locked and loaded because we will be interviewing Gilmarie in just a little bit after the men's events. Matt, we're into the final minute now. Let's see who gets this like last minute ascendancy in this race. Oh, we might actually get a finish here. Matt.
Ruan Conradi,
Ruan Conradi looking to lock
lane
this
number
up.
2. 1 rep left per station. He's got 1 squat clean. He's getting the crowd hyped. 1 squat clean. And he makes it over the line.
Yeah, clearly hyped from that performance. Basically snapping his judge's arm off with that high five.
Johan Conradi over the moon with himself, repping CrossFit Two Rivers, the only male to finish this event yet. Sneaking in just underneath the time cap. Okay, just going back to a couple of highlights over here. We could see coming out the gates, Isama Fat looking super strong. Darren Zonema held his own throughout that whole round, again being probably one of the lighter athletes in this heat, but still staying in contact with that top 3. And then right at the end, we had to see it, Ruan Conradi managing to finish off this event and being the only male athlete to get that far.
Yeah, I mean, and it was an interesting race, right? Because so much of what the coverage was showing, and even from our perspective, was how well Asim Efat was doing on this, and Ruan just sticking with a game plan that was consistent and really had him pull this through almost as a clincher at the tail end of this. Doing okay?
All right, and we are back on screen. So, coming out of the first 2 men's heats, did you expect anything different?
No, look, I mean, Ruan is an absolute assassin. He moves well, he knows what he's about, and he knows his threshold. I do think it was a great end to what seemed like it was going to the totally opposite end of the floor.
It really was. I mean, a lot of the focus was on the back end of the floor. And coming out of that first men's heat, I wasn't too sure what to expect. I mean, again, watching all the ladies, those dumbbells were so heavy. But seriously, just watching the guys grip and rip a 40 kg dumbbell for multiple big sets of deadlifts was unbelievable. It just shows you really where the level is.
Yeah, and again, Ruan, like, particularly impressive because you're not the biggest individual on the floor, but those are very heavy dumbbells. I mean, he must have, I mean, his plan, his approach was methodical from the beginning, and I guess it pays dividends to Matt, what you referred to yesterday as just knowing your body, knowing your capability, and knowing a good pacing strategy.
Well, good thing for us, we still have 1 more men's heat. The top-seeded men's heat, or coming out of yesterday, of your top-ranked 10 men. And I'm sure we're going to see some incredible stuff from them coming up next.
Absolutely stoked. Let's go.
Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. This is the Rebel Renegade Games.
ammunition all across the floor, and it's about to get set alight. There is fuel on the floor. It is kerosene, and somebody's about to light a match to set this whole building alight.
A fully stacked top men's heat. Obviously, all of these guys earning themselves a spot in this top heat after yesterday's 2 events. But once again, this is going to be an interesting one to watch. Event 3 about to go down with our top-seeded men. And still 7 events to cover this whole weekend. So,
Matt, talk to me though. Like, it's a pretty stacked heat. We know that. We can see it. Talk to me about who you're going to be watching out for right now in this round.
I cannot pinpoint an athlete in this top heat that, I think is going to take it. I think, Jason Smith has got the build for the dumbbell bench press. I think rugby might be able to pick these guys up and absolutely just send it unbroken. But I honestly do not have
the faintest idea.
I'm just here for the show.
As are we. We'll have a look at the men's lane assignments in just a second. But if I may, I think you're spot on with regards to Jason Keelan obviously having that sort of athletic background, which is obviously going to help him in this. Also, he's a smaller, more compact built athlete, which this will be helpful for. So, personally, I just think, we've got a stacked card, and this is what it's going to look like. So in lane number 1, you've got Justin Holiday. In lane number 2, Daniel Grissel. In lane number 3, Conrad Winovitz. In lane number 4, James Van Dongen. In lane number 5, Jason Smith. In lane number 6, Ruan Porgider. In lane number 7, Keelan Henry. In lane number 8, we have Dris and in lane number 10, Damian Boertes. Now, one name that I want to throw into the hat there is Daniel Grissel. And reason being is also another compact athlete, but moves weight like you cannot believe.
And I was just going to touch on that. After yesterday, Daniel Grissel's show was absolutely unbelievable. And again, I think he's got a very similar build, maybe somewhat to Estian. This workout might suit him very well. And then again, another name that I'm going to throw in there, in lane number 3, again, Conrad Winovitz. A youngster, 22 years old. He placed 7th last year at semi-finals. And, I think this might just be a workout that'll suit his build very well.
So here's been the decider, Matt. So now with your top athletes now transitioning through to the bench press sports, you can see Keelan Henry in the background there, ripping them out like Jason Smith looking smooth. Keelan Henry making light work of this. Smashes out 10. Absolutely no problem, Matt.
And Keelan just very casually walks over to his bar to start his first set of cleans.
Look, 100% he's probably not exactly happy with where he's at right now. This is his opportunity to make up some ground.
Yeah, he's definitely on the chase today. He's wanting to make sure that he finishes today, at least in the top 3, giving himself a fighting spot, to try and claim that one spot to Madison at the end of tomorrow.
If you're in the YouTube chats, show who you are supporting, give them some love, and we'll make sure to communicate that message.
As you can see there, Keelan Henry repping CrossFit HFS. He is located in France currently.
Yeah, Matt, it's an interesting, from a spectator perspective, we can tend to get, and you and I were a prime example in the last round, very caught up with who makes the early break, but that's not the name of the game here. This is a long, long workout.
And there's Justin Holiday down in lane 1, already made his way into his set of 9 deadlifts. So moving into the second round, just at the bottom of your screen there, Daniel Grissel following pretty closely behind.
No relation to my esteemed colleague here in the booth with me.
Not at all. Unfortunately, because he's got good genes. James Van Dongen on your screen now, repping CrossFit Kyalami. Again, one of the fearful forces to be reckoned with this weekend.
Protege to Jason Smith. Keelan Henry back onto the round of 9 squat cleans at the moment.
Last year's Games ticket winner, he won semi-final event, came down to an extremely tight final, and Keelan Henry just nipped out Jason Smith to take that spot. Jason Smith back in the field this year, although the oldest individual competitor, 39 years old, Jason Smith, still holding his own and leading the pack going into day 2 of competition here at the Rebel Renegade Games. There we go. Keelan Henry and Justin Holiday moving back at the exact same time, getting ready to approach their barbell for their set of 8 deadlifts. Jason Smith and Ruan Potgieter just moving through their sets of 9 at the moment. And again, leading the pack, you have to wonder, are these guys trying to pace themselves back a little bit on these initial big sets, looking to kind of slingshot their way forwards as the reps get a little bit less moving forwards?
Yeah, it's a really strategy-intensive workout this is. Justin Holiday getting some love in the comments section, as well as Dris. Daniel Griesel in view. Coming out of Willoway Fitness.
Wide apart in that last set of bench. Ron Potgieter just 2 reps away from his squat cleans. James Van Dongen, he's going to head. He's got a few reps remaining. Justin Holiday still in second. Keelan Henry's given himself some breathing room, but he's going to head back to his deadlifts. Barbell moving forward a section. Justin Holiday 5 reps behind. Justin Holiday 3 reps needed. Justin Holiday, he's moving forward, but he's only got 5 reps in hand. Meanwhile, Keelan Henry back onto the bench. Keelan Henry done with the bench as Justin Holiday starts to chase. But Keelan Henry absolutely dominant in that bench press. Nice rack from Conrad Venitz. Jason Kressel making it look good. Justin Holiday, he's done. He's moving on to his bench. Jason Smith needing 3 on the bench. Justin Holiday still trying to stay within striking distance. Keelan Henry back to the bench.
Jason Smith in view now, and Keelan Henry still just repping out those dumbbell bench press.
Yeah, he's churning through that. I think he's got the idealistic build for this type of workout, Matt. Short range of motion, which is really going to help with the squat cleans as well as the deadlift, and on those bench press, he's just cycling through that like it's no issue.
Yeah, making it look so easy. We do apologize just for disappearing. We had a little bit of technical difficulty, but we are back to help guide you through this last, or this Heat 3, final men's heat of event number 3.
Got a few athletes, Matt, that have moved their barbell through to that respective zone right now. Keelan Henry, Daniel Grissel, Justin Holiday making absolute mincemeat of all of these weights.
Yeah, so now we are kind of headed to that middle range of the workout. We've got just between round 4, 5, and 6 that these athletes are busy working their way through. And you can see that this is Keelan Henry's final round in this block. His final round in that block, which means he is busy with the round of 4.
Yeah, busy with the round of 4, going touch and go on those deadlifts. No issue there, getting straight to work on that dumbbell bench press. Or we will in a second, rather.
5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, we look like we have a few competitors that might slip under that time cap, or that time to beat currently set by Ruan Potgieter.
Justin Holiday not too far behind Keelan Henry. He's just finishing off his round of 5s. And as we mentioned before, as soon as we get down to the round of 4, 3, 2, 1, this workout really just picks up a whole different pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. I don't think that those deadlifts, despite how heavy they are at this point in the game, are taking an inordinate amount out of your engine, but the cumulative fatigue definitely sitting on the posterior chain and maybe even a little bit in the lower back. Keelan Henry getting to move that barbell forward. He's taken the early ascendancy here out of this pack of gentlemen.
There we go, back into lane number 1 with Justin Holiday. He has got his round of 4s to complete. Likely that you'll see these guys stay unbroken now through these last couple of rounds.
Keelan Henry on his round of 3, already having blasted those deadlifts. Again, if you are listening in, or watching in rather, via YouTube, please be free to hit us up in the comment section. Let us know who you're supporting right now. Some big love for Robbie, Coach Robbie rather, out in these lanes. And Justin as well, it's your workout, says Martin Fick. Daniel Crystal still moving well late into this workout. Will be good to see exactly where he's lying relative to that barbell move. Keelan Henry looking to absolutely obliterate the time to beat if he remains with his game plan.
3 minutes still on the clock, and just going back to the previous heat, Rowan Conradi, the only male to finish this workout so far, but just sneaking inside that time cap around that 16-minute 50 mark, so just leaving him around 10 seconds left.
100%, and an absolute dark horse in that event. I know there were some questions coming through about possibly not noting him coming up, but Matt, he really came out of absolutely nowhere to clinch that one.
Yeah, he did. The focus a lot was around that Asim Efat, who had been leading the pack from the early start. But here we go. The focus right now has to be on the man himself, Keelan Henry.
Looking to make himself the champ.
The previous rating champ. He's got well over 2 minutes to get through his round of 1s.
He's got a single rep left and he's not even trying to race between that. He knows he's got this locked up. No need to spend any extra energy. 1 rep at a time to see this through. 2 minutes remaining in this one. Matt, are we going to see anybody else lock it up?
I think Justin Holiday has a very good chance.
Yeah.
He's very close.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 rep remaining. Keelan Henry there to see it through. Walk-off finish, unofficial time of 15:18. Your 2022 Fittest in Africa getting his first event win this weekend.
And as you can see, he looks pretty chuffed with himself, but quite content. He knows that he needed to take an event win if he wanted a chance of coming back into that tight contention in the top 3.
Yeah, well articulated, Matt. Look, he definitely wasn't pleased coming into this event, having held that crown, but you know what? It is a long weekend. 2 events to follow for today hereafter.
And here we go. Let's shift the focus back into lane 1 with Justin Holiday. He's got just under a minute, 50 seconds to beat the time of Rowan Conradi. But also, still just moving very smoothly, very calmly through this. There's no rush. And again, remember that rep has to start at the top of the bench press for the rep to come.
Justin Holiday looking like he's about to wrap this up now. 1 squat clean stands between him and the second place. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Justin, walk-off finish, 16:28 unofficial time. Martin Fick coming through in the chat saying Keelan is a monster.
There we go. You can see the pace picking up a lot now in the guys just trailing those leaders.
Yeah, every rep counts at this moment, Matt, so full send to the end.
Jason Smith now dropping a gear, running back to start out on his round of 4s. And Jason not looking too chuffed with himself out of that workout.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, as you would have seen Jason in white rocking that leader's jersey. The question is, how much will this result have impacted him? Keeping in mind, Matt, that there are strong contenders in the second heat that would have pipped him by a few places.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just having a look back at these replays, you can see just Keelan so calm, so composed, moving through this workout like he knew he had it from the start.
Absolutely. They just moved so well, like assassinistic approach to the workout. But Justin Holiday really not stepping off the gas at any single point.
No, not at all. And I think just working off Keelan's pace from the get-go, they were pretty much within the same round all the way down to the last three. But
Yeah.
with the man on the screen right now, we're going to take a trip down to the floor with a little post-match interview with your 2022 semi-finals winner.
Testing, testing.
I'm so close, Mama.
Hi guys, here with the men's test number 3 winner, Keelan Henry, Big Cheese. You smashed the hell out of that. Tell me saying, when did you know that you had that in the bag?
Before I started.
Love to hear it. But you know what, that's kind of the attitude you have to have going into something. You pretty much went unbroken almost every single set on those bench press. Was that your plan all along?
Yeah, I grew up in Joburg, so we bench here.
You're a big bench put. But you know what, it was incredible to watch. You just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Is this sort of a workout you do back in France, or is this something that you plan for?
No, not really. I actually don't do that much barbell cycling, but it was actually a nice workout for me anyway. I like those chipper styles. Anything like moderately heavy, I like it. You know, had some setbacks yesterday, so I just had to switch the mindset on, put it down today and try and make some moves.
I mean, there you go. We've got a third event winner from the men's. 3 different winners, 3 different events. Event 4, how's that looking for you?
We'll see when we get there.
All right, fair enough. I suppose that's it. And that, we just look forward to seeing you the rest of the weekend. Are you going to punch your name to the ticket?
I'd like to, yes, definitely.
Hell yeah, man. 2 years in a row. We're looking forward to it. Thanks, big guy.
All right, live and in studio with your winner, Keelan Henry. Keelan, congratulations. How did that feel out there?
Yeah, I felt great actually. Felt pretty good. The workout was nice. I like this kind of workout. It suits me, and I was just happy to get it done and get the job done.
That's awesome. Now, I have to say, a truly assassinistic approach to the workout. At what point did you feel like, okay, cool, I have a strategy and it is working?
I just got the time to beat, to just keep it smooth as fast. Keep an eye on other competitors. I didn't have to push too much. So I just kind of kept some juice in the tank. Try and keep it smooth as fast. And then just move through the numbers, get it done.
A quote from the legendary Ricky Bobby, so to speak. But just a question, the season build-up, talk me through it. How has this build-up to this day been? You've been through the Open, you've been through the quarters, you came out on that number one spot, you're chasing it down again.
Yeah, definitely, yeah, sure, for sure. The season's been a bit long, a bit crazy if you ask, the up and downs. Obviously, as athletes we go through up and downs, going through injuries, mindset, mental health, all that stuff. It's very important, it's not just physical, it's also mental. So I'm quite happy to get a win under the belt today. It's a good moral booster, and then we're looking forward to trying to finish the weekend.
All right, awesome. Just a quick one. We are in studio with Keelan Henry. You'll know him as your champ last year, looking to make that champ status this year, and absolutely demolishing the time to beat. It was criminal to see how easy you made that look. Now, Keelan, I just have to ask, you mentioned something so important a second ago, balance. Talk to me about how you establish balance, being an elite athlete and yet being able to, moderate your mental health, stay healthy, stay fit.
I'm working on it. I haven't found it yet. That's the truth. I'm still working on it. Trying to find that balance between being an athlete, chasing performance, and also health, and also everything around me, family, friends, relationships. That's very important for myself and everybody else. Like I said, I'm still trying to find it. You go through the holes, you go through the highs, working on it, and hopefully, I'll figure it out one day.
Look, you've been an inspiration to a lot of us not so superior athletes like myself out here. You've absolutely, like I said, obliterated that workout. You've been at the top of the game. Talk to me maybe a little bit while we are talking about balance, about last year, stamped your passport off to Madison, if I'm not mistaken, got there and didn't get the chance to show your complete body of work.
Yeah, that was, like I said, that also kind of, it's a roller coaster, punching the tickets, and then literally a week before the games, tore my hamstring, pretty bad one. Just like I said, trying to find that balance and maybe flying a bit too close to the sun, tipping the scale a bit too far on the other side. Going through that, trying to come back, it's tough.
Yeah.
And, it's easier said than done, and trying to work on it every single day, trying to better myself, trying to help other people. I still work full-time, I coach full-time. I'm trying to work on myself, and I'm also trying to help other people work on themselves, and that's important for me and the people around me.
That's awesome. They say you can tell a lot about a man about the ideas that are front of mind. Now that you've mentioned family, that you've mentioned balance, talk to me about those people in your life that make it possible for you to be able to do what you do at the highest scale.
Yeah. First of all, my girlfriend, very supportive, back in France. She's always there and lets me do those things, gives me my independence to try and train. Like I said, I work full-time, 35 hours, and I train full-time about 15 to 20 hours. So trying to find balance as well with relationships, it's very hard, and I'm glad that she supports me 100%. And then behind that, my family, that all year today, they're all year supporting me, pushing me, my mother making me food every day, my nutrition coach, and my brother helping me every day, everybody, my dad, my sister, my cousins, everybody that's here today, and that's been around me for my whole life. They're always there, and you need those people in your community.
That's amazing. And Keelan, one last question I want to ask you athletically before heading into CrossFit. Your background is in rugby. Take me through a little bit of the position you played and how you feel that might have transitioned well into the sport of CrossFit.
Yeah, I played hooker, so in the front row. I was like 25 kilos heavier than I am now. So I was quite a big boy, fairly big for my stature. Went through a lot of injuries, and that's one of the reasons I stopped. So lost all that weight, and just like I said, I was never the biggest, but I was the hardest worker. I had to make up somewhere. So that should definitely transfer over to CrossFit. You know, if you put in the work, you'll see the results.
That's awesome. Keelan, I want to say thank you for taking the time to meet us here in the booth today. Congratulations. We are rooting for you out here, hoping to see you get not only that champ status from 2022, but as Conor McGregor once said, that champ status. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Any last final shout-outs you want to give to any of the people in your life?
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for everybody. You know, everybody that's here today. Thanks for the African community. The CrossFit African community is very great. The community back home, also in France, and also my community around me, my family, friends, and everybody that supports me.
Awesome. Flying the South African flag real high, ladies and gentlemen. Keegan Henry, your Event 3 win. Let's have a quick look at what is going to happen as far as the rest of the events today. Event 4 coming up for your teams. A very, very warm welcome, one and all. Again, my name is Ken Klein. It is exciting to be with you today. Action-packed weekend already. Day 2 of the Renegade Games, and I am joined by one of the OGest OGs in the land, Jason Smith. It is great to have you in the booth with me.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for having me. Good to be back.
It's exciting. Jason, I'm just thinking back to, believe it or not, 2016. I had the privilege of coming around to Kyalami, and you was teaching me on a snatch. And Brew, those are tips that have stayed with me to this very day.
Oh, that's awesome.
You are one of the best coaches I've seen, and that's interesting because you're not just at the upper echelon of the sport in terms of an athlete.
Yeah.
Your coaching is insane.
Oh, shot, man. Yeah, thanks a lot. It's I think something that's carried over from my competitive side to actually teach people to enjoy the sport and get obviously better with everything else that comes with the sport. It's not always the competitive side, which originally was our thought when we opened up the box, be competitive. But that very quickly changed to actually rather help people rather than trying to get them to push and compete and stuff. So, since then we've just, my doors are always open to those that want to learn and, learn more about the sport.
That's awesome. Jay, you've had a phenomenal weekend thus far. Backtracking one or two spots before we get into this weekend's performance, talk to me about the decision to go indie when you originally were going to go and hunt down the Masters title.
Yeah, so I was actually on the fence for the whole, up until quarterfinals.
Yeah.
During Opens, I wasn't sure if I was going to go individual or Masters. Even during quarterfinals, I wasn't sure, but I just did quarterfinals for individuals and then Masters. But then during the Masters quarterfinals, I thought, let me actually just give this a go and actually try qualify for the games, because I saw Rich Froning was doing the qualifiers, so I thought it would be so nice and a privilege to compete against him at the games. It's actually been one of my goals since I started CrossFit in 2009, 2010.
Absolutely.
And then, I got a penalty in one of the workouts, which put me way back out of qualifying spot. It was a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I wasn't keen to compete at all.
Yeah.
I still had the invite to come to individual semis.
Yeah.
So I just thought, let me just give it a shot. I entered for semis, and then, I just started training. I started picking up the training about 3 weeks ago. So, I'm here, and I'm here to give it my all. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to just, float around and see where I can land up. If I'm here to compete, I'm here to compete.
No, absolutely. And I think that very sentiment is obviously evident in the fact that you've come through and you were rocking the white jersey today. Your words exactly, and I quote, "Not here to play around. I'm here to show these young guns some old tricks."
I've been around in the sport since 2008. I've been competing since 2009. I'm 39 this year, next month. So, it's... I am moving up in age, but I still think my experience is carrying me through the weekend. I've done this for a long time. I've been competing for a long time. So
absolutely.
I think the experience is just, taking control over the weekend, actually. So, yeah.
So, you came into this one rocking the leader's jersey. It's a long weekend. We've only got 3 workouts in the book. You mentioned off camera to me, like, hey, look, I think that was the one I wanted to get behind me. Now it's full send to the end.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone has their favorites with the workouts, some good, some bad.
Yeah.
I think this was the workout I was just a little bit worried about with my back. The bench was a bit tricky for me, but heavy as well.
Yeah.
So I'm glad it's over. I think I landed up pretty okay, not too bad. I didn't drop too many places. And then, the rest of the weekend is good for me. I just keep the body in check and maintain everything. And then, hopefully we come out on top. It's my goal.
Jay, so switching gears a little bit, we've obviously dived into the elaborate fitness career that makes up your incredibly illustrious career spanning all the way back to 2008. But let's talk about it broader. How do you find that as an affiliate owner, as a competitor, as all of this individual that wears multiple hats, how do you find your balance in life as a whole?
I think that's the key, is actually finding your balance. I don't train all day, every day. I don't sit on the couch and look after my kids or... babysit all day. I've got that balance where I get to the gym, I do what I need to do, I don't fart ass around. I've got kids and stuff I need to look after. My wife obviously does a shitload to help out as well. But there's, and then I've obviously got a business that I run during the day. So besides the 2 boxes, training, keeping check with the family, and then work. It's just, I think it is finding that balance. And I think because I've been involved in it for so long, I think I've actually found that good balance where I can get work done, concentrate on the family when I need to, and then obviously business side as well.
No, that's awesome. Jay, I want to say thank you for availing your time.
Thank
We're
you.
rooting for you. Hope you have a fantastic weekend. Hope that back holds up beautifully.
Yeah, shot, man. Yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Smith, the OGest OG, been in the game since 2008, still kicking ass and taking names. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Shot, guys.
Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. We are stuck in the middle of day 2 and we had a full morning filled with a couple of action-packed heats. But moving swiftly after a nice little lunch break, we're going to go straight into teams test number 4 and their team's final heat for today. I'm Matt Holiday in the studio up here with me. I'm joined by Stretch.
What up, everybody? Sorry for the voice. Been I'll do my best to make sure that I sound somewhat just decent, but man, down there on that floor in that last individual event, I can't even explain or express to you how much just chaos. And if you're South African, you know exactly what that means. You could taste it amongst the athletes, just athletes getting after it, hammer and tong, absolutely everything they had just for that workout. And again, guys finishing strong, Keelan Henry absolutely dominating that one. But you know what, crack a job. But hey, back to the teams, man.
All right, so as you can see here, the rest of the Saturday schedule up on your screens at the moment. Starting out with team test number 4 in the next 2 minutes. And then just finishing off with individual female test 4 and 5. Remember, that's a 2-part scoring workout, pretty much 2 different workouts, but sandwiched together. And then finishing out with the individual male in this afternoon around 4 o'clock. We're just going to go back to the lane assignments for the heats or the teams that are on the floor right now. And we're just going to take a quick look at the teams. This is your first heat for Teams Test 4 in lane number 2, repping Egypt, CrossFit 111. In lane number 3, we've got RTF CrossFit Reapers. In lane 4, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. In lane 5, Motley Crew Blue. These guys made some moves in the previous event. In lane number 6, the Cape CrossFit Werewolves. In lane number 7, the second CrossFit 111 team, Relentless. And then lane 8, the Unboxed Rookies. Lane 9, Juggernaut Triumph. So 2 of the CrossFit Juggernaut teams in here, 1 of the Unboxed teams, and both of the CrossFit 111 teams. And then just moving on to the workout that's coming up now. So semi-finals test 4 for the teams. This is an interesting one. 5 rounds for time in male-female pairs on 2 different stations. So you guys can see on your screens now, your teams are starting on opposite ends of the field.
You know, the thing with that, I mean, if you looked at here, the guys on the row get to actually see what's going on, but one athlete looks like their back's turned from what I'm seeing. Like, that's a tough call, man. You've got to have your communication. As we've said all weekend, when it comes down to teams, you've got to have that communication on point. Like, this widescreen is actually really, really cool to see.
Right there on the screen now, you can see what the workout consists of. So the pairs on your right-hand side are starting out with 10 and 7 calories on the row, 10 synchro alternating dumbbell snatches, and then 15 box jumps. And then on the opposite side of the field, you are starting out with calories on the ski erg, alternating dumbbell snatches at a slightly lighter weight, which is why there's 20 reps as opposed to 10. And then 10 box jumps, however, at the highest box, so a 30-inch box. After both pairs have completed a full round, they'll switch positions for the following round and then swap ends of the competition floor. That means that pair 1 will row 3 times and ski twice, and pair 2 will ski 3 times and row twice. All in all, a lot of work to get done in 15 minutes.
You know, to be honest with you, the way that they've structured these team events is actually beautifully brutal. It's kind of the only way I can say it. Like, you're not going to be able to hide as an athlete if you manage to, pull your team together, no matter what it is. There's no ways you're going to be able to hide. Your weaknesses, as we've said all weekend, are going to get exposed. And it's just a case of you've got to throw down as soon as you can. When you know you've got something, absolutely block out the pain and go with whatever you've got. If you're going to struggle in something, doesn't matter. You're going to have to fight out and give it what you want. But because, let's be honest, there is only one position going to the games.
But here's the thing, just look at the adaptability of these athletes. That dumbbell weight that you see in the background there, that is still the 40 kg dumbbell for the men and 27.5 for the ladies. So these guys moving straight into 10 synchro dumbbell snatches, they haven't even missed a beat despite the weight going up 10 kilograms on the previous most heavy dumbbell snatch we've seen.
It has been a big call. I mean, as you would have seen in the individuals, those individual athletes going at those 40 kg dumbbells. I mean, you and I said earlier, I don't own those in my gym, in my box. You know, coaching CrossFit down in Durban. And Matt, I know you don't own them at your box.
Most definitely not.
So from that point of view, it's intense. Now, luckily, of course, the snatch is an entire body movement. You know, like fun fact, the barbell snatch is the most complex movement in all of sports on earth. Fun fact. There you go, the bottom of your screen, that's Rio of CrossFit 111. Absolute bus of an animal, and he loves himself a snatch. So again, that's all down to strategy. You've got to wait. Like, how do you mitigate the rest? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a case of, cool, I get to rest, but you don't want to cool down. You don't want your muscles to start, like, entering that rest period, but you need to recover as fast as you can.
Yeah, I think this one's going to come down to pacing the machine to your kind of slower athlete on that machine. There's no point in like for instance, the male athlete over here blasting his row and then getting off and just hanging around for the dumbbell.
Yeah.
Just pacing off your teammate makes it a little bit tricky with the setup of the ski ergs because you can't really see what's going on.
It is strange. Again, although you're facing each other, you can't see your teammate's screen. So you're kind of just talking to them, hopefully, and just being like, or like you said, do you go hammer and tongue and give yourself that little bit extra rest? Or you're going to work as a team together and then hopefully get a little bit further using that communication. Motley Crue, they're taking some big heavy breaths trying to fill those lungs. Looking good though, I must be honest. Like these teams, I mean, these are your fittest teams on the continent of Africa, so there's nothing but love for them, and just watching them throw down is just inspiring.
Right here, ripping Motley Blue, you've got Rousseau Wheeler and Morgan Naidu. This is Rousseau's first semi-final event. Morgan competing last year.
No, it really is epic to see how many returning athletes we have this year. You know, it's just, and then again, like you said, how many first timers? That's been the big one for me. Just incredible to see that the sport still is growing. You know, new athletes come through. It's not one of those sports that gets very stagnant where people kind of say like, you know, it's harder to get out of the sport than it is to get into it. So it just shows you if you want it bad enough, you'll do whatever it takes to get there and become that athlete.
Cape CrossFit Werewolves now. This was, these teams made a big push in the last event, test number 2. But as you can see, this is a 30-inch height box. So already proving to be a little bit difficult for some of the shorter athletes to get up onto.
Yeah, no, like if you're vertically challenged, you better have that spring in your step. Otherwise, all the drive through your hips, otherwise you're going to come up really in short. Luckily though, the ski ergs, you're just going to use your hips, so you've hopefully got a little bit left in your legs. But like if me and you're a tall athlete and I got those orangutan arms, you get to put a really long pull through using your lower back and then obviously save your quads. But some of the shorter athletes are going to almost a semi-squat to try and get the length of that stroke done through the ski erg.
Monique Schmidt and Trent Stradom on your screen now from the Cape CrossFit Werewolves.
Look, I must be honest, I'm going to call myself a part-time athlete, full-time fathlete. Like, it is, I really do not work. I'm glad I'm not out there, just being honest. Like, I look at some of these workouts, you know, the armchair athlete, and all of us goes, I could do that, or they're not going that fast. I'm telling you now, having been on the floor with these athletes, I am very glad I'm up here with you, and I'm very glad I'm on the floor with the mic.
Right here on your screen now, we've got the third team repping CrossFit Juggernaut down from the Western Cape. That was Tamar and Tariq.
You look at this widescreen though, it's just, it looks like sheer pandemonium, but trust me, those judges, the staff, they know exactly what's going on. Kent's got them all eating out of his hand.
Yeah, just looking at the widescreen, this is just pure chaos down on the floor, but very organized chaos.
You can see there some of the teams opting to squat down at the bottom of your screen, 1-1-1, having a bit of a breather. They're waiting to get their turn again. Other teams sort of kind of just looking around, waiting to, it's just, like you said, organized chaos. That's actually all I can call it.
There we can see maybe that slightly heavier dumbbell starting to take its toll a little bit. This is CrossFit 111 in lane number 2.
You know, there's, excuse me, there's been this beautiful blend between strength and endurance, you know, or cardio and strength, whichever the way you want to look at it. So some of your bigger, strong athletes were, let's say, an advantage yesterday, but if you, there you go, you can see it, you've got to get the whole body through, and that absolute frustration from these athletes, because they're out here giving it their best, exactly what they can. And unfortunately, sometimes everything you've got is just not enough.
This is the second CrossFit 111 team coming out of Egypt. This is the Relentless team.
I mean, like you said, that is a 30-inch box. That's not an easy thing also, especially after rowing, your legs are taxed. Now they want you to jump on this box and the other team do your snatches. It's just, I'm just glad I'm not down there. I'm not even lying to you. And you, Matt, any FOMO?
Oh, you know, I think we had a plan last year of bringing a team here through to semi-finals.
All right.
Unfortunately, 1 or 2 injuries along the way just kind of, you know, put a little bit of an obstacle in the middle of the road for us. And then, yeah, I'm just happy that, you know, I still had an athlete able to make it into the individual division.
Okay.
But I must say, checking out these workouts, this is epic. I mean, anyone that has the opportunity to be down here on this floor right now, throwing down, you know, this is something that, I mean, you could remember forever. So yeah, as much as it would hurt, definitely a little bit of FOMO. But on the bright side, I got to sit up here with you guys.
Fair point, fair point. We get best of both worlds. I get to be involved and not have to sweat my absolute butt off. But you can see these athletes in the background absolutely sucking in as much as they can, looking for that full recovery. Is Nick Affett there in the orange Puma shirt. Like I said, glorious mustache he's got happening there. You know, I bring him up, but he's just left.
All right, here we go on your screen. Just on the right-hand side, you've got Juggernaut Conquer. This is both ends of their team, just on the opposite sides of this workout. This is the second team coming out of CrossFit Juggernaut. Once again, the box throwing in the most amount of teams into the hat. And then Triumph all the way down here in lane number 10.
Triumph, actually, glad to see them back on the floor. I know yesterday a little bit of sickness plagued the team, but you know what? Stepped it back up. They're back on the floor this morning. And again, just giving it horns.
And that's it. Over there, you got Lisa Clarence and Yaku Duplessis. That was just on your screen right there.
Great Bird, great Bird. Oh my goodness me, I do apologize. Matt, take over. I've run out of air time. I'm going to go reload.
Also another cool, very cool shot coming in here from the top corner of this. Right there, doing the switch over for CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. And then going back and focusing on 111. Right over there in lane number 1. RTF Krugersdorp Reapers directly next to them in lane number 2. And then this is also a nice team to look out for in the future, I think. This is the Unboxed Rookies. So we've obviously seen the Unboxed Mayhem Africa team absolutely leading the pack through the last couple of events in the teams division. And this is their second team coming out of the same affiliate.
I guarantee you that one athlete is super happy for these soft box jumps because he would have lost half of his shin bone there. So again, like, safety is obviously always the main concern of athletes, and having these Rebel soft boxes really are good to see out there. It just mitigates the fear in athletes, especially when your legs are taxed. You're still going to have a crack at as opposed to that. I mean, Matt, I'm sure you've shinned yourself a couple of times.
I must be 100% honest, and that's kind of like one of my claims to fame. I've never missed a box jump. Touch wood, right here
really?
On this desk.
Never, ever, ever.
I've never injured my shin on a box jump.
You superhero. I'm not even going to lie to you. That's worthy of like a prize in its own, man. I kid you not. I've sconded, flipped over, done a bit of that weird somersault, try and make it look like I didn't nearly die. But you know what? Hey, we've all been there, apparently, except for you.
That's something that I'm going to hold nice and high, and something I hope never happens, because, I mean, I've witnessed a few.
Yeah. I feel like that's a patch we need to get on your weight vest. Like, I can box jump.
All right, just over 3 minutes left in this workout. We still haven't seen a team finish this test number 4.
This is brutal, man. I've got to hats off. Like, if this was Bosman, man, you have outdone yourself, sir. Like, these are some classic movements, just notched up. Like, it takes something simple like a dumbbell snatch. You're like, cool. You think you got a dumbbell snatch? Can you do it at 40? You think you got a bench press? Because every bro, let's be honest, every bro on earth is like, I got a big bench. Like, cool. You may have an 80 kg barbell bench. That's pretty like it. Like, that's good. I mean, I'll give it to you. It's a solid number. But can you do it with 240s, as you saw in the individuals, you know? And then, as well, we saw it this morning in the teams. Can you, dumbbell bench press?
There was no problem repping that stuff out. Just having a look now, the RTF CrossFit Reapers out on your screen. All doing multiple sets of these dumbbell snatches. So once again, particularly the females in these teams, it's quite amazing to watch them just kind of shift the 27.5 kilogram dumbbell around. Back over here, Lisa Clarence and Jaco Duplessis. Lisa Clarence has been in the game for years. So amazing to still see that she is out on the field at semi-finals.
And you can see the teams that have basically like almost lived in each other's pocket when it comes to the transitions, the movements, just even the way they communicate and walk, and obviously in synchro. Versus some of the teams that are like, oh, we're here, we're there. But you know what? That's what they say. Hey, cream always rises to the top.
Just having a look here now and focusing on the second CrossFit Juggernaut team. This is Juggernaut Honker. Michelle van Reenen, your female athlete in that team.
1 minute left to go for these athletes. Let's see what they've got in it. Throw it down. Again, remember, these are your bottom-ranked teams, but they're still fighting for a chance to get back into that final heat and do what they can in the day and a half left.
Yeah, this is the final event for these guys for their Saturday, day 2 of the Rebel Renegade Games. But heading into another big day tomorrow. Some massive weights coming to the team's way tomorrow morning. It's going to be very interesting to see.
That's going to be a lot of fun for like the heavy lifter guys, because I feel like in the teams at least there hasn't been that opportunity to really sling a barbell. You know what I mean? Get heavy on the barbell and let's show the world what we've got here in South Africa under a barbell.
There you go. You can see as we're at the time cap there, Relentless really just pushing his teammate, doing the dumbbell snatch, not waiting for anyone. But RTF looking like they just finished that workout.
All smiles, all smiles. Yeah, it's a little bit tough for you guys, and I must be honest, like, I feel like myself and Kent's obviously getting to go down the floor. We get to see a little bit more than you, know, whereas obviously up here in the Bird's Nest, we're a little bit stuck as to what we can and can't see. So if at times there's a bit of an overlay or a delay, or we may miss something up here, please understand that we're in the Bird's Nest. We see what you see at the same time. So we're here to comment, let you give you guys some insight, some background on the athletes. But in all honesty, we do miss things, you know. And Matt, I feel for you, man. You've missed some classic, sneaky things that have happened. You know that it happened too quick in the blink of the eye. You've got to be live to see it. That unfortunately just don't make it onto the camera.
Yeah, so just having a look down there on the field, just through a couple of replays, it looks like we did have 2 teams finish this workout. The RTF Reapers and then the Unboxed Rookies. It seemed like I saw them just from that top view angle laying on their finish mat.
This Juggernaut team, really, I am impressed. You know, I must be honest, like, to step back out having not felt well yesterday, a bit of flu, whatever it was, tummy bug, it doesn't matter. The fact that it takes, you know this, it takes a ton out of you. You know what I mean? Like, even just to take a half rest, like, guys, you know what? I'm going to rest this half. I'll be back tomorrow morning. It's a big call from the athlete as well. Do you push yourself, like we're saying, do you push yourself further to see what you've got and risk not being able to finish the event? Or do you just, guys, I need you to believe in me. I'm going to take this half rep. I'll be back tomorrow. And that looks like what's happened for the Juggernaut team.
Yeah, and a fairly strong comeback with that. That brings to an end the first heat of our teams. Obviously, only 2 teams' heats lined up back-to-back at the moment. So we're going to take a short break, and then we will introduce our top 10 teams in the current standings for this year's Rebel Renegade Games, just moving into test number 4. We are back at the Rebel Renegade Games and kicking off with teams test number 4, heat number 2. These are the top 10 ranked teams after yesterday's workouts. So just having a look, a full South African field over here. In lane 1, we've got Pack Life Santon. In lane 2, Motley Crew Red. In lane 3, Juggernaut Unstoppable. Lane 4, 10-Star Hybrid. Lane 5, Unboxed Mayhem Africa. In lane 6, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. In lane 7, Tiger Valley Synergy. In lane 8, Pack Life Wanderers. Lane 9, CrossFit Zulu. And in lane number 10, CrossFit Bounty.
This one's going to be a hell of an event to watch because these guys have shown them already the fact that they've got the stamina, and for most part, they've all got the strength. So it's going to start coming down to literally who wants it more. Are you prepared to bleed, as they say, for that extra rep or that extra couple of seconds? Or are you going to play it safe and then try hold on? But this is the last event for the day. So,
and as we said this morning, that Cape CrossFit Wolfpack is desperate to come back just a little bit more from yesterday. I think they had a day that was not quite up to their standard, so came out this morning guns blazing and ended up taking the heat win and the event win for test number 3, just squeezing Mayhem Africa out.
It's gonna be I've said this a lot, it's my word for the week, it's gonna be a humdinger, or it's just impressive. You know, Mike Fontana looking good there. He's a big fella, so you know he's got the power behind him, especially if you're gonna get on that ski erg. And that's what's going to come down to, man. Power to weight ratio or volume to speed ratio or power to speed ratio is going to kind of be like, how well can you as an athlete balance that? And then how well is your team? Can you balance that? Like, who's going to push when and where? and who's calling the shots on either side here. Because, I mean, you've got to still play it across the floor, see what your teammate's doing, and then still be involved enough to know that when your coach calls that, drops that hammer, you've all got to go.
Yeah, and I think, like we've said, this is the biggest thing with this event particularly. In previous events, it's like almost a individual effort, especially through event number 3. It was send out an individual and then follow through. With this event over here, this is a full team of 4 effort over here. So working on that ski erg and that row together, getting off both at the same time, rowing or skiing at a pace that is sustainable to move into your dumbbell snatches. Dumbbell snatches are synchronized, so it doesn't matter how fast you can go as an individual. If you don't have your teammates back, you're going to come undone.
100%. Oh, there we go, and we're off for this one. You can see Trent on the left-hand side of the screen. He went for 2 short strokes, really get that flywheel moving. Nice low. He's second from the bottom on your left-hand side of the screen. There you go, your current leaders for the Renegade Games, the Rebel Renegade Games, absolutely looking good. Target on their back. Matt, are you a hunter or do you like to be hunted?
I am a hunter. I enjoy chasing down a score as opposed to setting a score going in blind.
I like to hang back. I say this back when I could compete, and I'm not even going to mention my sport, but I was always that person, like, just hang back, watch the others, and as soon as you see that sign of weakness, attack. And we've seen that more in the individuals. But then again, we saw it in the team event, obviously in the first event with Mark Van Tonda getting on that row. And I actually had words with Caleb Gibbons, like, were you telling Mike to rest? He's like, no, Stretch, it's time to just send it, just have fun with it. Hence, he was commenting how he's never smiled that much on a runner before, so I get it.
All right, 10-star hybrids kind of leading the pack here, just coming off of the row side. But directly to the right, Juggernaut Unstoppable. Again, there's Dale Smith, Carly-Ann Smith.
No, it really is phenomenal. There we go. These cameramen, I mean, I've got to give it to them. They do manage to catch. Like, these split screens are really epic to see here. The Pack Life crew. Just go. That's Pack Life on your left-hand side. Teams are just on point. I mean, this is the beauty of fitness. You know what I mean? It's just everybody looks healthy. And there's going to be someone out there telling us something about it. You know what? Man, these athletes put everything they can. Their diet's on point. Their lifestyle is on point in terms of what they want. And like you said, in couples, as in as a family, easy to run together because you know where you're at. You know what the goal is at the end of the day.
There we go. Looks like we've got our first transition down here on the floor. And it is neck and neck. If you have a look at those 3 middle lanes, right on the opposite side, or either side of Mayhem Africa team, everyone kind of getting there at the same time. Motley Crew Red. Actually, quite an interesting little thing that I heard from Tyron yesterday about this team. The 2 athletes here in your left screen are actually German travelers. They come down every year and they visit Motley Crew CrossFit for 3 months over the Open. And this year, they just ended up qualifying in a team. So ended up having to come back twice in the year of 2023 so that they could join in representation at semi-finals.
You got to love that Euro to Rand exchange rate, man. Oh, my God. Could you imagine us trying to do that the reverse? 20-1 currently. So, you know what? They are smiling. But again, Rockstar. That actually brings me into what are your thoughts here on super teams as opposed to you representing all 4 members from your box trained together year in year out versus this notion of a super team that I've heard being thrown around.
You would kind of want to facilitate that by maybe making out 2 different categories, something like the Affiliate Cup.
Yeah.
So actually, noting that the teams that are coming through and forming a super team are there to create a super team.
Yeah.
I do think at the end of the day, this is kind of a single. I don't know. I don't really know how to say this. But
also, I don't want those super teams coming up in the booth and beating the hell out of us.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's got to play PC right now. But yeah, I get you. I see what you're saying. I think for want of a better word, that's where I kind of gravitate my towards the Cape CrossFit. They have been together a team for 2 years. Like, they train together day in, day out. They know each other. They train together. They coach together. They're like 2 steps away from living together, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But I guess at the end of the day, on a competition of this level, this is to send a team from the Africa region, not a team from a box in South Africa.
Yeah, fair point. Actually,
it's not
you're right.
necessarily a matter of, can my gym sport the best team possible?
Yeah.
And I mean, even having a look at that top team, that Mayhem Africa team, a little bit of a super team that has been formed. But the Cape CrossFit Wolfpack, I mean, Callum Diebel is an athlete that has moved over from a games team previously.
100%.
Obviously, now he is training at the affiliate as well. So they are all affiliate members of the same gym. But having a look at this team over here, I think Alan has his or runs his own gym. AJ also has his own gym. And then we've got Michelle and Angie out of Michelle's gym that she owns. So 3 different gym owners coming together, forming a team, and really making waves here.
But the nice thing is, like, they haven't broken any rules.
They haven't.
CrossFit HQ set out the rules at the beginning of the year, and they haven't broken the rules. They've done exactly what the prescribed weights of the RX version was put out to the athletes. And you know what? I can't fault that. Like, hey, man, like we said, at the end of the day, we want to send the best teams that represent the African continent. It's not a personal vendetta or a personal viewpoint. It's just a case of like, but this is the point of being up in the bird's nest. We get to have these conversations that people are having in private at homes. Here you go, look, Cape CrossFit Wolfpack. Wow, that synchronization just looks pretty.
It just looks effortless. They're not even really looking at each other. You can kind of see on your right screen, Mike is watching.
You got it wrong
what's
as
going
well.
on.
See, it's easy to get the Finkles confused.
Oh, Mike is watching Brady. I mean, but he's kind of leading at what's going on. And then, we've got Callum and Regan in your left screen.
Yeah, it's good when it's this screen. You can kind of see like who's where, and let's be honest, they are tight. I mean, that's what, 1, 2, I can see about 6 different lanes there that are all together. If I can't call it, I'm not even going to try to call it here.
Oh, there you go, Byron Smith over there giving the camera some love from CrossFit Tiger Valley Synergy.
You can see that fatigue starting to set in there to Emma's legs, but you know what? Check leg shakes it off, gets straight back up on it. And that is, Emma's a vertically challenged athlete. She's a bit of a shorter athlete, so you can see there, she's really having to lift her legs up to her torso to get onto the box.
There we go. So from what we can pick up over here, we've got an extremely tight race between 10 Star and Mayhem Africa. The Cape CrossFit Wolfpack is just trailing behind those 2 teams, but it is neck and neck between 10 Star and Mayhem Africa at the moment.
CrossFit Zulu, Durban, KZN team. I just call KZN Durban generally these days. But you know what? Good to see the KZN crew out here. CrossFit Zulu absolutely rocking it there. Head coach Bruno looking good though. Oh, there we go. And Key Alcott there on the back with her hands on the hips. She's just racing her time. She knows her box jump time's coming. So she's going to step it up. But like I said, they're waiting for their team on the other side. And there goes Key. Whoo! Nearly clipped the edge of that box there.
But you can just see as she stands next to a 30-inch box. That box is almost at her hip height.
Yeah. Again, Key, like absolute rock star athlete. Been really pushing hard this season to get to where she is. And again, you can see when she jumps off, the height, the level of those booty shorts is the height of that box. So she's having to really put a big amount of work into it.
Here we go. 10 Star and Mayhem Africa literally going rep for rep.
Both judges look like they're on 3. Oh, Hybrid looks like they're 1 rep ahead. Nope, hold it back. Literally said.
It is neck and neck. There's nothing in this at the moment.
Oh, Lani Line with a bit of a stumble on the box there, but it's all good. Recovers really quickly. Good to see Justin Swart. Seriously, good to see him back out on the arena floor. Really is. Like you said, hurt himself. It happens. These things happen. It doesn't matter sport. I mean, I come from a swimming background. I'll tell you now, I've blown my shoulders out swimming more times than I've had any injury in a CrossFit box. But to see him come back and obviously all the way back to semi-finals really is an epic sight. And
no,
I wish him and his team
unbelievable.
all the best.
Justin Swart taking a 2-year break and then finishing 7th or 6th in the Open in 2023. Like, what an amazing comeback. opting to rather stick with his team. Also, a new box owner. So CrossFit Juggernaut is his own affiliate now. Recently opened towards the back end of last year.
Also, like I said, a veteran games owner. I think he wins games with Cape CrossFit, wasn't it?
Yeah, he traveled on that tour as a coach. Do you remember that? That was Callum Diebel and
yes. You are right.
Sorry about that. But Richie Walbolt was on that team.
Yeah. Richie, I actually believe he's watching away from the States. Richie, what up, big guy? Good to see you.
Yeah, Richie Walbolt throwing some comments on the YouTube channel earlier.
Oh, AJ Fisser getting that row abs, getting that flywheel spinning so you can drop it. And he's a taller athlete. You can see like a lot of power coming through those legs.
This is these athletes' final round, as far as I'm aware.
Looking good considering they're well under the time cap. I mean, it's a 15-minute workout, and we've just touched on 10 minutes.
And these athletes absolutely sending it all the way.
There we go. It's that Angie Colloway. They're getting ready. Hand it over the chalk. Here we go for these synchro dumbbell snatches. They've almost actually breathed it at the same time. I don't know if you saw that. Get that chest pump. Get
Looks
that
like
air
10-star hybrid just got a slight head start on Mayhem Africa.
Here we go. Here
And the
comes
Cape CrossFit Wolfpack joining the hunt over here. Just to the left of them, Tiger Valley Synergy. This is neck and neck. Still 4 minutes to go on the time cap. We go having a look at the 10-star team that's looking to take a heat win over here.
It really is going to shake up the leaderboard, and you know what? That's always a good thing to see, that there's no runaway athlete. Shows you how much, or how close the actual full talent pool of Africa really is. Natalie van Heerden here, just her and Trent just literally trading rep for rep, teamwork at its finest right now.
And 10-star has taken this test win, crossing the line just ahead.
That's going to put some pressure on the leaders now.
And an absolutely epic performance from 10-star. We still have 3 minutes, plenty of time left.
And there goes Mayhem. They've just finished up strong there, like I said. Still, as you said, 3 minutes to go. So, like,
there we
it's
go.
never over
Unboxed
till it's
Mayhem
over.
Africa, also just crossing the line in just over 12 minutes. And Cape CrossFit Wolfpack joining the crew on the finish mats.
Yeah, you can just see it. These athletes, I mean, like, luckily for them, it is the end of the day. I mean, they get a full rest going to tomorrow, but you know what? It's going to make tomorrow.
Here we go, Tiger Valley joining. So these are the top 4 favorites as it is. And as you can see, they are not letting each other out of their sight. What a tight race. All within a matter of 45 seconds, your top 4 teams finishing.
That really is good to watch. You can just see an absolute pile of bodies on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, I am sorry for the raspy voice. It's a little bit easier when I'm on the microphone downstairs. I can shout a little louder, but you know, it is. Still got a full day, and I'm going to do my best. Hopefully tomorrow morning, I'll just let Ken stay up here, man. He's having an absolute blast. I hope you guys really are enjoying the live stream commentary. You know, Matt and Ken putting on an absolute show for you guys. And their knowledge of teams, I'm not going to lie, far superior to mine. Not even going to tell a lie. I think I've just got used to spotting the teams a lot faster.
No, Stretch as well, been in the game for a very long time. And again, affiliate owner down in Durban, owner of CrossFit Goshen.
Yes, sirree. Yourself, Matt? Cape Town, man? Rocking out, CrossFit Bloberg.
Cape Town, man. CrossFit Bloberg.
One of the more prettier parts of the country, definitely. I've been down there. It's a beautiful space.
That's a shout out to the block crew, all at home watching on TVs.
Here we go, Zulu. Come on, Key. Got to finish out, love. There's the lockout. 40 seconds. I hope you guys can finish. There we go. Just looking for that lockout.
And CrossFit Bounty making it over the line right over here in lane 10, nearest to the camera, right at the bottom of your screen. Still with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Okay,
15 seconds left.
Sorry, it's my fault. Here you go. This is my favorite part of CrossFit. I'm going to say this now, even after time goes. These athletes coming back to cheer for each other. This is not something you're going to see in any sport on earth. When the athletes are finished, they come back out to cheer for those guys still deep in the pain cave. And it is my favorite thing to watch. It's my favorite thing about CrossFit. And, you know, man, as an MC, if I'm on the floor and I don't see that, I give these athletes a hard time. But look at that love from these athletes for each other.
The Motley Crew Blue Dog Pile.
I'm pretty sure it's the last thing I would want at the end of the day.
Sorry, that is the Motley Crew Red team. Wearing blue shirts.
What a way to just throw a spanner in the works for us there.
An incredible performance here from those top 4 teams that are right up in contention with each other. CrossFit 10 Star just taking the win. And this is most definitely going to shuffle the leaderboard a little bit. They're currently sitting in 3rd position, followed by Mayhem Africa, still maintaining that top 1 or 2 spots. 2 event wins for Mayhem Africa, 2 second places.
Absolutely love it. It's so good to see different winners. You know, not only does it make it just more exciting to watch, but it's just, again, shows that talent pool that we have here on the continent of Africa. It's just a matter of time before we really put our hand up and have a crack at the rest of the world. You guys have been warned.
Once again, just look at the team coming together to make this event happen. Like, there are people everywhere and everyone knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Tomo and the Rebel crew really do run a tight ship, and you know what? They're seasoned veterans, and again, look at it, Matt.
All right, we're just gonna jump in here, head down to the floor for an interview with CrossFit 10 Star.
CrossFit 10 Star Hybrid. What an absolute incredible show. Talk me through the approach, because you guys look like you had a strategy, you stuck to it, and you blasted square out the water.
Yes, hi guys. Thank you so much, firstly, for the support. You guys are awesome. Woo! Yeah, pacing, not going out too hard, or how do you say it in English? Like a bat out of hell.
That's exactly how we say it in English,
don't
yes.
do that. It was all about pacing.
Now talk to me, I mean, it's an extremely tiring workout naturally, but the communication was so on point between you guys. How did you find that balance?
Yeah, look, we are a team of, we talk quite well to each other while we're working out, but it gets tough. You get out of breath and we just want to focus on breathing. But yeah, I think we communicate quite well. Yeah. Every now and again we shout at each other.
You barely got any oxygen, and yet you're still moving well. And lastly, really well done, guys. Teams, can we give it up for 10 Star Hybrid?
Man, I'm glad to be here.
Cody, it is epic to have you up here in the Bird's Nest with me, man. It's a pleasure to have you. I mean, you're a seasoned veteran of these kind of competitions. Tell me, what have you seen that maybe we need to look out for the rest of the world, or any advice you've got considering you've done so many of these? I mean, I remember seeing you back 2014.
2014. Yeah, man. It's been a while, but I will say this: like, I think the world needs to pay attention because of what's going on. The level that has grown, I've seen grow, and you know, it's just the passion of the community. And, you know, even through things of which I didn't know about, which happened earlier today, it's something that, you know, what is it called again?
Ubuntu, is that the word you're looking for? The South African notion of everyone just looking after each other?
Yeah, exactly. And you see teams come together, helping each other. You see teams that don't finish but have great sportsmanship and still cheering each other on. Because a lot of times, you know, you get so competitive and it turns into, why didn't you finish? You messed up, you lost. But what I've seen literally heat after heat is just, oh my God, it's all right. Like, celebrate. No, you can only do a couple of these super heavy weights. But your team cheering you on and like literally giving you the best love. And that's something that I love to see.
Yeah, I mean the beauty that I saw. Sorry for my voice.
No, you're
the
good.
Beauty of the beauty of it yesterday. I mean, in that Gorak sort of muscle up.
Oh gosh.
I watched individual athletes literally lane by lane coming over to each other and being like, "Hey man, how did you do that one? Because I'm not getting there." And I was literally watching girls and guys actually like, you know, doing that like typical fist pump, like, let's go, let's have it. And they get off like, you get it. They're like, no, did you? Like, no. Like, okay, we'll, you know, watch the strategy happening. And that's not something you're going to see on a competition scale anywhere on earth across the board. No competitors go together and like, hey man, you want to tell me how you did that so I can do it as well?
Yeah.
So it is a beautiful notion. And again, like you said there, the athletes coming back, you saw it there in the live stream, guys coming back, they're finished, they're over. They can walk off if they want to.
Yeah.
They choose to come back as a team and cheer on the next team. It's just, for me, it's the quintessential beauty of CrossFit that you've seen from the games. You know, you've seen Rich Froning, the GOAT, come out. You've seen Matt Fraser come out. Doesn't matter the athlete, the level, or even the status they hold as a celebrity in our sport. They're never bigger than the sport themselves.
Exactly.
They're always happy to come back out and be like, you've seen it. They lose their mind when an athlete hits a PB or locks something and they maybe have struggled in training. And that's literally half the reason that my voice is so hoarse at the moment, is watching like Megan Fowler fall, just hammer it. And then watching someone like Rowan Potgieter get a bit stronger. But yesterday, dominating those pistols. It's just that, like you said, world, watch out, Africa, we haven't forgotten about you. We're just hiding in the shadows. We're waiting for our chance.
I don't know if you're hiding. I just think you guys have, you know, you're so far south. Sometimes people forget to look. And then once they see it on the live stream, it's just looking great. You're like, oh crap! What? Hold on! I need to see. I need to watch. I need to tune in. And that's something that, you know, the other part of it is, you know, just the overall community here with the athletes having fun.
Yeah.
You know, the crowd having fun. And that's the good thing, is like, you don't have to always have two head-to-head going to have fun. You hear the crowd yelling when it's still just in the mix.
Yeah,
and that's the part I like, because sometimes it can, you know, it can get to a point where people just are watching just to watch. Like yesterday, we had the longer, you know, that more endurance style workout, but people were yelling as people were running on, and you were on the floor.
Yeah,
and that was that. You know, I give you kudos. People were running, not running, they were running, and everybody was yelling and screaming and rooting them on, which is tough to do, because sometimes it's just running.
No, man, appreciate that. Like, you know what? I love the sport. I love these athletes, and like I was saying earlier, like, it's actually weird being in the sort of up here in the bird's nest. You actually kind of miss a lot, because you kind of look where the camera goes. We're being down there with the individuals. I can spin and I can pivot and I get to see what's going on. Sort of like, unfortunately, I think the guys got some hate up here, not being able to see Rowan Conrad. He absolutely destroyed Linda.
Yeah.
And guys, don't give them some hate, man. They're stuck with what they can see. I could pivot and see what's going on and call it. And it's the same with those running workouts. Like Jason Smith came to me. He's like, dude, you don't have to tell everyone that I changed my pace, man. I'm like, hey, I call it as I see it, bro. Like, I'm sorry for that, but I'm not going to, like, save you for, you know, not to make it exciting for everyone else. And in that same point, you watch the guys going like, dude. And then I got to see it again, sort of in the Linda with the ladies. Like, you can actually get a feel for it. I'm sure you've seen it before. You're announcing comes, you actually watch that athlete sort of like poke up their eye, and you're like, oh, you're listening to me. You're like, okay. All right.
Well, that's the strategy side of it, and the beautiful part of it is, you start to see the athletes, and it's funny because I'm sitting up at the other side, and I see all the screens, and we're, you know, spotting where to put the camera, and I'm like, hey, this person right here is going to jump off before this person. And you know, a layman will be like, oh no, they went on first, they're going to finish first. It's like, no, I'm counting the repetitions. And if you look at, and this is something, this little insider tip, if you look at the runner, there's always a piece of tape.
Oh, I love that.
This white piece of tape. You can count revolutions. So as I start to see, right, this is insider tip. As I start to see
spectator insiders,
I can then see who's going faster. I'm like, you're actually going faster. And that's the funny thing, is a lot of people sometimes don't know those little things, right? As an athlete, you can't look at somebody else's, right, because you're running. But as the spectators, you can really start to hone in and see. And the beautiful part of it is the athletes know their bodies so well. They know how to scale up. And that's when they get from just, elite to super elite. When you see a person like Jason be able to run, and then all of a sudden he picks it up just a half a second. And you're like, hold on, that half a second is going to turn into an extra 30 seconds faster and then move forward. And that's, that's the beauty.
Jason is that game's veteran, but the thing that really got me is of all the athletes that I was watching yesterday, Jason was the only one head down. Like, got on that assault row, 3,000 meters, head down. Didn't look up, didn't even want to know left and right. Had a strategy going into it, knew what he wanted to do there. Got on the runner, head on that. He changed his pace according to where he wanted to be, skier, got down. Like, beautiful to watch. Again, today, Ruan Conradi in that heat, second heat. No one against him. No one actually didn't look left and right. Knew what he wanted, knew when to go, kind of, and I was talking to him before, so he didn't get the event win, so I didn't get to interview him, but he was like, Stretch, I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew when I wanted to break. And he's like, Stretch, you called it. Round 7's halfway. So my game was hang in for round 7 and then just drop it like it's hot and see what I've got to hang on for the rest of the event.
Yeah, no, but that actually leads us into leaderboard.
Yeah.
Right, and looking at the different teams, looking at, I love watching the teams go with this one. We just saw, as we see Cape CrossFit. Are they first now?
Looks.
Oh wow.
Like
okay. Because 10 Star just pulled it out.
Exactly. I mean, that's the beauty of the teams of the competition. Like you can win 2 events and still not make it. Your consistency's not there. It's still the sport. You got a hole in your game. You're going to get exposed.
Yeah.
If you're across the board, I don't know how to say it. You've got to have that consistency across the board. You can be a lifter, whatever it is. If you've got a big hole, one of these other teams is going to take you out.
And that's the thing a lot of people don't always realize. You only see like the winners. And you forget to see Madero's just be consistent
just pulls that
and
sneaky.
then win the championship. Win the games 2 times in a row. And he didn't win every single event.
That's what I was going to say.
Top. His consistency is what makes it.
I'm pretty sure his first year he actually only won on the last day. It's the first time he won an event. And everyone's like, but so-and-so. I'm like, dude, guys, consistency, man. He's got minimal holes in his game. He learned. He went and he trained with Matt. And, and you watch the documentaries and Matt and him having a chat. I'm like, athletes don't talk mid-competition.
No.
You're like, man, I'm going to vomit blood before I let you get near me. And there's Matt, and they're like, dude, I'm like, hey, Matt, slow down, man. I'm like, you're never going to say, it's not like, you've been to the NFL and stuff. Like, it's not like to me, like, hey, guys, like, we're feeling a bit off. Can you guys back it up like a little bit?
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen. Again, that talks to that spirit of CrossFit as a whole. And again, you've seen it here in the South Africa, on the African continent. We've got guys from Morocco, throwing down against guys from Egypt. You've got Rio and then the 111 team. There's just that beautiful community. I mean, we're transcending languages, to be honest with you. You've got Rio and the guys speak Arabic. It's their home language. I'm lucky enough to visit them and I know a bit about them. But same thing, they're there and they forget I'm there and they just rap off. I'm like, guys, English, time out, man. Don't leave me hanging, guys. I want to be in on this conversation. Then you've got guys like Hamza from Morocco. You've got athletes from Zimbabwe. And then we've got our international contingent because they're still South African. They haven't broken the rules. Like Michelle Bassett from the States, we've got here Jenna Radar. She's been training in Dubai. You've got Christine and I screw this up every time. Lividakis. I get it right on the mic.
Forgive us. Forgive us.
It goes to pieces. So I'm sorry, darling. I did get it right for you on the interview. But Lividakis.
There you go.
But and that's the thing. And then she lives in Australia. So South Africa really is a massive melting pot.
It is.
Africa, sorry, I can't even say South Africa. Africa is that massive melting pot of athletes. Keelan Henry, there you go, in France.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got European, American, Australian, and the Middle East, all still considered African because they are. That's their birthright. That's where it comes from.
Exactly.
And that's the beauty of the sport, especially in the African region. Some of the athletes I'm a veteran on the South African scene. I've done almost all the competitions.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, yesterday there was a full heat. I was like, I actually don't know these guys. Gotta go to them like, hey man, what box are you from? They're like, oh yeah, dude, I train in England, I train here. And then at the same time, you've got husband and wives teams. You've got
that's the cool part.
A brother, sister in the von Mansbergs. Then you've got her fiance. So now you've got full family. Dad's the coach, manager. I went over to him like, hey man, I don't want to get this wrong. I don't want to call her like this brother and sister. Is this like husband and wife? I don't want to make you look bad. And he's like, no, husband and wife. That's brother, sister, and that's fiance. Like, dude, that's a full family affair, man.
Well, there's a team with 2 sisters on it. I believe 3 sisters. No, but not on the same team.
No,
but
2 and 1, but same box.
Same.
And that's the Wolfpack. That's the Finkles.
Yeah.
I mean, rock star,
Cape
young athletes.
CrossFit.
They're part of the next generation of South Africans coming through. And it's just, we've got that depth. But again, I know the sport of CrossFit is 14 years old, but if you look here in South Africa, the oldest affiliates are only 10. You know, and it's kind of, we're pushing through. The guys are starting to keep it up. It's like, I can do this. It's not just now a hobby. It's becoming that, hey man, I really can do this.
Yeah.
I can make a career out of it. But again, it's not the dollars. It's not the Aussie dollars, the pound. Like, we're still struggling. Most of these guys still either have 9 to 5 day jobs, or they're full-time coaches. And it's when they're not coaching,
they're training.
They get the day to train. It's a balance that they've got to work through. It brings its own challenges.
But that's the thing, right? That happened in other places too.
Yeah.
In the States when I was 2012, right? We're training team that went to CrossFit RX, that went to the games. You know, everybody was still working or coaching and then had to do that. And it wasn't until maybe 5 or 6 years ago, after after it's like really grown and grew to prominence, that people were able to be sponsored full time.
100%.
You know, and that just came from the marketing side, actually realizing, hey, CrossFit community is strong. Like, we're strong. We're not just here and watching, you know, we're not just working out. Like, we support our own, and that's the beauty of the community overall. And that's the part that, as I walk through here, and the part with the international side, it's like, man, people always have so many things to pick at. Like, I don't like what you believe. I don't like what this is. But when they come out here, everybody's hanging out. It doesn't
100%.
matter where you're from. Doesn't matter, you know, what language you speak. You all have to do a thruster, and
100%.
Nobody likes it.
6'5", 4'3". Look, personally, nobody likes a thruster. If you do, you're lying.
If you like a
You're
thruster, don't come at me. Like, literally, like, who likes a thruster? Put it in the chat. If you like a thruster, put it in the chat. And I don't know. I don't know.
I'll leave that to you. I
If you like
physically hate it,
thrusters, what else? What else for the people? You like thrusters or holding a 200-pound sandbag?
Yeah, no, you need
with
more
your
friends.
knees straight.
Or a better hobby.
Oh my gosh, that workout alone was it looked
brutal,
crazy. And I will have to do this. I have to shout out the volunteers, because you don't see them, or you might see them in the shot before it goes away. They did not only move those, they filled them. I got the how do I say? I got the
misfortune?
not the ability. No, I got the opportunity.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
We actually did it back in 2019 or 2019 for Wadapalooza.
Fair point.
I had to fill those sandbags up. We had to fill the worms up, and people don't realize how heavy they are. And so when you have volunteers who are other CrossFitters, and they're like, "Hey, I'll come for free. I will pay my own money to come. And I'm going to serve to help this happen."
Exactly.
That's that next level of commitment that, you know, I really don't feel people know, because a lot of times you just show up and it's made.
100%.
And even people in the event. And I only know it because that's my area. I'm from the back end. We make sure everything looks good. You build it. But when you come in, there's nothing here. When you come to the games, there's nothing but a parking lot.
Exactly.
And the team comes in, the contractors, the all games team, the volunteers, they come in and build and make a masterpiece. And you see it here, which just turned it from like a regular basketball gym, and now it looks like a beautiful arena
100%.
with the right branding. The floor is immaculate. Like, you should see how, and this is the part that's funny, changing from inches and feet to meters. That is the hardest thing. Because it doesn't add up.
It's
and
unfair.
I'm sorry, international world. Americans, we love our inches and feet.
Can you not just join? I think there's like 3 or 4 countries on Earth. All right, the entire planet. They've switched to imperial. You guys, switched to metric. You guys like, we're imperial. I'm like, come on. I get the sport cap. Like, make it like all of us. All of us come together.
I mean, the pound came from Britain. We're just using it.
Look,
right?
hey, you beat them. You gain independence. You beat them. Come on.
All right, we're going to go to the leaderboard for the women before we get in trouble.
Guys, I'm going to be down the floor for the individuals. I'm leaving up the rest of the team. Cheers.
No, we're going into the leaderboard for the women.
Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Dude,
Pull the women up for me, guys. No, not yet. Because as you just mentioned, Michelle is at number 1. That was a crazy workout. But I saw her yesterday on that complex. And it was extremely hard with that ruck. But she literally went up, did the entire complex, and then went into it again.
Oh, yeah. Look at Christina Levididakis there, currently in 4th.
Yes,
same thing.
Same thing.
But I mean, and here's what we're talking about. She's got 2 event wins now, right?
Yep.
Still sitting 4th.
Yeah.
So it just shows you one event can hurt you badly in terms of this competition. Depends where you are. She's got to do a lot of work. We don't have the points base, but
no, we don't.
You can see it's going to be a bun fight.
And as the guys too, if we hop over to the men, this is another one that's actually really, really tight. Jason, even though Keelan won the last event, Jason is still in front.
Exactly. Like I said, across the board. I mean, I'm very impressed. There's some good names up there. I mean, let's be honest. It's a full South African affair, so I'm going to be slightly biased.
Hey, I love it. I love seeing it.
But again, it's good. It's good. So, like, in the women's division, it's actually slightly harder. You know, like, those like the girls out of Morocco, the guys out of Morocco, I don't know how big the community is there, considering how big lucky we've got it here in South Africa. And to see a full South African list, man, that does my heart big proud.
Well, the other funny thing too is as we're looking at this leaderboard, and I look at the leaderboard on the North America East Regional, semi-final. It's you have a Canadian winning, right?
Exactly.
And so that's the thing is like there's the international too, not as much, but that's the cool part about it is being able to see all South African, but at the same time looking at those top athletes
100%.
and how hard they work, how hard they train. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a real beautiful thing.
I'm not gonna lie, I just heard them call me over the speaker. Like
Yes,
I said, I'm looking
you
for
gotta
getting
go.
down to the individuals.
You gotta go.
It's my heart, man. Big dog.
Get a mint gumdrop, cough drop, something.
I'm done, man. I just get louder, and everyone has to deal with it. But guys, thanks. I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, Stretch.
Cheers, big dog.
And welcome back to the floor of the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games, the official Africa Noble CrossFit Semi-Final. We are now going into semi-finals test number 4 and 5. So we just had an amazing show out on the field by the teams. A very, very exciting finish between your top 4, and we will release an unofficial leaderboard pretty soon. But just shifting the focus over to the ladies over here. Ladies in heat number 1, as you can see up on your screens now. Individual test 4 for heaviest load lifted. So the buy-in over here is an 800 meter run on the assault runner. In the remaining time, athletes need to go directly into a 1 rep max snatch. At the time cap, athletes will have 2-minute rest and then go into test number 5. Test number 5 being 8 snatches at a set weight, 56.6 kgs for the ladies or 125 pounds, and then finish off with an 800 meter run. So test number 4, full max load, an 800 run with a buy-in, or as the buy-in to a max snatch, and then straight into test 5 after a 2-minute break. And 8 snatches straight into an 800 meter run, and that is scored for time. This is going to be a very interesting one. The time cap for test 4 is 6 minutes. The time cap for test 5 is 6 minutes. And then just a 2-minute ride in between there. It's 10 seconds to go time for these ladies in test 3 and test 4. Just having a look at your lane setup. In lane 3, we got Jessica Thompson. In lane 4, Alzaan Goosen. Lane 5, Tammy Taylor. Lane 6, Ingi Hussam Aldin. Lane 7, Inge von Mansberg. And in lane 8, Carla van Staden. These athletes have sprinted onto this 800-meter run. Remember, the faster their 800-meter run, the more time they have to lift and accumulate a 1-rep max snatch. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics the ladies in the first heat take here. The most important factor over here being opening up at a 1-rep max snatch that you are comfortable with. Focus now on Tammy Taylor. Tammy Taylor having a little bit of a hiccup in the first event of today, test number 3. But she seems to be looking strong, back on the field. And all these ladies still itching to get a spot in that second heat tomorrow. Just a reminder that we will be resetting the heats once again later this evening, moving into your final day of competition tomorrow on Sunday. Right here nearest to the screen, we've got Jessica Thompson. Directly next to her, Alzaan Goosen. This workout carries a 6-minute time cap, so we would probably be expecting to look at scores around about that 4-minute mark, only leaving some of these athletes about 2 minutes to hit a 1-rep max snatch. That's not too much time to be adding weights onto the bar. Right on your screen now is Carla van Staden. In lane number 8, this is Carla van Staden's very first semi-finals appearance as an individual or a team. And then nearest to the bottom of your screen, right over here, sorry, just shifting the focus over here to Inge von Mansberg. Occupying your screen right now, missed out on semi-finals last year, finished in 29th place in 2021 at Fittest in Cape Town. So this will be her second semi-finals appearance. All these ladies looking pretty strong on the runner. As we saw there at the back, Carla van Staden's judge's hand shoot up. She'll be moving on to her 1-rep max snatch fairly soon. Right there on your screen, Alzaan Goosen coming all the way up from CrossFit Lions Bay. 2021 featured 19th Fittest in Cape Town individual and then opted to go team in 2022. Coming back into the individual field. And the part we've all been waiting for. A couple of buy-ins are done. A very quick shoe change from Carla van Staden, making sure she's got her lifters on. And we've got our first successful lift. Looks like 56 loaded on the bar. That's for Inge von Mansberg. Carla van Staden not awarded that rep. It seems like she just ran it out the safety box in front of her. Pushing hard to get that 55 snatch in the bag. And this is where these athletes are going to have to make a very quick call. So Carla van Staden has opted for 3 attempts at 55 kilos. Unfortunately, missing all 3 attempts, she's going to quickly make a last-minute weight change just to get a number on the board. 25 seconds remaining. This time cap is tight. Having a look on your screen now, Jessica Thompson. Also looking to put 65 on the bar now. 10 seconds left. And that's a successful lift for Jessica Thompson. Tammy Taylor in the back with a 65 on the bar. But Alzan Goosen seems to have taken the heaviest lift in that heat. Unofficially looking at a 67 kilogram snatch on her bar. Tammy Taylor right behind with 65 loaded on. And now all of these bars are going to come down to a set weight. $56 kgs preloaded onto all of these bars, 125 pounds for the ladies. Moving directly from test 4 into test number 5. One minute rest. I think we're going to see a couple of ladies really try and push the pace on the run here now. This workout opens up with 8 snatches at 56 kgs directly into an 800-meter run. Score here is time elapsed across the whole workout. 6-minute time cap. And looking at 10 seconds, these ladies are about to head out for test number 5. This is your ladies' heat number 1. All these ladies opting to go for singles. This is a heavy barbell, but as you can see, it's a powerful squat out here. Nobody really struggling too much with the weight on the bar. This will be an interesting one to see what happens with Carla van Staden all the way out in lane number 8, as she had preloaded 55 on her bar for her 1 rep max snatch. That means that the opening weight for this workout is 1 kilogram above the max that she was trying to hit. 3 ladies onto the assault runner. We have got 5 of the 6 women back to the assault runner. And it is a sprint to the finish now. 800-meter run for time. There's no time to waste here. Carla van Staden at the back of your screen, managing to get a couple of reps out at that 56 kg weight. Once again, Carla van Staden coming out of CrossFit Roselto in Bloemfontein. A listed body weight of 53 kilos. So just having a look and comparing that to the barbell weight that Carla is trying to snatch over here. Her body weight is almost 20 kilos under some of the women alongside her. However, the bar has not changed. So 3 kilos above her listed body weight is the weight that Carla van Staden is trying to move at the moment. And an amazing snatch from Carla van Staden. That was a solid squat snatch from Carla. Right over here, once again, Jessica Thompson in your lane nearest to the bottom of your screen. Alongside her, Alzan Gerson. Jessica Thompson definitely looking very strong on this assault runner at the moment. A couple of the ladies alongside her looking like they're slowing down slightly in the stride. Jessica, long strides, and right at the back, Carla van Staden has joined the pack and leaving nothing behind, running into a full send. Keeping in mind, Carla van Staden did come off of her assault runner in the first part, test number 4, ahead of everybody else in the field. So definitely a strong runner, leaving herself 2 minutes to complete an 800-meter run and get scored on time. Seconds. 2 minutes remaining. It looks like Jessica Thompson is really closing in to be the first female athlete to finish this workout. And Jessica Thompson taking the heat win in an unofficial time of 21:51, 1 minute and 10 seconds underneath the time cap. Right under here on the focus, Ingi Hussam Al-Din also really closing in on that 800 meters. She's really pushing to get to the finish. This is going to be a bit of a foot race between Ingi and Inge von Mansen, and it's a sprint to the finish. We're going to have a little recap on that to see who made it to the end first. That was a very, very exciting finish. Here we go, a little Rebel replay. Ingi first. It's going to be very hard to tell. We're going to have to take this down to the judges. 10 seconds left on the clock. Carla van Staden is still looking very strong in her sprint. And unfortunately, just Tammy Taylor in lane number 5, not quite getting all the way through the 800-meter run after a blazing couple of power snatches at 56 kgs. Massive effort, massive shout out right here to this lady. Carla van Staden listed her max for the 1-rep max at 55 kgs. Couldn't hit the 55 and then had to open up the next part of the workout at 56 kilos. Tammy Taylor coming out very strong on those power snatches at 56 kilos, and then unfortunately just falling behind on that 800-meter run. Ultimately, Jessica Thompson making that run look nice and smooth from early stages on, and being your first female athlete to complete this workout in just over a minute under the time cap. And then the insane race between lane 6 and 7, Ingi Hussam Al-Din and Inge von Mansberg. It's going to come down to the wire. We're going to have to get down into some of that footage right over here. This was the race that ended off these two ladies. And from that view right over there on the replay, it looks like Inge Hussam Al-Din might have just nipped it. We're just going to get reset for our ladies heat number 2 for event number 4. We'll be back with you shortly. And welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. We are stuck in the middle of the action here with the female individual heats. We are about to move on to the women's test 4 heat number 2. Test 4 and 5, obviously a little couplet together. Packed action from the last heat and a lovely little foot race to the end. But having a look now, moving into our second heat for the day. In lane number 1, Maxine Smith. In lane 2, Megan Fall after an insane performance with those heavy dumbbells in the previous workout. Lane number 3, Gemma Rader. In lane number 4, Gemma McMurdo. In lane 5, Lisa Marie Guillaume. In lane 6, Tana Buffet. Also definitely trying to come back up the leaderboard after yesterday. Lane 7, Mary Jameson. In lane 8, Coralie van Tonde. In lane number 9, Jessica Skinner. And then in lane 10, we've got Asma Di Ruiz. Mary Jameson, an athlete to watch out for here with a massive listed snatch, as well as Megan Fall, two of the weightlifters, stuck right here in the middle of heat number 2. But I've heard fantastic things about Tana Buffet's weightlifting, so this is going to be an interesting one. Once again, team semi-finals, heat test 4 and 5. We go straight out of test 4. For heaviest load, a max snatch after an 800 meter run buy-in. Directly into test 5. 8 snatches at 125 pounds, straight into an 800 meter run for time. Okay, coming back at you from the live feed right over here. We've got Mary Jameson right in front of your screen at the moment. And your previous heat winner right over here, Megan Fall.
You're expecting these two ladies to move some numbers in this specific portion of the workout, Matt.
Yeah, these are some of the big heavy hitters in the weightlifting game. But going into this workout, it's a very different stimulus. You're coming into a max snatch straight out of an 800 meter run.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an utterly confusing stimulus, right? Because at the end of the day, you're coming and you're a little bit gassed. You're really being baited into potentially going full send on that run to try and maximize your time. But Matt, I think you would have gone through this in the tips and tricks, or rather the tactics. You kind of want to bide your time, come in with a fresh engine, not burn out those legs, and make it 1 or 2 good lifts.
As long as you still allow yourself some time for a lift. And then the other factor being hitting a safe lift for your first bar. Making sure that you don't go out a little bit too heavy. But then again, on the flip side, you can't go out too light, because at the end of the day, that is the score for this workout. The weight, your heaviest successful weight in your snatch. Tana Buffet right over here on your screen. And according to Kent, one of the best weightlifters out there.
Yeah, look, I think ultimately the game will always come down to power to weight ratio at the end of the day. Your heavier athletes are always going to move bigger barbells as weight moves weight, but you'll see what I mean. There are certain people, and you'll know this as a weightlifting coach, that just, they lift pretty, Matt. Some people just lift pretty.
Nothing beats a pretty lift.
I was always told by my coach that pretty lifts, even if they're not heavy, will eventually become heavy lifts.
100%. Mary Jameson right here from Northcliffe CrossFit. Again, one of the heavy hitters when it comes to a barbell. Also, as previously mentioned in the weekend, one of your oldest competitors out on the floor. Mary Jameson, 40 years of age, and still throwing down with the youngsters. Really a pioneer in this South African CrossFit community, owning her own box, setting up a fund as well by using fitness to assist those less fortunate.
Tana looking like she's on the final portion of her run right now. Well ahead of the time cap here, Matt. So it looks like so these upper echelon of the ladies in this heat will have ample time to put some proper load on that barbell.
Yeah, still allowing yourself 2 minutes to hit a 1 rep max snatch. They could almost just take a full 30-second rest out of this.
So that, unfortunately, a missed lift. Matt, going back to what you mentioned before, you want to come in at a mass that you know you can hit to put scores on the board, right? You don't want to have to put too much pressure on
I think it should be something that's kind of on the fence, but more on the safe side. Like, you don't want to come in way too light and completely run out of time and energy to hit multiple lifts. But as you said it, there she is, Tana Buffet with a 72 kg snatch.
That's awesome. What an opener. I mean, keeping in mind, and we'll verify on the data, definitely more than her body weight right now.
She's loading up what we can see there, 75. Right in the front here, Megan Fall also pulling out the 10s. 75 on Megan's bar.
For the gents listening in, yes, that is more than your listed 1RMs.
70 on Megan Joy DeMott's bar as well. 70 right over here for Mary Jameson. And 35 seconds left to hit a 1-rep max snatch. What a lift from Mary. 70 is in the bag.
Not a lot of time before that next lift.
20 seconds.
Tana looking to line up her next one. She's got 75 key on the bar. And Matt, what did I say?
77 for Tana Buffet.
77, missing those 2 increments on my side.
Going for 78. Will she have time? I think she's just going to run out of time.
Matt, I promised you a big number there, didn't I?
Directly next to Elise Marie Guillaume, just trying to squeeze in a lift before the buzzer. But Kent, you called it. A 77 kg snatch for Tana Buffet.
Yeah, look, I keep by the sentiment. I could watch lifters lift all day, but pretty lifts, that's something I enjoy watching. Just like when people are on the upper echelon of moving, it's a pleasure to watch. All right, so we've got a bit of a quick transition now before these ladies then take on the next portion, which is a preloaded barbell with a fixed weight. They'll be required to do 8 snatches before then attacking an 800-meter run for time.
So pretty much a little bit of the opposite of what just happened now. This workout was for weight. Next part is at a set listed weight, 56 kilograms on these ladies' bars. And as you could see from our previous heat, Carla van Staden trying to hit a 55 as a max snatch initially, and then getting through 8 reps at 56 for part 2. A little bit different to the ladies that just hit a 77 kg snatch. Now going to take 20 kilos off their bar. They should easily be moving through this next set of 8 snatches, and it's going to be a sprint, an 800-meter sprint to the finish.
Reminder that we are on YouTube live, so if you have any questions, if you're supporting anybody, let's hear it from you. Martin Fick coming through saying, Gemma Raider, let's go. Sana coming through saying, let's go Tans. And Natasha saying, so easy Tana. Oh, wow, that was again, big load relative to her body mass. That was a big load, period.
Megan Fowle is in the zone.
Megan Fowle in this one, hand straight to the barbell, ripping it for all it's worth. Are we going to see
Megan,
a touch and go set here, Matt?
Well, Gemma Raider right next to Megan Fowle over here, absolutely shifting that bar.
That's what I mentioned about Tana as well. Like, her hip drive is just so impressive. She's not one of the bigger athletes on the floor, Matt, but look at her cycle rate. Is it absolutely insane now?
Well, here we go. Tana Buffet looks like she is going to try and make a big comeback. This is all going to come down to the 800-meter run. Right over there, Megan Joy McDermott just making her way over to the assault runner. Mary Jameson surprisingly
opting for the
still
singles.
Stuck with the barbell for her initial set of 8.
Matt, I know we had this discussion yesterday with a slightly different event, right? So at the opening event yesterday, there was a big run portion. We discussed maybe not the best option to rock a set of runners, because at the end of the day, you've still got to pull that sled. We know that the drop, obviously, causing a bit of cushioning and thus creating a little bit of a fight back for your torque drive. Talk to me to this one. Given that this is lifting heavy, but you do want to send the run at the end, what would you have opted for in this workout?
So again, looking at this workout over here, not as much distance on the run, all compiled into one. Yesterday, 2,000 meters on the assault runner. to 800 meters, that's pretty much your normal warm-up run around your CrossFit box. So I don't feel like a shoe change. And as you can see here, a lot of these athletes opting for their regular Metcon training shoe.
Yeah.
Just for that zero drop to allow a little bit more stability through the weightlifting portion of this workout. Interestingly enough, I did see an athlete in the previous heat actually change from runners to lifters back into runners.
Yeah, look, it is an interesting one because, I mean, you're 100% right. That is a similar distance to what we'll run at a CrossFit box, but theoretically, the idea is that you're running at such a great rate through these 800 meters, you should more than likely be forefoot striking here. So the drop shouldn't really make a significant difference.
And just there at the back of your screens, Maxine Smith still stuck with, I think, 3 snatches left on her initial set of 8 before she can get to the run. But 14 minutes on the clock.
Diruish also getting a lot of ground made on her run. Arm drive.
Those legs look like they were made for running, Kent.
Absolutely.
For Maxine Smith. 2 reps remaining for Maxine Smith. Out in lane number 1 over there.
Matt, it's a substantial load on the barbell. Let's see who starts to transition now towards the tail end of that run.
Oh, she's getting that rep. 1 rep remaining. And up to Maxine is going to be jump onto that assault runner and get as far as possible. We did see 2 ladies in the previous heat not finishing the assault run. Tana with 100 meters left.
She looks like she's on the home stretch, opening up the send tank.
She's absolutely going for
Nitrous oxide coursing through her veins as she finishes off this run, giving it absolutely everything she's got. When she's done, she's going to need to transition over the end line. And there she goes, finishing this up in an unofficial time of 12:22. Tana Buffet, ladies and gentlemen, posting a massive lift and now following it up with an event W.
Gemma also right towards the end of her run. Gemma gets off and finishes second, just underneath that 12-minute and 40 mark. Megan Fowle, an amazing effort from Megan.
Yeah, she made up some ground. I mean, we definitely thought that she'd be top of the charts on the lifting portion of this, but massive ground made up on the run, Matt.
Right over there, Megan McDermott also making her way to the finish mat. Still with a minute to go on the clock. A good number of these ladies finishing out this workout. That's Jessie Skinner across the line. Last couple of meters here for Mary Jameson. As you can see, Mary emptying the tank. Last couple of meters and 30 seconds left. Mary deep in the pain cave here. "20 seconds and those legs are just not wanting to move at all." Right in the end here, we've got Asma Dirishi.
And there you have it, Matt. An enthralling end. Tana picking up the W on both ends of those workout. Absolutely epic send by these ladies before we welcome in the final heat.
My apologies. Right at the end there, Asma Dirish making her way over the line, just inside the time cap. But an incredible, incredible show right here by this woman, Tana Buffet, a 77 max snatch, and then making, leaving the rest of the field in her dust on that final 800-meter run. Super impressed with Megan Fowler right over here. Went touch and go for 8 reps through the 56 kg snatch, as well as Gemma Rader right there off to her left-hand side.
Yeah, Matt, it's interesting to note that even for Tanner, who again is a slightly smaller athlete, this barbell was a mere formality. Most of us, when removing that kind of load, you're going to notice a long pull and the feet stepping out to either side to try and lengthen the squat. These ladies not needing to do that.
I will always back myself when I say weightlifting is 80% technique and 20% strength. And as you could see, she was moving flawlessly through that barbell. You can be an absolute monster with zero technique and not shift that much weight.
Very, very, very true. Goes back to that whole sentiment of pretty lifts eventually become big lifts, correct?
And very exciting little show. And Mary Jamieson falling to her knees over the line.
Feet came out just before the line, but thankfully the body carried its momentum through.
Just getting ourselves set up for the third and final ladies heat for test number 4 and 5 today. We will be back shortly.
All right, Matt, well, here we go.
Welcome back to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the Women's Test 4 Heat 3. This is a combination of Test 4 and Test 5. The workouts fall into each other. But just doing a little introduction through the lanes. In lane number 1, Christina Levitakis. In lane 2, Alicia Stoop. In lane 3, Mariska Smith. In lane 4, Max Clint-Smith. In lane 5, Gilmarie Reiniker. In lane 6, Michelle Basnet. In lane 7, Laura Hume. In lane 8, Emma Holliday. In lane 9, Thea Kruger. And in lane 10, Sophia Benani. We saw quite an incredible show just in the previous heat from Tanner Buffet with a 77 kg snatch on the bar, and then blasting through that workout with more than 2 minutes for test number 5 left on the clock. So do you think we're going to see something like that?
I think so. I think we've got some big guns out here. I think we're going to see some good numbers from these ladies on the floor. There are some really decorated lifters about to take the floor right now. And as we've seen, some engines to boot. The names at the top of the list at the center of the field are really going to be giving us a like something to look at. Now, firstly, obviously coming in with the leaders jersey today, Gilmarie Reinicker obviously trying to keep Michelle Bazinet at bay. Matt, not sure who your top picks for this one is, but we've got two events about to go down.
I also have no idea, but this is turning into a really tight race between the ladies in the top. And it seems like Michelle Bazinet has really found her rhythm just as the competition kind of continues on. But this lady on the screen as well, Mariska Smith, making a nice big comeback. I think she's currently sitting in third place. So also just bumping her way down the leaderboard. But
also, if you're listening in, do remember we are on the YouTube chats. Please do show your support for people. Matt, interesting fact. Today is Sophia Benani's birthday.
You see, I've been calling it the whole weekend because I knew that her birthday was this weekend, but I just didn't know on which day. It just says her birthday is this weekend.
Absolutely, and that makes it today. So thank you so much in the chats. I think it's Tito Alonso for letting us know that it is her birthday. Thank you so very much. Please feel free to show your love for the people in the chat. Yeah, Matt, look, so we've got a pretty stacked field. I'm keen to see how this goes down. Let's see what these ladies have in the tank. Starting off with the 800-meter run, and then let's see who posts those max values on that max snatch.
As you can see there, Michelle Bazinet, your current leader up to this point, just checking that game plan that's been written out in the arm. I don't know how good your eyes are, but I can see that final lift over there says 85 kgs. And if we can see that happen, I think we're in for a treat.
Matt, I've been enjoying watching her compete this weekend. I'll tell you why. It feels like she came out, event one yesterday, was kind of feeling out the competition. Maybe didn't do as much as she'd like. Coming obviously not in that last heat as she would have loved to have. And it feels like she's gotten progressively more aggressive over the course of the weekend with each workout.
100%, and that's what I was saying. It seems like she's just picking up momentum as the weekend goes on. But this lady, Gilmarie Reinicker, has really been a super impressive athlete to watch this weekend as well. Coming in, not really one of the big names considered. Maybe that was just a mistake on our behalf. We didn't really know where she was coming from, but really putting on an incredible show here and giving Michelle Bazinet a run for her money.
Now, for those of you listening in, again, a very, very warm welcome to you. Rebel Renegade Games. It is the 2023 Noble CrossFit Games semi-final. Now, all that to say, if you are listening in and either one of these two ladies, Christina Levitakis or Gilmarie Reinicker, are one of your top athletes, know that we will be interviewing them directly, or rather shortly, after this event. So keep it tuned, keep it locked in, because we will be interviewing those ladies. Matt, so, I mean, the upper echelon of these ladies now getting on to that assault runner. It doesn't seem like any of these ladies are throttling back on that pace right now. Matt, frenetic pace being set by these ladies at the moment. Looking at some unofficial stats at the moment, keeping in mind that these might not be updated currently. These ladies, there are a couple of truly accomplished lifters on the floor right now. Gemma Rader with a listed
snatch of 86 kgs.
Which is impressive relative to her body weight. That's well more than her body weight.
That is a very, very big lift. But I think coming down into this heat currently, looking at our listed max snatches, Michelle Besnet with a listed 93 kilograms, 205-pound snatch.
Gee whiz, that's something to look out for. Also, your current leader, Gilmarie Reinicke, sitting in with an 85-kilo snatch. Now, in the previous heat, Tana Buffet coming in with a registered 77. Matt, I think she got very close to that.
Yeah, that was her in total. Tana Buffet.
Let's see if any of these ladies can challenge those numbers.
As we can see down on your screen now, a couple of these ladies coming to the end of their initial 800-meter run.
Max and
Mariska Smith first off. Mariska Smith is a fairly good runner.
Unfortunately, no listed max at the moment, but I guess the beauty of the sport is we get to see it.
She's got 70 kgs loaded on her bar for a safe opener. $65 kilos loaded for Emma Ollie. And here we go, Mariska Smith.
Approaching that bar confidently. Good snap, good turnover, easy lift, Matt.
A very neat, snappy 70 kg snatch for Mariska Smith in the bag. Gilmarie Reinicke already looking to edge her out, 72 loaded on her bar. And
she asked for a power snatch there, but let's not forget this. The run does take its toll, Matt.
And here we go, 75 for Michelle. And some snappy technique under the bar, absolutely flying under into that locked out position. 75 in the bag.
Attempt number 2 for Gilmarie. Oh, she got it up, Matt. Maybe not the prettiest lift we've seen today.
She's going to get that lift from her judge, and that's pretty much all that counts at the moment. She has got a score on the board. 72 kilos, 77 for Mariska Smith.
Oh, she got it.
She matches Tana Buffet. 77 on the bar.
So we might have missed it on screen earlier, but apparently a big open as well from Christina Levitakis. We'll have to confirm in a second exactly what that was. Your current heat leader putting up even more now, Matt.
81 kilos on this barbell right here.
And she's got time for one more, Matt.
Besnet.
And she's going for it. Christina Levitakis putting up numbers right now. Matt currently busy doing the math.
It's 83 kilos on her bar.
Gee whiz.
I stand to be corrected, but it looked like Christina Levitakis has just hit an 83 kg snatch. And a 72 going up there right at the end for Thea Kruger.
And Mariska Smith coming through with an 80 kg snatch at the end there.
Did she hit it?
She did, just in time.
Unreal. Looking at these replays. Christina Levitakis looking nice and comfy over here on the run.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up there from Gilmarie Reinicke, who will be interviewing just a little bit. Matt, as a lifting coach, you probably would want to have seen her commit to that squat, right?
I would most definitely have. But then again, I don't really know how she's feeling body-wise. But judging by the other ladies in the same heat, all managing to knock out a beautiful squat snatch, there's no reason she shouldn't be squat snatching that bar.
Michelle Besnet in screen getting that final lift, Matt. I think the word of the day that you've clearly described it well with is snappy under that bar. Beautiful, patient drive through the first pull, aggressive through the second, and absolutely lethal through the third.
I think I stand to be corrected. That looked like around 78 on Christina's bar, not 83.
That's okay, Matt. There's nothing but forgiveness in the air, because at the end of the day, the numbers on the floor is what's going to be calculated for these ladies towards the end of the day. One final send for these ladies before they get to wrap up day 2, moving day, as it is called in our game.
As we move into this transition period, 15 seconds left as athletes move straight from test 4 directly into test 5. 56 kilos on these bars, and we're closing out with 8 snatches and an 800-meter sprint, bringing it home.
These are 2 ladies to watch out for, as well as on the far end of your screen, we do have Christina Levitakis. Gil-Marie Reiniger, Mariska Smith going for an absolute full send here.
And Mariska Smith is not going to leave anything behind on this 800-meter run. She wants it. She needs a first-place finish to try and pull herself back up that leaderboard, at least into that fighting contention to take the number 1 spot at the end of tomorrow.
So just looking at these 2 athletes right now, Mariska really getting after that run, albeit 800 meters. Very, very aggressive pace going out there. Gil-Marie Reiniger looking smooth on her run. Here we have Miss Bazinet currently contributing to her 800 meters.
Laura Hume just behind Michelle Bazinet to the left of your screen over there, just finishing off.
And then the birthday girl,
Sophia Benani. It is her birthday, and we have spoken this weekend saying she's only turning 19 this weekend, but that happens to be today.
Yes, indeed.
A big happy birthday shout out to her from the Marbella Championship. And making her way through her 56 kg snatches and into that run as well. So still looking strong, all 10 ladies.
Matt, question for you again on the weightlifting front. So, weight belt on a snatch, for or against?
Personally, it gets in the way.
I do think so, right? I mean, ultimately, the perfect snatch has the barbell extremely close to your body, yes?
I think it's relative to the person.
Correct.
Because, yeah, like I used to lift with an incredible weightlifter in a very light division, 58 and 62 division. And she used to lift with a weight belt on, quite a small frame, and it worked for her.
Yeah.
But I know personally, I physically cannot even do a snatch pull wearing a weightlift. I keep the bar a little bit too close to me.
Yeah.
Which I suppose is a good thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then a big thing that I coach my athletes as well is your weight belt stays in your bag until you hit 80%.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with you there. Again, I love a good snatch at the end of the day. Yeah, look, Matt, I tend to agree with you. I tend to enjoy a snatch. It is the favorite of my of the Olympic lift for me. And I cannot keep the bar, well, I cannot get the bar overhead if I've got a weight belt in the way, personally. But you know what, like you said, it is up to the individual lifters. The beauty about lifting is that because a lift takes place on different frames, it looks different from lifter to lifter.
Exactly. And yeah, I mean, if it works for you, and also a lot of people might be building their technique around using their weight belt from early on in the game. So let's just get back down into the floor, because it sounds like there's a lot of action going on here. Mariska Smith in the last push of her run.
So is Gil-Marie. It looks like these two are neck and neck trying to wrap this one up.
This is going to be
a race to the finish.
Sprint finish.
Who's going to get over the line first, Matt? Where is your money lying right now? Gil-Marie looking smooth. Mariska in the pain cave.
Mariska is off.
Gilmarie, who's going to get over the line
Mariska
first?
takes it.
Mariska takes it at the absolute death. Both of these ladies stomping their foot down on the gas. But it looks like Mariska edges Gilmarie out ever so slightly, but a great showing for Gilmarie, who's trying to keep her spot at the top, Matt. Alicia Stoop now over the line. Christina Levertakis now over the line.
Yeah, and an absolutely amazing show by these ladies. Getting over the line still with a full minute and a half left on the clock. Right now, Thea Kruger in your screen. Also just looking out to close her 800-meter runoff. Max Clinsmith on your screen now. Also in the closing stages of her 800-meter. And as you can see, the legs are just not working. You're getting off that assault runner and then trying to run on the ground. Michelle Basnet finishing off her workout as well. Still with 45 seconds to spare.
Matt, I do appreciate Ms. Basnet's approach to this workout, because it looked like she knew exactly where she was confident and capable. And you saw even on the snatch, although it was a mere formality for her, she came out with singles. She could have gone touch and go, but she knew this is not the portion of the race I'm going to be winning.
There we go. This is going to get exciting. This is Sophia Benani. She's got a couple of meters left and 15 seconds left on the clock. She's going to make it. And on her birthday, she finishes this workout with 10 seconds to spare.
Awesome showing by these ladies. Absolutely incredible to see their strength and perseverance through this, the fourth event and final event for the ladies for the weekend. The gents will be up soon, but keep in mind, before we head down to stretch on the floor, we are going to be interviewing Gilmarie Reyneke very shortly, as well as Christina Levertakis. Mariska taking the W, you can see moving methodically, and your birthday girl now in view.
Yeah, what an incredible show and what an incredible race. That was 2 heats where we had a race right to the finish, but you can just see the athletes coming off these assault runners. Their legs do not work how they are, and that must be the weirdest sensation in the world, coming out of a 800-meter sprint on a moving object into a little sprint to the finish. Incredible showing, and that wraps up the ladies for today, day 2 at the Rebel Renegade Games. We are just going to head down to the floor where Stretch is going to do a little interview for us.
Yeah, and do keep it tuned and locked in. We are going to be interviewing 2 of the ladies from this event very shortly.
Baron, can you hear the sound? Testing, testing. I haven't got sound. Have you got?
Mariska Smith, winner of that event. Wow, what an event for everyone to watch. What was going through your mind when we were calling out? I mean, it came down to the wire. How was that run?
Well, I wasn't actually planning on going unbroken on the snatches. And then when I stood there at the back, I was like, it's now or never, so you have to go unbroken. So I went unbroken, and when I was on the runner, I just knew I had to give everything if I wanted to win this one, because I was first on, so I needed to get first off.
Done deal, and having someone like Gilmarie chase you down. I mean, you guys were maybe 2 seconds in it when you got onto that runner. Was you just like, I'm just going to run until I vomit, or what was just everything you wanted? How badly did you want this win?
Yo, that was quite tough. For a moment there, I lost concentration when he said she was coming closer, so I stepped off the bit of the machine, and that's when she got onto me even more. And then I knew that last 20 seconds was going to be brutal, so I just gave it all, and then, yeah, dead. But it was good.
That was absolutely beautiful to watch. Now, I tell you what, I can't wait for 2 more events. Looking good. I mean, it's across the board now. Like, we've got different winners, and Christina Levertakis is the only one, like, double winner. Now you've got it. You're stepping up. You ready to take this home?
Well, tomorrow I'm actually looking forward to, because tomorrow is my type of event. In my wheelhouse, the first 2 days wasn't really the best for me, especially day one. So yeah, I'm going to try my best to give it all tomorrow and leave it on the floor.
Thank you, Madonna. Thank you, Mariska. That was epic work. Good luck for tomorrow.
And welcome back to the 2023 Rebel Renegade Games. We are stuck in the middle of the action. We're here in day 2. The venue right over here is that you see on screen, the old Mutual Sports Hall out in Johannesburg, South Africa. And this is the first year that South Africa is hosting semi-finals outside of the Western Cape. We've moved up to Gauteng province, and we've had an insane day filled with massive workouts, just incredible action. Bringing up to you next is going to be the men's heat for test number 4 and 5 to finish off the day. But at the moment, let's just have a look at this men's leaderboard heading into this final test for day 2. Currently in first place, Jason Smith. Just absolutely been putting up an incredible show the whole weekend. In second place, Keelan Henry, off to a slightly slower start, but came in today with guns blazing and has shown that he deserves to be here. In third position at the moment, James van Dongen. Another one of Jason Smith's athletes. This is his second semi-finals appearance, but absolutely blowing it out the park. In fourth, Conrad Verenitz, another youngster, 22 years of age. And Conrad did his first semi-finals last year, finishing in 7th place, so has been on the hunt to finish this off in a slightly higher position this year. 5th place, we've got Daniel Giesel, a first-time semi-finals athlete as well. And then you can just see from 6th through 10th, Justin Holiday, Ruan Porchida, Josh Kernot, Ruan Conradi, and then Darren Zernhammer. I think the only topic to chat about right now is that 10th position, Darren Zernhammer. He was labeled as one of the favorites to come into the weekend. So really an incredible show by the top 3. Still 4 workouts left to be scored. But let's see what the rest of the day has in store for us. Moving straight across into men's test number 4 and number 5. This is a back-to-back workout. In lane number 1, in heat 1, we've got Al Sayed Hassona. In lane 2, Marlo Prinsloo. In lane 3, Dane Nordia, your youngest male athlete out on the field at 20 years old. In lane 4, Ross Lowe. In lane 5, Hamza Mahir. In lane 6, Amir Saleh. In lane 7, Hilmar van Mansberg. In lane 8, Jason Dix. In lane 9, Keegan Muir. And in lane 10, Willem Sneeman. If you just tuned in, this is the men's test 4 and 5. And what that comprises of is a back-to-back running and snatch combo. So test number 4, scored for heaviest load, an 800-meter run. As your buy-in, directly into remaining time, establish a 1-rep max snatch. Time cap is 6 minutes. In the previous ladies heat, we saw a couple of ladies coming off of their initial 800 run around the 4-minute mark, leaving themselves just 2 minutes to hit that max snatch. Directly after that 6-minute time cap, we are going into test number 5. 4-time, 8 snatches. Your weight on the bar over there is 83.9 kilograms, 185 pounds. And then directly into an 800-meter sprint. We saw some insane action coming out of the ladies' heats previously. That 800-meter sprint ending with an actual sprint from the assault runner to that finish mat. But really, this workout, if you blink, you're going to miss some action. So some nice heavy barbells getting thrown down. This is your men's heat number 1. Just taking a look up here from this bird's eye view, you can already see the bar nearest to us in lane 1 loaded more than 100 kilos on the bar. 95 for lane number 3. We've got 80 on the bar, 84 on the bar over here in lane number 2. In lane number 4, it looks like Ross Lowe is also preloaded up to 84. Just next to him in lane 5, Hamza Mahir, 90 kilos on the bar. So it's going to be very interesting to see these men's strategies. Do you sprint the run, buy yourself extra time for that 1-rep max snatch, or do you relax on the run, keep that heart rate nice and low, and come in with a nice heavy opener? Amir Saleh on your screen right now. Alongside him, Hamza Mahir. Amir with a massive effort in the previous workout, just making light work of those 40-kilogram dumbbells. The two men on your screen now. Amir Saleh coming all the way out of Egypt, flying down to Johannesburg, South Africa for this year's semi-final. And a first-time semi-final for Amir. Right on your screen now. Nearest to you on the left-hand side, you've got Ross Lowe directly next to him, Dane Nordia. Ross coming down out the UK, Dane coming down from Zimbabwe. Right there on your screen, Hamza Mahir repping CrossFit 40p. And right there on your screen again, Ross Lowe, just closing off his 800-meter run. Ross looking very strong on the assault runner, moving over to his bar with an 84-kilogram opener.
Matt, some interesting banter going in on the chat. So apparently Justin Holiday sneezes with his eyes open. Apparently Justin Holiday, or rather Superman, owns Justin Holiday's underwear. Some big Justin Holiday love coming through right now.
Justin Holiday obviously coming through later in the third heat. And there's Ross Lowe getting a successful 84-kilogram snatch on the board. Right over here, Dane Nordia, 95 kilos loaded onto his bar.
Easy.
And a smooth snatch from Dane Nordia.
And mobility for days at the bottom of the hole there, Matt.
That was a very good-looking snatch. Okay, this is pretty interesting. Right over here, Al Sahir Hossona, lane number 1. That bar's going up to 120 kilos.
As an opener?
No, I think he just hit an opener at 110. So this bar right here, closest to the bottom of your screen.
Here we go, 120 kilo with 10
right
Matt.
In the middle of your screen, Al Sahir Hossona.
And it's already. That's massive.
121 kilos on that bar. What a
And
lift.
he's going for it, Matt. He's adding it on.
He's going to go for it. He's got
not
30
hearing his
seconds.
judge having to put in the clips.
Here we go. He has another couple of bars. This bar right here is at 116 kilos. This is Jason Dix. 116 kgs on Jason's bar. Oh, and unfortunately Keegan Muir just missing that lift over the back at 112 kilos. Some monster snatches coming in here from your first men's heat.
Absolutely insane. Like, I mean, if you're thinking max snatches, yes, 100%. But, Matt, there's an 800-meter run standing between these gents in that lift.
.800-meter run directly into a 1-rep max snatch. And Al-Sayed Hassona taking on 121 kgs overhead.
Matt, coming out of a weightlifting background, it's always good to play the increment game, isn't it?
Yeah, and generally, the more comfortable you get with a heavier lift, the smaller those increments get. A big thing that I see with a lot of beginners is making much too big jumps on their barbells. So, for instance, hitting a 40 kg max snatch and then racking up a 50 kg snatch. You know, a 10 kilogram jump when you're on that level is over 10%. And I always try and remind my athletes just to think about it as a percentage-wise jump more than anything else.
Some more of those Justin Holiday banter coming through. Ghosts sit around the campfire and tell Justin Holiday stories.
Seems like Justin Holiday is taking on the new Chuck Norris role over here.
Charlie Mead, you legend. Keep him coming. I'm loving this. I'm not gonna lie. This is a nice break from the serious action going down.
All right, we've got 15 seconds left, and now we're going to flip this workout around, go directly into test number 5. So these guys need to open up with 8 snatches at 84 kilos, straight into an 800-meter sprint. Again, Amir Saleh just with fire in his eyes. Dane Nordier not short of a set of quads.
Not at all.
Then this is interesting over here, considering Ross Lowe opened up his bar at the very same weight that he currently has loaded. Right on your screen at the moment, Hilmar von Mansberg.
Yeah, he went unbroken on those touch and go snatches.
Unbroken through 8 84 kg touch and go snatches. And straight into his 800-meter run. On your screen now, Dane Nordier.
So it's a heavy load to move for that sort of volume, Matt. And don't doubt that if you're going to go touch and go in that, it's going to really trip up your engine for the run.
Yeah, but I think as we discussed in the past, when it comes to this event, I mean, there's such a little bit in it. You really have to hang on to that bar, get onto the run, try and break into a slight lead, and then you just got to hang on. And you'll see towards the end of this run, these athletes are going to be looking like there's nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, we saw that from the previous round with the ladies. All-out battle, Mariska and Gilmarie to get over that line.
Here we go, the 3 men in your screen right at the moment. Going from nearest the bottom of your screen, we've got Jason Dix directly next to him in lane 9, Keegan Muir, and in lane number 10, Willem Snyman. Right here. Hilmar von Mansberg, your first male to get to the assault runner after 8 touch and go 84 kg snatches.
Looks like we've got a race in our hand. Looks like Keegan Mears currently in the lead there, Matt.
And right in the middle lane, I can see Ross Lowe's judge's hand has just gone up.
We've got a race for the end here.
Keegan Mears absolutely sending it.
He had so much energy coming in over the line. Ross now
And
over
here
the
we
line.
go, Ross Lowe. Second to the line, and he put in a massive run leading into his max snatch.
Jason Dix
right over
getting
here.
it done.
Jason Dix looking strong. Hilmar von Mansberg just crossing the line over there as well. This is Hamza Mahir. And across the line, Amir Saleh also just making his way across.
Yeah, you can see that run after the final run into the end, just a little uncomfortable.
Dane Nordier looking like he's running on stilts.
Ice skates.
And what an incredible show. More than 1 minute and 30 seconds with the time cap to spare.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's heat one, Matt. Like, considering that we saw 120 key on the bar already, I'm excited to see what the rest of these heats are going to look like.
That was a massive snatch that was put up there by Al-Sahid Hassona in lane number 1. And then Keegan Mears just bringing it home in test number 5. An early breakout from Hilmar von Mansberg, but just Keegan Mears' long legs not letting him get away from him on that 800-meter run.
Yeah, there's that 120 kilo snatch, 121 actually,
Just
Matt.
look at that depth in the bottom of that hole. Unbelievable snatch by Al-Sahid Hassona.
Some more Jason or Justin Holiday jokes coming through here. So time waits for no man unless that man is Justin Holiday. And time has to but wait.
And there was the man of the minute, Keegan Mears, absolutely so excited to be finishing this workout in first place.
5 seconds or so later when the adrenaline dropped and it suddenly caught up with his lungs, I'm pretty sure the man was on Payne Street there.
That really excites me, Ken, for what's still to come.
Oh, absolutely.
What a cool event. Going straight from test 4 directly into test 5, a max lift into a max sprint. It doesn't get more exciting than this. We've got 2 men's heats to go for day 2 of the Rebel Renegade Games. We'll be back with you shortly.
If you just joined us, a very warm welcome to you. You're looking at the final event for the men. That is test 4 and 5 about to go down. Your lane assignments look as follow. In lane number 1, you've got Edwin Trotsky. In lane number 2, Ruan Conradi, who picked up an heat W earlier, being the first man to complete test 3. In number 3, Detroit Boate. Number 4, Yusuf Ihab. In lane number 5, Darren Zernemer, who had a lot of expectations riding on him entering into this competition. In lane number 6, Robert Hoyer. In lane number 8, we have Julian Liebenberg. In lane number 9, Asim Effat. And finally, in number 10, Matthew Schiff coming in, or Schiffy as better known.
Schiffy.
You are seeing in lane 7 Estienne Ferreira. Please note that that is an error and that he is unfortunately not able to participate, subject to an injury picked up yesterday. However, it is about to go down. We saw 120 key go up in the last event, Matt. I'm excited to see what these boys put up.
Yeah, I think the first heat of the men's test 4 and 5 was almost a little bit more than I had expected. So this really excites me going forward. I mean, this workout initially on paper, I wasn't sure how much weight these guys were actually going to be able to lift coming out of an 800-meter run, especially with the time pressure, and the jelly legs. But they did not disappoint. As we saw Al Sayed Hassona shifting a 121 kg snatch. We can only expect things to get better as we stay tuned in here to the Rebel Renegade Games. This is the second heat of men's test 4 and 5.
Matt, I'm not sure if you've seen the Fittest in Dubai series on Netflix as yet. But in there, we see our very own Jason Smith set a snatch max that Matt Fraser was trying to hunt down and could not beat, but tied with our very own Jason Smith. So we might see some big barbell action out of Jason Smith today.
I do know that Jason Smith has got a, I think, listed snatch at around 135 kilos, if I stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure that we're kind of on that marker. But again, how do these athletes manage that coming straight out of an 800-meter run with 1 to 2 attempts?
Also something to mention, Jason Smith coming in with a bit of a back niggle into this competition. He did mention that the workout that he was worried for was the last one, and so he throttled it back a little bit and hoping to get Sendy on this one. So
that would be very exciting to watch. But let's keep with heat number 2 for now. A couple of big hitters in here, but this is going to be a very exciting heat to watch. I can already see in the distance a couple of bars have got that 20 and a 15 loaded. That's pumping those bars up to 100 kilos. So 102 right over here in lane 2 for Ruan Conradi. Just across there in lane number 5, it looks like Darren Zernemer is opening up at 105 kg snatch. On your screen now, Darren Zernemer, Cape CrossFit 7130. That is one of 3 Cape CrossFit facilities down in the Western Cape. This particular facility is out in Somerset West. So that has been Darren Zernemer's home for the last year.
Yeah, but in general, we've seen, I guess, the upper echelon of the men putting up big numbers, not necessarily coming out too hot on this run. This is not where you're going to win this race ultimately.
Yeah, a nice strong pace on the run, kind of allowing yourself 90 seconds to around 2 minutes to rack up a heavy barbell. I don't really foresee these guys hitting more than 3 to 4 lift attempts. So, I mean, we can count on 30 seconds a lift.
Yusuf Ihab currently in shot right now. Remember, 6 minutes of work for these gentlemen, 6 minutes of work. You've got 6 minutes to complete your 800-meter run and then a max snatch. Thereafter, a short rest before turning it around in the opposite direction. You're going to go with a heavy barbell, 8 reps before transitioning through an 800-meter run for time. Let's see who rises to the early ascendancy. Whoever's judge's hand obviously goes up first is the person who is at that point in the lead. Another jet. Matt, I think we should be, although coming up in 30 minutes, seeing a lot of these gents start to be wrapping up their runs very, very, very soon.
Yeah, as we can see over here, DT Botha in lane number 3. His judge's hand is up, and he is almost ready to move on to his snatches. There we go, a 3-minute, 800-meter run effort. And DT looks fresh.
What has he got there in the bar, Matt? Looks like a 90-kilo opener.
That is 100 on the bar at the moment.
Gee whiz. Clearly my brain is not mathing today.
He's got the 25, the 10, and the 5 on the side there. Darren Zernhomer just closing off his 800-meter run.
Matt, was that a 100-kilo power snatch?
That was a 100-kilo, very easy power snatch from the toy boy.
And the brother is still smiling.
This is Darren Zernhomer, 105 kilograms on the bar. Oh, it
Easy
looks
lift.
strong. An excellent snatch from Darren. Right over here, Julian Liebenberg, 105 kilograms loaded on his bar.
Okay, now we're...
And then here we go, a sim
112 key. For a power snatch.
And an easy power snatch. You really can't see why they call him the Egyptian Hulk.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. He is an absolute juggernaut.
All right, 1 minute and 15 seconds left for these athletes. Darren Zernhomer over here, racking up 115 kilos.
And ample time to hit another lift, Matt.
And that is 110 for Julian Liebenberg.
It looks like 117 on the barbell.
117 on the bar, that's it. Edjan Drotsky just missing that lift.
Deep breath, big pull, and it's still a power snatch, Matt. What is going on?
Another power snatch at 117.
I've never felt so
There
deep.
we go, Matthew Schiff. Knocking out 110 kilograms on his snatch. He's got that small 5 kg plate stuck in between his 25 and 15. 10 seconds left.
Darren Zernhomer having loaded even more weight than the barbell there, Matt.
115.
And he got it.
And
Darren Zernhomer with the
22 for Darren Zernhomer. So much action coming out here. That is 118 kilograms on the bar for the toy Botha. 122 for Darren Zernhomer. So just sneaking ahead of Al Sayed Hassano by 1 kilogram.
That's what I meant earlier. It's a game of increments, Matt. Play the increment game. Try not to round off to 0s and 5s, and you get ahead of that race.
There we go. That was Darren's opener. There's Assam Ifat. Dutoy Botha with his 111 kg snatch.
Ruan Conradi Strong lift there.
What a solid power snatch over there from Assam Efat.
AKA the Egyptian Hulk.
And there we go, 110 for Matty Schiff. You can see he is so chuffed with that lift. And there, the 118 for Du Toit-Botha.
So Darren Zernema coming in, getting that W, but fun fact, Matt, 122 in the bar off of an 82 kg man. That's 40 kilos above his listed body weight.
That is amazing, and I can really appreciate that as a weightlifter in the past. You know, the lighter body weight, shifting those heavier barbells, that is where it is at.
That was truly impressive to witness, I will admit. I do think, as we mentioned at the start of the day, Darren not being particularly happy with coming in at the second heat, I think we're going to see him make a move up that leaderboard to potentially be in that final heat tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we knew today, dropping out of that first heat into the second heat, he was not going to be happy. But let's just shift back down to the floor again. 84 kilograms on these barbells. And I could almost guarantee every one of these athletes is going to go touch and go. Darren Zernema, he's got fire in his eyes, Kent. He is here to win events. Ruan Conradi right over here in lane number 2. And Ruan first to the assault runner.
Flurry of athletes now onto the assault runner. Everybody who essentially went touch and go. But this is where the race starts right now. How much gas did that touch and go cycle take out of your lungs? The bigger boys not seeming to be too derailed by it. Let's keep our eyes on the center of the pack.
You can see the difference over here. On the left side of your screen, Ruan Conradi taking those small steps. Looks like he's a little bit gassed. And then if you have a look right at the back there in lane number 10, Matthew Schiff is absolutely
motoring.
He is just obliterating this assault runner.
Pedal to the metal, nitrous oxide, flipping the switch, and he is good to go. Let's save some weight. Let's get rid of these wrist straps. The shirt might have come off too soon. And here you go, like your previous event winner. So just looking so comfortable on that snatch, and now this run just looking tremendously comfortable, Matt.
Yeah, Darren Zernema right there on the screen, looking very comfortable on the run. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if Matt Schiff right at the back there is able to hold on to that pace, because he did look like he was motoring. And then just shifting over here to Du Toit-Botha, lane number 3. Again, 118 kilogram snatch.
Matt, so obviously you would have heard the Justin Holiday banter earlier. We also in this specific heat mentioned the Egyptian Hulk, and some more banter coming through saying AKA the Egyptian Justin Holiday. There's some big love for Justin Holiday out there right now.
Okay, with 14 minutes as a total time cap on this clock over here. We could be seeing a couple of hands go up around that 11-minute mark.
Ruan Conradi still looking like he's getting his lungs underneath him, but moving steadily. Darren's still looking really comfortable, like he's hitting a good stride, a good pace, without expending too much energy. We could see a last-second send from Darren here.
In a workout like this, we really cannot count out Robbie Hoyer as well, right here at the front of your screen.
What I love about Robbie's just stylistic approach to the game of CrossFit is...
It looks like Matthew Schiff's judge's hand is up. Du Toit-Botha chasing him down as well. Matty Schiff is fighting for this event, this heat win. He's hanging on. And DT Botha comes out in lane number 2.
Matthew Schiff, aka Schiffy, locking it up in lane 10. Unofficial time 11:34.
An unbelievable effort from Schiff.
Darren Zernema looks like he's about to lock his up real soon.
And we just saw a Semi-Finals as well as Julian Liebenberg crossing the line right there at the back, lane 7 or 8, 9, and 10. Darren Zernomer coming out hot with his 8 touch and go power snatches, but just slowing down a little bit on the run compared to the rest of the guys in the field. Robbie Hoyer closing out his 800-meter run. As well as Yusuf Ihab.
Don't you just love how he
just bouncing over the line?
Bounced over the line, but as he got off that assault runner, looked to his right, saw he had one more competitor and said, okay, it's on.
What an exciting event and what a cool workout.
All of your athletes under the time cap there, Matt.
There we go, finishing third in that heat right over there, Assam Efat. Ron Conradi on your screen now, but if you just take a look in that last lane, Matty Schiff came out guns blazing, but here is the man with the heat win. Du Toibote repping Cape CrossFit 7130, taking the heat win and just falling over the line. Not to mention his 118 kg snatch.
Yeah, look, I mean, he definitely placed well in both of those events.
So currently sitting over there with the top 3 in the snatch, and then your time to beat on test number 5. Du Toibote, the man of the hour. Another lovely little sprint to the finish over there between Robbie Hoyer and Yusuf Ihab. Just so much action. If you are not at your screen right now, what are you actually doing? It's Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely, and I mean, as a gift to you South Africans right now, it's not like we need to watch the Stormers right now in the final of the URC, which is taking place next weekend. So you should be locked in here to the Rebel Renegade Games. If you have any questions, please do let us know out in the chats.
Just closing off your men's heat number 2 while we reset the floor. Get ready for our final men's heat and our last workout for the day as we get ready to introduce your men from heat number 3 for test 4 and 5. and welcome back to the action. We are right over here bringing you all the live action from the Rebel or Renegade Games. We are moving into our final heat of the day. This is the men's Test 4 and Test 5, heat number 3.
Indeed, and we've got the most stacked event or heat of the day. Jason Smith coming into this event with the leader's jersey. Obviously, that is not indicative of the scoreboard as it is right now, but more for how the scoreboard started at the start of the day. So we look at the field. Number 1, Justin Holiday. In lane number 2, Daniel Crystal. In lane number 3, Conrad Winovitz. In lane number 4, James Van Dongen. In lanes number 5, right next to his mentor, Jason Smith. Lane number 6, Ruan Portkit. To lane number 7, Keelan Henry looking to charge up the leaderboard. In lane number 8, Driss Bushia. In lane number 9, Josh Kernett. And finally, to wrap out your final heat for the day, Damian Buertis. Now, Matt, I love putting you on the spot.
Put me on the spot, Kent.
If you had to choose one right now, if you get this individual right, I will attempt to do a sub 2 minute 50 cal on the assault bike.
Oh man, I really don't want to get this wrong because I feel like I need to see this. Onto the 1 rep max snatch, my money has to be on Jason Smith. I've seen this guy lift in the past. I know what his numbers are. I know what he's capable of. Staying calm under fatigue, I think for test number 4, that's going to be my pick. And then, this is going to be an interesting one. Who here runs really fast?
That's a good question. It's so interesting. We don't necessarily at this level get the type of data that tells us who's a great runner at this level, right? But we do know there are some big boys with some massive listed PRs. So I do hope, as much as I want Jason to win this, that I don't get to do a sub 2 minute 50 cal on the assault bike.
I do think seeing Ruan Potgieter's performance yesterday, I don't know, those 8 snatches as the buy-in is kind of what's going to be the separator on the guys that, might be a little bit lighter, that can really drop a gear on the run.
Yeah.
But might not be able to actually get to the machine fast enough. We saw an incredible show come out from the last heat. Matthew Schiff just absolutely sent it through the run. But then again, Toy Berta, just a much bigger, heavier athlete, just kind of closing in on him in the final stages.
Daniel Crystal currently in view right now with Willoway Fitness. He'll be in the booth after this, Matt, to do a bit of an interview with us.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting. We're going to have a little sit down and a chat with Daniel Crystal straight out of this event. So after this event, stay tuned if you want to hear a little bit of insights from one of the fittest men in Africa at the semi-final event.
Josh Kernett with an event W yesterday. Do remember the man bun does equal massive mobility.
Yeah, Josh Kernett absolutely coming out of that first event flying yesterday and really just holding his own through all of the workouts, still holding himself a top spot here in the top 10. Again, just having a look down at the floor. From what we can see here, 4 bars are loaded, 5 bars are loaded, above that 100 mark.
And they're off to the races. Let's see how this one pans out. Now, Matthew, while we are watching these gentlemen start to get their runs underway, Brandon Jacobs has been a constant source of great intel on the chats, and he has the following to say. Driss can run. Driss can run really well, but depends on the snatches. Ruan will do a good on the event. Ruan for the win. So it sounds like he's backing Ruan for the max snatch and Driss for the run portion. Brandon Jacobs, former competing athlete himself, aka at CF B-Man on Instagram.
Already just having a look at those preloaded bars, we've got Conrad Winovitz in lane number 4 with above 110 for his opening snatch. Definitely the heaviest bar that I can see out on the floor, but then again, just going back to our previous heat, Darren Zernomer opening at 105, but finishing off with the heaviest of the day at 122. So anything can happen here.
Yeah, you also have to expect that at this level, there's a bit of a strategy at play, right? just because you see a barbell with a weight that might not look particularly heavy is no indication that that's anywhere near the athlete's max. We've seen athletes at the upper end of the echelon play this mind game where they select a weight to give the rest of the field the impression that this is what they're about that day, and then all of a sudden that second or third lift is ginormous. So if you look at that barbell behind Jason Smith, I think a typical example of what I'm saying, he's got, looks like, 105 key mat on the bar?
Yeah, I think there's a set of ones on there, maybe 107. His judge is standing right in front of his board.
Keelan Henry also picking up the event win earlier today in event 3.
But
looking to make a charge up the leaderboard.
Keelan opening around that 90 kg mark. But then directly alongside Keelan as well is that Driss with a 84 kilogram opening snatch.
So fun fact about Keelan Henry, we know he has a rugby background, but did you know he was a hooker?
I would assume so.
Sorry, for those listening in, let me qualify that. Hooker is a position in rugby for any of you get a interesting thought about the previous occupation that Keelan might have had. So just to say, he was a hooker, he played number 2. Incredible athlete. And he is of the firm belief, and we can believe it, that transition while he was about 20 kgs heavier at the time, Matt.
Unbelievable to even think that Keelan could be 20 kgs heavier. All right, in our previous heat, we saw DT Botha coming off the run at the 3-minute mark. So ahead of this pack as well. From what we can hear, all these athletes got around about 60 meters left on their first 800-meter run buy-in. Justin Holliday making his way off of his air runner and approaching his bar at 105 kilos to open up for his 1-rep max snatch. Keelan Henry straight off of his assault runner. Justin Holliday approaching his bar. And that's a very nice solid 105 kilogram opener for Justin. Keelan with an easy 90 kilogram power snatch. Jason Smith 107. Almost looks like he overpulled that, if I'm honest. And here we go, James van Dongen, a 90 kg snatch opener with almost a muscle snatch from James. Ruan Potgieter, 110 kgs on the bar.
I'm not going to lie, Ruan Potgieter, I just enjoy watching him compete. He's got such a sleeper build on him, but he does such incredible work. I mean, that's a massive load for his frame.
Yeah, 112 out of his first lift, unbelievable. Justin Holliday following Ruan Potgieter and matching his initial score of 112. Right over here, Daniel Griesel, 105. Here we go, he's going up. 115 on the bar for Daniel Griesel. And right in the back there, Conor Winner that's going for 120 kgs. And he gets it. I can see just off to the side of James van Dongen's screen.
115 key on the bar for Daniel Griesel. Oh, we just missed
This is going to be big. Conor Winner is going for the event win over here with 124 kgs getting loaded up.
Are you kidding me? This man.
That is 120 on the bar for...
Jason Smith makes that lift now.
Jason Smith at 117.
15 seconds remaining. Keelan Henry going big, unfortunately not sticking that one.
And unfortunately, James van Dongen just missing his 101 snatch. Ron Potgieter with what we can see, 122 on the bar. And that will match the previous score from the last heat in the first place finish.
Look how comfortable he looks under the bar. Good recovery as well at the bottom of that. Just a little bit of a wobble out the hole. Justin Holiday, always a pleasure to watch, and clearly with a massive fan base behind him.
112 for Justin. I'm interested to see what happened here with Keelan because he went 90, 105, and then I saw 122 on his bar. Jason Smith clearly maybe just looking after that back injury that you mentioned a little bit earlier on.
Wait, does that mean I don't have to do my 50 cal assault?
I don't think you can get out of it that quickly. But here we go, the man of the hour, 122 kgs on Ruan Potgieter's bar to match the top score for this workout. Event number 4. Test number 5. Athletes have got a 2-minute rest / transition period from test 4, moving into test number 5. Test 5 kicks off in 20 seconds. Athletes need to have or hit 8 snatches at a preloaded 84 kg bar, finishing off with an 800-meter sprint.
Matt, and they're off to the races. The final portion of the day for these athletes. You're going to have to assume it's all touch and go here, right, Matt?
It's got to be. And judging by the scores that we saw in the first event, it seems like Daniel Griesel might be opting for singles here.
Yeah, keeping in mind he is coming into this competition with a
but here we go,
slight tear in the
Damian
hamstrings.
Burtis, Conrad Vineritz. Jason Smith is back to the runner. This is Damian Burtis all the way out in lane number 10. He seemed to be first on the assault runner. It's all about what kind of pace you can pick up, but Justin Holiday right over here in the bottom of your screen, lane 1, looking very strong. Weight belts and wrist straps are flying, Kent.
Absolutely. Listen, any few grams to shave the weight there, Matt. The final send of the day here, Matt.
I'm really just impressed seeing athletes come through to semi-finals and come back a second year in a row and repeat their effort. I'm really blown away by Conrad Vineritz out in lane number 4. Last year at Fittest in Cape Town, he actually dropped in at my box for 2 weeks before Fittest. And I mean, this kid was already on another level. I say kid lightly, but he's 20 years old. And just proving himself so much, currently sitting in 4th place on the leaderboard overall. You can see him there in lane number 3. He hit a comfortable 120 kg snatch. Just missed the 124, which would have taken the win for test number 4. Easily going touch and go, but this is kind of the future of the sport. We are excited to see these youngsters coming in. James van Dongen, another big name. Last year, his first semi-final event, finishing in 9th. Currently sitting in 3rd place overall. Right up there with the big dogs, Jason Smith and Keelan Henry.
It's going to be an absolute push to the finish here.
We are just waiting for that first judge's hand to go up. Right over there on Josh Conart's face, you can just see the pain. Justin Holiday, his judge's
the big
hand
man himself.
First hand up. And Justin Holiday is just chasing down the Toy Boertes score. Over here, Damian Boertes on the right of your screen. And Justin Holiday.
You legend, Justin
Holiday. Taking the heat win. Josh Kernot hanging on for dear life over there in lane number 9. But this is where things are going to get exciting. Right at the end, Damian Boertes just ahead of Josh Kernot.
James Van
There we
Dongen
go, James Van Dongen just
Jason
behind
Smith.
Jason Smith. James Van Dongen just behind Jason Smith. Keelan Henry, only one spot between Jason and himself. And there he is, Connor Van Aerts.
And your snatch portion of the event winner looking to wrap up his portion of the run now.
Juran Poschkita bringing it home. Just behind Daniel Griesel. With almost a full 2 minutes still left on the time cap. The entire men's heat number 3 has completed this workout.
That was an absolutely insane send at the end there. Matt, what an incredible weekend thus far of fitness already.
It's been truly unbelievable. And those comments coming through about Justin Holiday, the legend. There he is.
He clearly lived up to the hype,
now,
Matt.
Taking the heat win from heat number 3. James Van Dongen absolutely sending it just in the last little bit. And a sneaky celebration from Jason Smith. As we leave a couple of these highlights, we're just going to go down to the floor with Stretch, where we're going to do a post-match interview.
Hey guys, down here, last event, day 2, Justin Holiday. Damn, man, you can run. How was that? What were you? There's so many questions I have right now. Let's start at the beginning. How was that?
That was extremely painful. Throughout 200 meters in, my legs were burning. Tried to close my eyes a little bit and just suffer through.
Dude, you're literally living proof that muscle and like a fridge can run. Seriously, the size of you, the fact that you just made that charge. How happy are you right now? I mean, that's your first event win for the weekend. How has that changed the game you mentally looking forward?
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a good one for me, so I wanted to try to capitalize and do the best I could out there. I think I did well.
Dude, look, that was really, really good. Again, how are you looking overall, though, going into that event? I mean, top 5, top 6?
I think I was lying 6th, so hopefully that should help me out a bit.
Man, that's definitely going to pump you up in the ratings. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch for the rest of the weekend. But, man, that was amazing. I see there you train with the training think tank. Not a homegrown athlete at the moment. Well, you're homegrown, but not a South African athlete. Where do you train?
Yeah, I'm training out of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So a couple of us who train out there, we try to put in the hard work that side.
Yeah, man. One of our international South Africans, I called you guys. Look, take nothing away from you. You've put the hard work in. Good to come back. How does the altitude affect you coming out of the desert and then here into South Africa?
I try not to focus on that. We train in a bit more heat, so it's a little bit more comfortable training in some cooler conditions.
Fair point, man. Like, I'm not going to lie, I'm still a little bit blown away how fast you managed to lock down that 800 meter. What pace were you running at?
I kind of started around 3 minutes, and that was a big mistake. Probably should have tried to end at that pace. I kind of dropped off a little bit from there.
Dude, seriously, that was epic. I cannot wait to see what you got tomorrow. Best of luck, man.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Again, athletes, your individual briefing, 5:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am joined here by Daniel Christel off of the back of Event Forward. Daniel, how's the weekend gone thus far?
Very good. I'm happy so far. Made it up to now. No injuries just yet, so I'm happy where we are currently.
Now, I famously said this, at least in passing. Incredible athlete you are, but an even better human being. Thank you so much for putting on an absolute display this week. And now talk to me. I know that off of the back of quarterfinals, you came in third in Africa. Managing some expectations coming into this weekend, yes?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I try to be friendly and enjoy it, so thanks for that. But yeah, managing expectations, definitely. I had a little bit of an injury about 5 and a bit weeks ago. So after that, I'm just happy to be here. I didn't think I was going to be here. So for me, just to be able to participate and compete and actually compete in some of the events or actually be up there, I'm very, very happy with that. So looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, impressive performance to date. Yesterday coming out with a second place. How did you find the weekend's tests thus far?
So far, so good. It was like a test. I think it was literally a little bit of everything so far. Nothing really felt the same. That first event was lucky because it was a long one. I enjoy the longer ones. We do a lot of that at Willow in the classes, so I enjoy that a lot. But so far, I enjoy it a lot. I'm looking forward for some gymnastics tomorrow and some cool skills to do. So yeah, so far so good. I enjoy it.
Look, if it skills you're in for, Adrian Bosman taking over the helm at CrossFit HQ has definitely thrown a couple of curveballs.
Definitely, yeah. I think that rock yesterday that sucked, but I think
you heard it here first, Adrian.
Yep, I'll tell it to you in your face. No, but it was cool. I enjoyed it. Even though I didn't do well in it, it was still cool. I like it when they do some unexpected stuff, like with the pirouettes tomorrow and the seated legless climb, something different. Because I think then you don't know what to expect, and everyone's in the same boat. So I like it. I like the test.
Absolutely. So, Daniel, I hope you don't mind. We're going to pivot. We're going to talk live pre-CrossFit and live post and beyond CrossFit. So, pre-CrossFit, if I understand it correctly now, 2 fun facts. Your sporting background, cycling and shot put, correct?
Yep, and hurdles actually. So weird combination. Back in the day, it was short hurdles, like 100-meter hurdles or 90-meter hurdles. I can't even remember. And shot put. Yeah, shot put was actually hurdles and shot put was my main thing. And then after school, when I studied, I got into cycling. That's a long story, but I got into it, and then I did that for 4 years. I was about 16 kilograms lighter than I am now, so I'm a little bit ashamed when I look at those photos when I looked like skinny. But yeah, that was it. And then started training at Willoway about almost like 3.5 years ago. And the rest, I just never looked back.
So it's interesting now you mentioned that Willoway journey. What that means is, and if we just draw a timeline here for those watching in, is that actually you've only been doing CrossFit for about 4 years.
Yeah, about 3 now. I think I started August 2019. So I think that was August, September, yeah. Some of my friends told me, we looked at a documentary of Reese Froning, and I was like, that looks cool, like where can I do that? And then, then I started training at Willow.
Well, if your growth trajectory thus far over the past 4 years, is there anything to come by? If we put a linear graph down of that, there's plenty more to come.
I love that.
But now looking at life beyond it, Daniel, I think at this upper echelon of CrossFit, it can become a little all-consuming. So talk to me about your life as a whole and what balance looks like for you.
So for me, I told myself a few years ago already, when I do something competitively and I stop enjoying it, then I'm stopping I'll stop doing it. So for me, it's very important to not let it consume me, and I don't think it does, because I've got a wife and I've got a family that keeps me grounded and reminds me of that a lot. And yeah, for me, I do this because I enjoy it. I love it. It's not my job, so it has to be fun. There's other stuff you can do to put food on your table. For me, this is not it. I just want to do this, enjoy it, and keep enjoying it, or I'll stop. So.
That's definitely great advice for all listening in. If you find that thing you're into, make sure that the enjoyment factor is real. Daniel, last thing, any shout outs to anybody there? Anybody holding you down, keeping you good and ready to move on to the next day?
Yeah, well, the Willoway club that's here, there's like a whole fan club. So like,
honestly,
like in my lane.
It felt like they were going to blow the roof off this building. I don't know.
Cool. Yeah, even if I'm in last place in the heat, they scream as if I'm first. So yeah, shout out to them definitely. So cool for them to be here.
That's awesome. And also just to mention before I get to say goodbye to you, Daniel Chrysel, coming into the booth with a box of chalk. CrossFitters don't go anywhere without chalk, do they?
New grip tape. So.
100% grip tape. Maybe we're looking for hook grip on the mic there. All that to say, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. It has been incredible watching you do your thing and seeing you smile your way through all the events.
Yeah, thanks, Kent. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we still do have 1 or 2 more interviews to go to, but before we do, a bit of a brief recap over the weekend now.
All right, we are live, and after 2 amazing days of competition, I'm joined here by Gilmarie Renegade.
Yeah, hello.
Welcome, and thank you for just joining us after 2 pretty gruesome days of the Rebel Renegade Games. Don't be so nervous. We're just having a conversation. Just from you, how has the competition been so far?
So it was first day. It was just do your best. And I actually did my best, but like the second day I was feeling like there's a target on my back. So that, I don't know, it was just, that wasn't for me. I don't like, I'm good at being a chaser.
Okay, you don't like leading?
Yeah, I don't like leading.
So obviously if you tuned in yesterday, you could see Gilmarie's epic performance. She finished off the day in first place, and were you expecting that at all?
No. Not at all.
Not at all. You did come into the Rebel Renegade game seated as 4th.
Yes.
That was already,
yeah,
you know.
So in the quarterfinals, I came 8th, for the other girls that went teams, but I always do just in the quarters, like just to qualify. I don't go out and smash it.
So this being your first semi-final event as an individual female?
No, I did it. It's my third time.
Your third time
Yeah.
as individual, but the first time that you are sitting right up at the top of the leaderboard.
So, COVID was 2019.
2020.
2020,
Yeah.
I was fourth. And then I was going back to my hometown and I was like, okay, you did better than you expected because I only wanted to do top 10.
Okay.
And I came fourth there. And then I was like, okay, now I must practice hard and stuff. And that year, the next year, I overtrained.
Okay.
So it was messed up. And
Just went in a little bit too hard
Yeah.
with that. So how did you balance that coming into this year?
So I got a new coach, and the coach helped me a lot mentally. It was very difficult. So this year it's very emotional for me.
Okay.
Yeah. So, for all because I'm doing so well. So yeah.
And the workouts to date, what do you think of the programming this weekend compared to previous years? Obviously, new programming coming out with Adrian Bosman taking over.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying the high skill stuff?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot because sometimes you're like, okay, this is the skill I'm practicing the whole time, and now you get new movements, and you're like, okay, you're not good in it, so you need to practice it.
And you never really know what to expect at the moment.
Yes.
That's amazing. And awesome. So sitting third position, first going into day 2, third going into day 3. So 4 workouts under the belt. 5 workouts under the belt.
Yeah.
2 to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yes, I am because when I practice it, it was wow.
A good workout
It was
for
a
you.
good workout.
That is amazing. And Gamari, tell us, are you just a full-time CrossFit athlete? What do you do in your spare time?
So full-time CrossFitter, athlete. Then I coach a little bit of netball for younger children.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah. And then I coach at CrossFit Texas.
Okay, awesome. So quite a life outside of CrossFit as well, but CrossFit your main goal.
Yes.
And just over the next year or 2, what are the goals on the short term?
So my coach said the goal is always to go to the games.
Okay.
So it is the goal, but for me this year it was just feeling better and doing better as last year.
You seem to be feeling and doing a lot better this year. So, yeah, just a massive shout out to you and your coach. But just the effort that you've put in the weekend so far, it's been incredible to watch. Yesterday, 2 amazing results. Today, really still staying upside in that top 3. So, yeah, we're rooting for you, and we really hope that you can keep that going through the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Yeah,
But
I hope tomorrow is better than today.
thank you so much for joining us,
Thank
Gilmarie.
you.
Gilmarie Renegade. And that concludes day number 2 of the Rebel Renegade game. So we just want to throw a massive shout out to everyone that came through and joined us today, sat down on the feed, interacted with the YouTube channel, and yeah, what an incredible day. We saw some massive lifts coming out from the men. Sorry, there's a little bit of confusion here. We saw some massive lifts coming out from the men, as well as the ladies, especially in that last event, and just what an exciting finish, sprinting to the end. But that, ladies and gents, concludes day number 2 of the Rebel Renegade Games, the Africa semi-final event. Tomorrow, one more day left. For sure, that leaderboard is going to be shuffled a little bit. And yeah, we cannot wait to see you. So make sure that you tune in tomorrow morning, 8:30. We will be live on YouTube here for one last time, one final day of the 2023 Africa semi-final event.